And good morning to a very sunny Darren Sammys. Really a beautiful Wednesday morning. Nice high clouds, no rain for the last couple of days. And the news from the middle is that the toss spun and the Windwards have won the toss and elected to bat. The Windwards have won the toss and elected to bat. Good morning to all in the Windwards. Good morning to all in Barbados. Good morning to all in the entire Eastern Caribbean and to the world. So I think we have a recording of the toss, especially for you.
Pride, we've got the two captains and the match referee, Mr. Carl Felix, as well as Alec Atenes and Craig Brathwaite. So we're ready for the toss. Who's got the coin? Okay, Alec has the coin. Heads it is. The call is tails. So, Alec, you have won the toss. What are you going to do?
We'll have a bat, man.
You'll have a bat. Good conditions for batting, and so you would be looking to take advantage of it. The Windwards has been a bit up and down with just the one win right here, so you would be looking to capitalize on the local conditions.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's generally good for batting. It's a bit dicey up front, but as long as you get through that, then I think the sun should even it out.
Okay, the performance with the bat has not been good for yourself and the key members of the batting. You would look to cash into.
I wouldn't say it has not been good. I think we have been feeling well. I guess the big scores hasn't come yet, but hopefully we're looking for the best.
Any changes to your side?
Yeah, we have two changes. We have two debutants. My local boys, Leo is in, and Keon Gasson is in.
Okay, thank you very much. All the best, Alec.
Thank you.
Okay, Craig, you lost the toss. What would you have done?
Well, we're gonna bowl first. Here it's a bit slow up front, so I think batsmen won't be able to play as much shots as Nara. But within the all-way will drill, but I was gonna bowl first.
Okay, it's been a disappointing outing for Barbados in.
Well, that's respected commentator Claudius Emmanuel. Big men wear pink and wearing quite an attractive pink shirt. Talking, of course, to the winning captain Atenes from the Windwards, and then to the Barbados captain Brathwaite. The side for Barbados, Cumberbatch and Holder are out to keep things very simple. So it's Brathwaite, Boucher, Dominic Drakes, Jonathan Drakes, Matthew Ford, Kyle Mears, Zahir McAllister, Shane Mosley, Ramon Simmons, Jomel Warrican, and Kevin Wickham. And that is not in batting order. So, good morning to Dwight. Good morning.
Yes, good morning to our listeners and viewers.
So we have the attack from the far end, just back up a length. Melinas getting a chance to open the innings as he comes back into the side. He's been out for quite a long time. I think it is a welcome return from his point of view.
Yes, for him, I did speak to him sometime last week, and he's quite happy to be back in the Windward Islands team. And here, the Darren Sammy being his home ground, I'm sure he'll be looking to put up a score.
Left arm, medium fast from the far end. Very watchful. Melinas, former West Indies under 19 captain. And I think was injured for a short while. But there have been many, of course, of his supporters calling for him to be recalled. He gets an opportunity today.
Yeah, and it's an opportunity that he has to make the most of, having watched the entire season so far.
3 slips, gully. Shall we not? And you really don't want a run-out situation in the opening over.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate way to go, especially it being the first over. A bit of miscommunication there between Melius and Salazano. And unfortunately, Salazano has to go without scoring and without even facing a ball.
Well, I mean, first over, no real hurry. It wasn't a shot that went through the field, so they could look for the single, and awful mix-up there, but totally unnecessary. Bad communication.
Yeah, total mix-up. Definitely not what you want, especially when you've won the toss and decided to bat. You'd be hoping that your openers actually see off the new ball, and unfortunately, they've literally gifted the Barbados Pride a wicket here. Poor communication between the two.
Salazano, whose luck has not really been on his side, because when he got his test debut, and he got his cap, as he told me yesterday, got hurt, never actually got into the game, and now here this morning, run out during the opening over.
Yeah, that's something that we spoke about earlier, so it's a bit unfortunate for him. But so far, I think not the last game he played, he did get a half century for the Windward Islands. So
yes. I was just talking about the little bit of run of bad luck. Well, maybe that's the end of it for Salazano from now on.
The new batsman is Kavem Hodge.
So the left armer once more comes in and beats him outside the off stump, takes the edge, he's gone. Simmons have struck early.
Yes, and the Volcanoes sink into some further trouble, having lost 2 wickets in the first over.
Well, we're having a similar situation as the last game against the Leewards, where they lost early wickets again, and that's been the problem of the Windwards throughout this first-class season. They were, 50 for 4 against the Leewards. Now they haven't got they've got 2 wickets gone and in deep trouble.
Yeah, like you said, they've been losing wickets for the entire season, especially the opening pair. They've never really put on a partnership. I guess that's hence the change why Pascal was left out of the squad and Melius brought in. But unfortunately, it hasn't worked. They found themselves in a similar situation. I think they could agree, the entire Windward Islands Volcanoes teams, that they haven't batted well for the entire season, with the exception of the game right here against the Hurricanes.
So Simmons, he's got 2 deliveries left in this over, bowling from the Kaimaje end, and Alec Atenas, the Windward's captain. West Indies player in his own right, taking what looks like a middle stump guard. Not exactly easy to call from here. Taking his time, Martinez, but they're really in deep trouble. Not for 2 off 0.4 deliveries. For the left-hander, there's 2 slips in the gully. It could be a forward short leg also. And that's nicely played away, just maybe allowing Martinez there to get off the mark, pitching outside leg.
Yeah, pretty confident start from Atenas, just turned that one down to fine leg. But Raymond Simmons in his first over has really bowled a good line and length to the right-hander, Kimani Melius.
Yes, there's a memory of me watching him in a CPL game, and really produced a beautiful delivery to bowl somebody all over the shop. Hodge plays that. You might suggest he pulled it inside the line, but he was committed onto the front foot. End of the over. What a start for Barbados. Well, they lost their last game against Trinidad and Tobago at Kensington in 2 days. but this is a much better start from the Barbadian point of view.
Yeah, definitely. Pretty much a dream start. Ideally, when they were asked to bowl first, I'm sure they did not necessarily envision this, but they have taken actually 2 wickets. One, I would say, was gifted, and the other one was a really good delivery from Simmons to get the outside edge of Melius's bat. Pretty good start from them, whereas the Windward Islands now will be hoping the two most senior players in Kavem Hodge and Alec Athanaze put in some sort of partnership.
Well, Melius gone without scoring, so does Salazano. He might consider himself unfortunate to be run out. And you have the two Dominicans, two West Indies players. And sometimes partnerships are built because of relationships between players.
Yes, and unlike the miscommunication we saw between Melius and Salazano, there should be good communication between this pair.
Yes, whether in English or patois or fluent French. So Matthew Ford, for more information, out of a St. Lucian mother and Barbadian father, am I correct?
That's what I've heard, yes.
That's what I've heard too.
Can't confirm that, but yes.
So I will say no more. But he's had a fairly promising career. Of course, he is well fancied here. He plays for the Kings, so he's a favorite. And probing outside the line of the off stump in that canal of danger. Had a look, didn't play. Athanaze has not been among the runs and really needs to come good today.
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed with the tournament that he's had so far. He hasn't been able to get many runs, but great conditions, great opportunity to do so.
Yes, and I would think the Barbadians are very happy to have a first ball here. A little bit of grass there, challenging the off stump. But Athanaze, who developed as an under-19 player, scoring a fair amount of runs that caught the attention of all.
Yeah, I remember the under-19 World Cup that he played. He was the leading run scorer for the West Indies. So definitely he's been a prolific batsman ever since at the youth levels.
So there's a slight change in the field. The mid-wicket has been brought to a cover. So there's 3 slips at gully, backward point and mid-off. Again, good line. Take an over or so to get warm. There are some fast bowlers who believe you get warm in the dressing room, so when you come out, you're really ready.
Ready to hit the straps?
Yes.
Especially with the new ball.
Yes. I think from the first time I saw Matthew Ford, I think he's put on a little bit of shoulders. Probably working hard in the gym as he goes around the wicket and beats him outside the off stump. I think he did look to offer. So just in case you have just joined us, wherever you are in the world, the toss won by the Windwards. They have lost their opener, Salazano, through the run-out route, and Melius, in fact, Melius called off Simmons both without scoring. Athanaze and Hodge together, and that struck him in the padding. He's gone. Pushing forward to a ball well pitched up, Dwight.
Yeah, Athanaze looks extremely disappointed with this decision, but here on the replay, looked pretty straight to me. From my vantage point, that looked pretty straight, and Athanaze, unfortunately, I know he's disappointed, but he has to go.
And the important thing there, we were seeing the leg stump.
Correct. Yeah, he may have thought that I was going down the leg side, but from the replay that we saw there, the leg stump was definitely exposed, so there's an opportunity that could have well gone on to hit that leg stump.
Well, if the start against the Leewards was bad, this is almost getting into a situation of a calamity for the Windwards. Who is going to bell the cat? Ambrose, who I think highest score is in the 30s. And I don't want to swear by that, but I don't believe he's really produced the runs. This is the time to come and really, as a senior player in the Windward side, to come and work with Hodge to try and produce a partnership.
Yeah, Sunil Ambrose would be very disappointed with the numbers that he's put up this season. Normally, he's one of the most consistent batsmen on the Volcanoes team. So here's an opportunity for him. The team needs him. Two of the most senior pros on this team, been one for free. They would really need a big partnership between this pair.
Well, a conversation between the two, and Matthew Ford has started well. Simmons has had 1 for 1, and Ford has had 5 deliveries. Nothing in the scoring margin, but what's important is the last margin has got that one. Lovely scoreboard. We really appreciate the improved conditions, all because of the World Cup. Really beautiful, lovely, clear names. The Barbados team, let's again repeat for those who might have just joined. Braffett, Boucher, Drakes, Ford, Mears, McAllister, Mosley, Simmons, Warwican, and Wickham, and not in batting order. There is no close fieldsman. Surprised that because of the fall of wickets, we haven't seen a little bit more pressure, forward, short leg, etc.
Yeah, especially to Ambrose. It seems to be quite a defensive field.
So, Ford pitching well up, and just playing very defensively. So anyone walking into the ground now will believe that, well, today is not all Fool's Day. Somebody is playing a joke on us. But that's the real story. Windward's won the toss, are struggling. They are 1 for 3. And, you can read of bad starts, but, this will be as worse as any.
Yeah, this is as bad a start as the Volcanoes would have thought of getting. But credit to the Raymond Siemens and Matthew Ford, they've actually put the ball in the right areas.
Yes, they bowl very beautifully. They have them bowl a loose delivery. That's one coming across the right-hander. The one ball which probably was, I wouldn't say a free ball, but the one that Athens got off the mark with.
Yes, that one was down the leg side and he just worked it down. So that's the one delivery where I think the Volcanoes have got an opportunity to score so far.
So good morning to you wherever you are in the Windwards, in Barbados, in the Caribbean and throughout the world. Lovely conditions. We've had no rain. Windwards won the toss. They're in deep trouble. There's a belated appeal that seemed to be outside the leg stump and might have just clipped the pad, Dwight.
Yeah, a bit of an appeal, but that one just came off the thigh guard.
So good morning to the commentators fraternity in Barbados. Good morning to you all. There are a lot of other matches being played today. Leewards versus Guyana. Trinidad versus Jamaica. The CCC versus the Academy. The ones with that low crouch straightens up now. And instructing the pad. There's a confident appeal. Was it doing too much? He was on the front foot. I don't know how big was the stride.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting to see where that ball pitched, because that looked a good shot from our vantage point.
Well, they have had enough success and not to be disappointed that they didn't rule in their favor, the standing umpire. Melinas not, Solazano not. That's played a little uncertainly off the outer part of the bat. It goes into the gully. I don't think that Braffett will be looking to too much spin too early. I think Warwican will have to wait a while because he will bowl all his all his new ball bowlers, all his seamers.
Yeah, and the conditions here at the Darren Semi usually favors the fast bowlers.
So Mears must be licking his chops to come in. He gets a lot of swing. Simmons, a very good West Indies prospect. That's outside leg stump, maybe taken on the pad. That's confirmed now. So the score inches up. 2 for 3, 2.5 overs. Extremely quiet. We expect maybe a few tourists as we had for the Leewards game, and maybe some West Indies, some St. Lucian spectators, and other people who might be visiting St. Lucia. But today is a working day. I don't believe the publicity for all the matches has been all that good, but that's another story. So Simmons, and aggressive intention. The first shot, I wouldn't say in anger, but the first real aggressive shot.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Ambrose approach the situation being 2 for 3. Because by nature he's a very aggressive, likes to dominate the bowling. So it's going to be interesting to see how he plays this situation.
Well, there are two ways you can go. You can graft it out, or you can try and counter-attack. But you must have the ability to counter-attack, the confidence, the stroke play, and you also need maybe some indisciplined bowling to help you.
Yeah, and this is what the Barbados, the Bajans have not provided this morning. They've been on the money pretty much from ball 1 this morning.
Both teams were here yesterday. I think the Windwards in the morning and Barbados in the afternoon. And we expect a spectator from Barbados, a former first-class player who now is working here. I think he's a close colleague of West Indies players Mayers, and did indicate to me that he'll be coming to watch the game. Matthew Ford comes in, slightly going down leg side, and an opportunity to put bat to ball and just rotate the strike. But it's really an uphill task to recover from here. Difficult. What could be the approach? Maybe simply to try and turn the strike over when possible. Rotate the strike.
I think Hodge, this would be Hodge's game plan, but Ambrose would look to fight fire with fire. He's that sort of player. He's going to continue to be. He's going to be aggressive and trying to counter-attack, like you said in the previous over.
Hodge has got 122, 100. I think there were 3100s this year, and that's going aerial and well played. Maybe just giving him the freedom as it was down the leg side and offer him an opportunity to look for an attacking shot. He got onto the front foot, and he must be very, very happy to see the total virtually shooting up to 7 for 3.
Yeah, very positive intent by Ambrose. They're actually using his feet to Matthew Ford on that occasion and hitting him over a vacant mid-wicket area for 4. So again, like I said, he's going to be very aggressive, look to counter-attack. That's by nature the way that he plays. Doesn't matter the situation.
Well, he showed us in England that he can fight, and this is an opportunity to really bring back that kind of quality knock. Ford once more. Much better line. Pull in and back a bit. So a very interesting 4-day title. 2 rungs to go, and you have Guyana ahead of Trinidad by 1 point. Leeward is not too far behind. Barbados, with a victory here, everybody's back in the money.
Yeah, the final 2 rounds are going to be interesting. It's all to play for with 2 rounds left.
As 3 slips is no gully. Again, maybe just going to leg stump and just turning it away. There could be virtually a grand final. You do not know how the 2 rounds will go, or the next round, this round will go. But Guyana's got to play Trinidad in Trinidad.
This is the final round.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Trinidad were hoping to take the title this year, but they have lost Seals and they have lost Philip. That's way outside the off stump, no pressure. And that's a bit of a setback for the Trinidad and Tobago attack.
Yeah, it is, because both Seals and Phillips have been very good bowlers so far for them this season. And to not only lose, they have not only lost one, but they've lost both of those players for the remainder of the season.
The spinners have been doing well, even although the faster bowlers have done well. Carey Pear, Karaya. So they might. There was some talk of maybe asking Gabriel to return, but I don't believe that got too far. Ford about to return. So the end of another over completed by the successful Barbados combination, and the Windwards are 7 for 3, and we've had maybe just one boundary for the supporters of the Windwards to shout about.
Yeah, so far just the one boundary, and that was off the bat of Sunil Ambrose, who's on 4, and Kavem Hodgson did end on 1. They're trying to rebuild after having lost 3 early wickets.
Yes, the Windwards played very well against the Leewards here. Got 480, but it was the middle order that put those scores together. That just forces him on the back foot. A little bit of movement there. Had to adjust. Instead of going forward, had to get onto the right leg.
Yeah, that one may be a bit of extra bounce, the way Hodge handled that. But so far, Seaman has been getting the ball to just go on with the angle. And I think the LBW shot in the previous over, he did get one to come back in. So there's definitely movement on offer for the Seamans.
Well, for Simmons, the gully has come back. 3 slips gully. No forward short leg, no silly point. No short mid wicket. Not a good delivery, just moving away. He's got to be very watchful. This is good bowling by Barbados.
Yeah, excellent bowling, and with 3 slips and basically 2 gullies, this is exactly what Craig Bradford wants from his seamer.
So again, it's Bradford, Boucher, Drakes, Ford, Mears, McAllister, Mosley, Simmons, Warwick, and Wickham. I'm looking forward to see Wickham. Himself and Addison are highly talked about. Almost a similar delivery. Good movement, good line, good length. Not easy to look to play an attacking shot.
Yeah, but very well played by Hodge, very well handled. He's playing in very soft hands, so he's not getting the opportunity to carry. But if there's anyone joining us, just want to let St. Lucians know that there's actually 2 St. Lucians on debut today, in Noel Leo and Keon Gaston making the debut for the Volcanoes.
Noel Leo is the young keeper.
Yes, young keeper out of Millet, and then Keon Gaston from Monrepo.
Okay, well, here's hoping some supporters from Millet and from elsewhere. There's 16 districts. We love to see some people come out to support the Windwards. And no pressure there. Just getting too wide. And batsman quickly realizing that I didn't have to play. Sometimes, you can get a wide delivery and the wrong reaction. You see it wide, you might look to go for it.
Yep. Given the situation, how tidy the Siemens has been, other batsmen could have easily just thrown their hands at that, but Kevin very disciplined.
More attacking field now. 4 slips of the gully for the young, promising Simmons, who comes in from the far end. Just changing the line there. But Bradford giving him every support, and he is bowled in a manner where Bradford could justify whatever attacking field placing he is put in.
Yeah, he's definitely bowled in the right areas, and he needs to do 1 ball shy of his third over, and he's only considered the 1 run. So definitely doing exactly what is required of him and what the captain asks.
Mayor's just adjusting to his left at second slip. That's driven down the ground. And we'll roll over the rope now for the second boundary of the morning. Slow delivery, pitched up, and good confident shot there as he moves up to 5. Atenes gone 1. Melinas gone without scoring, so Salazano. But Ambris 4 and Hodge 5 now trying to maybe somehow or the other survive to lunch.
Ideally, if you're a Volcanoes fan or coach, this is exactly what you would want. You'd want these two guys to bat at least until lunch. And I'm pretty sure if Ambris bats until lunch, they would get up to a decent enough total. But what Windward can't afford to do now is lose a wicket.
Well, they were 54 against the Leewers and got 480, but I don't think we'll see that happening again today. Looking to drive, lovely shot. Beating cover to his left. Pull back just inside. So a little more aggression, a little more confidence, a little more thought of looking to try and put whatever looks like a semi-bad ball away.
Yeah, Ambris again using his feet and got into a really good position and drove that one nicely for the mid-off area for 3, and he now moves on to 7.
He has served St. Vincent and the Windwards well. May the West Indies team had that unfortunate incident in New Zealand where Wagner pinned the left arm, not wearing a guard, surprisingly. Ford pushing him back. Let me just introduce Dwight Thomas to whoever's listening, wherever you're listening. Dwight Thomas is a former young St. Lucian player, played at the youth level, played for the Windwards at the youth level, and had, 3 seasons in England?
Yes.
Yeah. And has now joined the commentary fraternity. And talking about that fraternity, Claudius Emmanuel, a respected commentator, will soon take over, and that line allows him to play out in the onside.
Yeah, a bit too straight there so far, Matthew Ford, and Hodge right in behind that one, just pushes it to the short mid-wicket.
The big news this morning in Barbados was not cricket. It was that the stadium in Westerford, in fact, the old stadium, which many, many years ago, I remember being open, the JCs were heavily involved. That stadium will soon be done, and they will have a brand new facility in 2 years, a major stadium for track and field and elsewhere. Just ball outside off stump and playing very watchfully. Clouds above, but not threatening. Flags to our left, the St. Lucian flag, the Windward's flag, and a very large Barbadian flag. So congratulations to all who've been waiting for that stadium to come. It's been in the waiting for some time, but better late than never. Nicely played away, good footwork, adjusting very quickly. And as it went down the leg side, playing with the tide, and again, rotating the strike is important.
Yeah, it's very important. That's how you build partnerships. But Ford, on this occasion, a bit too straight. Meet and drink for Hodge. He just turns that down to fine leg for another single. He now moves on to 6. So the partnership now 14. It's a very crucial partnership for the Volcanoes.
Claudius opening a bag to my right, and it smells really nice. His wife obviously got up early this morning, did some baking, fooled once more. And that's, again, a shot of aggression, but didn't try to, take too much advantage of a short delivery, kept it down. So that's the end of the over by Matthew Ford. Little discussion with the captain, and I think falling over, I'll be handing over to Claudius Emmanuel. Many houses coming up around here. There's one to our far left, and that has a beautiful vantage point to sit in the balcony and watch first-class cricket, watch international cricket.
If you're a fan of cricket, that's an ideal place to have a house.
Yes.
Where you never have to pay an entry fee.
Yes, I live quite close to here, but my house was built a long time ago, before this was even thought of a ground. This used to be a pasture, cattle, birds. Maybe still cattle around in other parts. But it's turning out to be a bit of a complex. We'll come back to that, as Simmons is about to continue his work. A lovely shot off the back foot. Oh yes. If you paid $1, you would have gotten your money's worth. It's free to walk in, but that's the shot of the morning.
Yeah, that was a shot of authority, a statement shot by Ambrose. Simmons on that occasion short and wide, and soon he'll hit that to the boundary like a trace of a bullet. So very good shot from Ambrose.
He's been a little under pressure, and he knows that. When batsmen are not getting runs, they know it. It's in their mind, and I think he would like to try and put together a score as he moves to 12, and the total inches up in looking a little better, 20 for 3. As I said, this complex. There's the Sports Academy up the road, the entry into the Glozilla area. Simmons has to work hard to keep that out, just stepping back, pulling the left bagger and turning out in the onside. And there's the National Tennis Center to our right. There is also the indoor auditorium where netball, basketball, volleyball, small goal football can be played. And what we can't see from here is where the 50-meter swimming pool will be coming. That will probably take a year. But St. Lucia now competing locally on a 25-meter pool. Simmons. And that's carried and caught. Caught by
Mayers,
yes. I can see it from the body language. So what looked to be a little promising stand in the making has now reduced the Windwards, who won the toss and elected to bat. They are now at 21 for 4. Maybe you want to look back at that delivery.
Yeah, good delivery from Simmons, but again, Hodge just pushing at that one. No real conviction, no real aggression being shown. Pretty much just hanging the bat out there. And very good catch by Kyle Mayers in second sleep. And the Windward find themselves in further trouble now, having already lost 4 wickets. And we're in the first half hour, just past the first half hour mark.
Well, we'll soon be joined by Claudius Emmanuel. And you talk about the catch. It wasn't a scorcher, but it was dying and low to his right, and judged it well. And I think he's got a fairly, just judging from everything, he's got a fairly large cup of hand.
Yeah, he made that catch look a lot easier than what it was. He's known to have very good hands. And the new batsman is Sadrak Descat, St. Lucian. Last time he was here against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, he did get his maiden 100.
Yes, I was here yesterday when they were practicing, and somebody was saying to him, well, you can have a back-to-back 100 here. he smiled, but definitely a 100 of quality, with a 100 under pressure himself and Ray John.
Yeah. And definitely similar sort of situation. I think they came out 50 for 4 against the Hurricanes. Now it's 21 for 4. So the perfect opportunity. Again, the conditions are very good for batting. There is definitely assistance for the seamers. If you put the ball in the right areas, you could get something out of the wicket. But there's the opportunity here to get some runs and get the Windward Islands Volcanoes out of the trouble that they found themselves in.
Let's look at the order. You see where John is coming? Isn't he coming a little low?
based on what we see on the score, but he's going to come in higher than that. Because
Yes,
he's definitely going to bat higher
I
than
would
Kenneth
think
Lemba.
so. I would think so. So, the local lad, he was saying yesterday, sitting in his car, that he's got relations that you don't know seem to be all that carries his name. His car seems to be related. He likes in Barbados or Guyana, all Braffits are related. So, good success to young Simmons. Looking to play that away. Might have thought to be a little more watchful in the first delivery up.
Yeah, first delivery, already using his feet coming down at Simmons. Again, given the situation, that might not be the best thing to do at this point.
I think that is exactly what Ambrose might be saying to him. So let's look at the bowling. Ford has had 3 overs, 1 for 10. Simmons has had 2 for 10 off 3.4. So Lozano, unfortunately, was run out. I spoke to him yesterday afternoon, and he was looking forward to get a score here. No pressure outside the off stump. So as we were saying, that this is turning out to be a bit of a complex for sport in St. Lucia. There's been an upgrade at the Mendu Phillip Park, and a number of communities have gotten lights. I think Barbados infrastructure is also improving. Other than the stadium I mentioned, it will start soon. I think there's a squash facility just opened. Driving straight, but half stop. Had good intentions. If Simmons didn't get hands to it, it might have gone.
Good stop there from Simmons off his own bowling. Always difficult to get down, but very good stop. And he's now come to the end of his 4th over, and he's got 2 for 10 so far. And Matthew Ford at the other end has 3 overs, 1 for 10.
More from you, Dwight, and will we have Claudius for the first time this morning?
Yeah, so as of right now, the Volcanoes are 21 for 4 of 7 in 7 overs. Batsmen out so far, Kimani Melius gone without scoring. Also, Jeremy Solizano gone without scoring. As a matter of fact, he was run out of the 3rd delivery of the morning without facing a delivery. Very unfortunate way to go. Atenes was out LBW of Ford. And the last man out, Kavem Hodge, caught Mayers, bowled Raymond Simmons. And I welcome Claudius Emmanuel to the commentary seat.
Good morning to you, Dwight, and good morning to viewers, listeners across the various places in which the broadcast is being heard. Dominic Drakes will start over number 8 for the Barbados Pride. So 21 for 4. And it's been a bit of a horror story for the Volcanoes, winning the toss, batting first, but finding themselves in trouble. Drakes doesn't deliver, not happy with the approach here, and will come all the way back. So Umbrice with a score of 13, and he's joined by Descartes, as we said. Descartes with 100. The last game against the Leewards right here would be looking to put his head down once again. Barbados getting the opportunity to get first use of a wicket that's got a nice portion of grass outside off stump, and Umbrice plays up to mid-off, and there's no run. But it must be disappointing, Dwight. You win the toss, you say that it's good batting conditions, you decide to bat, and in the first over you're already 2 wickets down.
Yeah, very disappointing start, and especially the run out, having gifted a wicket to the Barbados Pride. Definitely not the start that they would have wanted. But again, the conditions are good, so there's opportunity for the Volcanoes to really put some runs on the board and apply some pressure.
Drakes, the left hammer, operating over the wicket to the right-handed Umbrice. Edge over the slip down to third. man for 4. So educated edge there by Ambrose, but as we've said, he's looking to really go positively at anything on offer, gets another boundary and takes his total to 17. It's 25 for 4.
Yeah, not in control of that shot. Again, that was a bit of a half volley outside the off stump, and he threw the kitchen sink at that one, got the outside edge. But again, fortune favors the brave, and he continues to be positive and showing good intent.
And I guess the sort of maybe appropriate approach to take, because your side is really struggling with 4 wickets down. We've just had, about 40 minutes of play, so Ambrose looking to take advantage of anything on offer. Full delivery, we'll get a single. In a portion of the bat out to mid-on. So one more to the man from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 26 for 4. And interesting at the toss, Dwight, I suggested to Alec Athanaze that the batting has not been as one would have expected from the Windward's point of view, and he was of a different opinion. He says that they've been feeling good, and feeling good but not producing, that's the point.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's all about the runs on the board, and so far they've not been able to do that on a consistent basis.
Drake's to Descott, playing and missing outside off stump. Not that he really needed to. It was wide of off stump, and he was still drawn to it. Luckily not taking the edge. Ambrose calls him down.
Yeah, that was pretty wide there. Descott, only his 4th delivery. Better off leaving that one alone, especially with free slips and a girlie waiting. That's just flitting with danger.
Descott would want to recall his efforts in the last game against the Leewards. Came in at a similar position of strife for his team. Was able to put a good innings down of 119. Drake's to Descott. Descott is forward and plays defensively. Tends to be very mobile at the crease. Case of maybe not keeping the balance sufficiently, and just doing some gardening. Ambrose encouraging him to stay on. They've got a big job ahead of them, because at 26 for 4, a lot of work to be done. 3 slips on a fine gully. Drake's to Descott. Play on a miss outside off stump. A short of a length delivery. Descott flirting at it outside off.
Yeah, Descott seems to be a bit of a nervous starter. It's almost like he's feeling for the ball, trying to get bat on ball. 2 of those deliveries, the last 2 of those free deliveries, he's better off leaving those alone, but he seems to be just trying to get bat on ball, trying to get the feel. So he's better off leaving those alone. And very good first over by Drakes. Comes to an end, and the Volcanoes are 26 for 4 in all sorts of trouble here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Indeed. So 26 for 4, the effort here by the Volcanoes after they decided to bat first. An update from the other game, Leewards Hurricanes versus Guyana Happy Eagles. 28 for 1, Guyana Happy Eagles. And here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, we're going to get a double change, because we are going to have from the far end a bowling change. Barbados, so Ja McAllister will be the one to come in, and he will be operating from the southern end as he comes into Ambrose back and plays up on the onside, and there's no run. So Dwight Thomas takes a break, and we're joined by Jamal James for the first time this morning. Good morning to you, sir.
Yes, good morning, Claudius, and to the viewers and listeners out there. Perfect day for cricket, but things not going quite well for the Windward Islands.
Not at all. So for McAllister, 2 slips being employed by Craig Brathwaite. 2 slips in a gully. Third man posted. I think that's Brathwaite himself. McAllister to Ambrose. Off the back foot, looking for room. It's not available. And so he plays into the offside straight to Warwican. And so the total remains 26 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus Jamaica Scorpions. That is to come. Combined Campuses versus West Indies Academy. CCC, they're 23 without loss. So that's the action in the other 2 games. Here in St. Lucia, McAllister to Umbris. Off the back foot, cut away. And into the backward point boundary for 4. So short and got onto it nicely, Umbris. Helping himself to another boundary. He goes to 22 and scoring quite quickly indeed. He's faced just the 18 deliveries. Windward's Volcanoes 30 for 4. Nicely put away.
Extremely well played by Ambrose. This one was short and wide and was certainly begging for the treatment, and Ambrose choosing the counter-attacking option. When Reds was on, Claudius, he mentioned that there are 2 ways you can go about it, and Ambrose certainly choosing the way of the counter-attack.
With that stroke, Warwican posted on the backward point boundary. McAllister to Ambrose. Back. Tight delivery. Just playing up to mid-on. And there's no run. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus Jamaica Scorpions. That's a pink ball game, so that's yet to start. So 4 games in this round, round 6. And the Windwards in towards the bottom of the table. 45 points. Barbados, they're on 78. McAllister will continue to Umbris. So Barbados in 6th position. Correction, 4th position. Volcanoes 6. McAllister to Umbris. Straight delivery turned away. Out towards backward square leg. Drakes with the left-handed return. And so they take 1 at the end of the over. Yes, over number 9. At the end of it, Volcanoes within the toss and batting first. They are 31 for 4. In fact, it's not the end of the over. It's the field changing as the left-handed Descartes will come into strike. So Barbados Pride with a record of loss, win, 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 loss. So 3 wins, 2 losses. McAllister will go round the wicket to the left-hander. Drive in nicely, but straight to the bowler, who feels in the follow-through. So the end of the over, the 9th of the innings, the Volcanoes, they're 31 for 4.
A decent start to proceedings from Jai McAllister, barring that one errant delivery, which was short and wide outside the off-stump. He has settled into a good line and length. But it is good to see Ambrose showing that counter-attacking intent. The Windwards, they are under significant pressure. They find themselves in a position of struggle at 31 for 4. We've just seen 9 overs. The Pride definitely on top. And the Windwards with Shadrach Descartes and Sunil Ambrose at the crease. Batters known as men for the fight. They'll be hoping that these gentlemen can stitch together a good partnership to see them out of trouble.
Drakes to start his 2nd over. He will move into Umbers, the right-hander. Umbers taking that on the pad. Bit of inward movement there for the left-hander. So Barbados Pride, we told you, 78 points. They're in 4th position. the Windward's Volcanoes, they are 6th position, 45 points. And their record so far, loss, draw, win, loss. So just a 1 win right here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground versus the Leewards in round 4. And it's been a struggle for the Volcanoes. Drakes to Ambrose. Forward and getting it off the edge, but educatedly so, as it goes between in the gap between the gully and the second slip. One more to Ambrose. Perhaps it suggests he was in control as he gets 1. Goes to 24. It's 32 for 4.
It's almost cries of anguish when the fielder shouted catch, and that one did carry. Had the fielder been positioned, it would have certainly have carried for the catch, but they opted to have the third man in place, given the counter-attacking nature of Ambrose.
Third slip in place for the left-handed Descartes, who's yet to score. Drakes to Descartes. Drive in, outside off stump, but really not having to play, but somehow drawn into those strokes. And ball going past the outside edge. Right foot maybe not coming out sufficiently to the line of the ball, Jamal. Put on your coaching hat.
Certainly, and from what I'm seeing here, if you just look at the setup of Descartes, you see all 3 of the stumps exposed, and he's not making a concerted effort to come across and cover those stumps.
Drakes to Descartes. Descartes, all hands, no feet. Again, the ball going past the outside edge, so the movement is definitely towards the slip cordon, and in fact, as we speak, Craig Brathwaite is strengthening that slip cordon with the addition of a 4th slip fielder, and quite rightly so, because Descartes has shown that vulnerability outside off stump.
It's Craig Brathwaite, an experienced captain, the former leader of the West Indies Test team, certainly knows what is required at this level. But again, Descartes needs to make that concerted effort to cover those stumps.
Drakes to Descartes, 4 slips and a gully. And Descartes is actually on the walk on this occasion, coming out of his crease a couple of steps towards the bowler, but again the ball eludes the outside edge. A much shorter delivery in terms of length, but it warrants a call for a mid-wicket charge by Ambrose.
Well, he certainly did make an effort to cover those stumps, walked right across and down the wicket as well, trying to compensate for that movement from the left-arm bowler.
Drakes again to Descartes. This one is wide above off stump, and so Descartes has it covered. Doesn't play as the over is completed. So 10 completed, 32 for 4. The Volcanoes winning the toss and batting first.
Yes, but not the best of finishes from Drakes. He really had Descartes in a spot of bother, and that last delivery just suggests that he allowed him to escape, had him under some significant pressure, but Descartes showing some good judgment and allowing that last one to go through. Possibly the benefit of that mid-wicket conversation from the senior partner in Ambrose. Ambrose, the Test player. And
former Test player, shall we say?
Well, you never know. Right? Possibly a double century under these strenuous conditions, and you never know, he might just catapult himself in the minds of the selectors.
Absolutely, but I think based on how he has gone so far, you don't think that he's putting pressure on Darren Sammy and company. Sunil Ambrose is in strike. McAllister starting a new over. Short pulled away, but straight to the fielder at the squalic boundary. An awkward return from Matthew Ford, one more to Ambris. He goes to 25. Descart, it's been a struggle for him. He's faced 10 deliveries. He's yet to score. If you are joining us for the first time, let's bring you up to date. The Windward's Volcanoes, they started with Melius and Jeremy Solozano. Solozano was very early on in trouble. He was run out without scoring and without facing a ball. Melius, the very next ball, was caught keeper Bull Simmons for a duck. Hodge caught Mayers Bull Simmons 6. McAllister round the wicket to Descart. A big drive and a miss. Once again, Descart not laying bat on ball. Athenaeus, LBW Bowl Ford for 1. Windward's losing wickets at 0, 1 and 21. Simmons 2 for 10 from 4 overs. McAllister to Descart. It's a good delivery, back of a length, stands up straight, and this time lays bat on ball. Goes up to mid-off, no run. Ford, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10. Dominic Drake's 2 overs for 6 runs. McAllister in his second over, he's midway through it. It's considered 6. 2 slips and a gully for the left-handed Descart. McAllister from the south. Descart again back onto his stumps and plays this time on the onside. Jamal, he looks more comfortable when the ball is of a shorter length.
He certainly does, and I'm actually quite surprised that Bradford has not reinforced the cordon and has not asked his fast bowler to persist with that fuller length outside the off stump. The way that Descart has played, he seems to be quite eager to flash the bat outside the off stump.
McAllister to Descart. Short bouncer, ducking is Descart. And ball going to the keeper. So McAllister, tall man, maybe testing to see what the track has for him.
And this is what you want to see. I don't think that he would get that experience anywhere else in the region at this time. The Darren Sammy wicket certainly has a lot on offer for the Quicksters. And just as we speak, Bradford has reinforced the cordon.
Indeed, McAllister to Descart. Driven, the bowler knocks it down and will get Descart off the mark. So finally he's off the mark on his 15th delivery as the 11th over is completed. So 34 for 4, which is the latest from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Descart really had to work hard to get off the mark, Claudius. And finally he gets there. Descart in home conditions would have scored a century in his previous innings here at the Darren Sammy. And the Windwards would require something similar or even better, given the position that they find themselves in. Really suffering at the hands of some high quality bowling from the Pride team and some good fielding. Very early in the morning they were alive to the opportunity for the run out, and Solozano found himself stranded. Some miscommunication with new opening partner Melius.
Drake's to continue to Descart. Packed slip cordon. Edge on the bounce. And knocked down by the 4th slip in Warwican. In fact, you mentioned the Barbados catching and the fielding, so they've done well. So a catch to the keeper to dismiss Melius. Mayers with a good catch to dismiss Hodge. Both of Simmons. So Simmons has been to pick up the bowlers. The left arm seamer has picked up 2 for 10 from his 4. Drake's looking for his first. 4 slips and a gully for him to Descart. Descartes is again on the walk. And again missing outside off stump. Ambris comes down to have a chat with him.
It just feels like we've seen this movie over and over again. Descartes persisting with that form of counter-attack. There is appreciable movement on offer for Drakes. And one of the ways that batters typically contend with that movement is to come down the wicket, just make that advance to shorten the time that the ball has to move. But Drake's keeping to his discipline and showing some good skill.
Drake's again to Descartes. Struck on the pad, the appeal going up, but not in real conviction. In fact, there was not much support for Drake's from the slip cordon and the keeper. And umpire saying not out. Umpire Ryan Bawari, operating from the northern end. Umpire Zaid Bazaraf assisting at square leg. And big shout, but mostly from Drake's, this one, Jamal.
Yes, showing some good variety, getting that ball to move away the majority of the time, but that last one, just getting it to hold its line. Shadrach Descartes, that head falling over, played all around the front pad.
Yes, he's just been a little too mobile for me at the crease. And needs to bat on, as somebody's saying below us. Delivery that's into the pad and clipped away to backward square leg. McAllister is onto it. And Descartes takes 2. So he goes to 3. It's 36 for 4.
Yes, and that's the advantage, in a sense, with the slip cordon being so packed. There's acreage of available space, the pockets to just place that ball into and get your 2s and 3s. Descartes is quite quick between the wickets, very fit young player.
Drake's to Descartes. Descartes takes a look and says, well, I'm not going to play, which is what he needs to do, because it's too wide of off stump.
Yes, and we can all appreciate that Descartes is the sort of player to pounce on the bowling, but this phase of the game really calls for some concentration, calls for him to just buckle down and see off some high quality bowling from Barbados Pride.
Drake's one delivery left in the 12th over. Goes to Descartes, struck on the pad, the appeal going up and given. So umpire raising the index finger, potentially looking for a cut at the wicket because it was of a foolish length. And we'll look at that again, and that has been caught by the keeper, so it's not clear what that was. You suggesting LBW, Jamal?
Yes, certainly. It looked to me as if that one fell on the toe. And a very good delivery, almost Yorker length. Descartes playing all around this one. And the umpire did have a good long look at this one and deciding that this one would have crashed into the stumps. And just saw on replay once more that Descartes, like you were saying, a bit too mobile. Let's just look at this one again. Yes. Wrapped on the pad, in line with the middle stump, played around the front pad, and good camera quality there, just tracking this one, and it appears to be a very good decision by the umpire. Reward for some good persistent bowling from the Drakes. He did have Descartes in a spot of border and finally claiming his prize.
Indeed, so the full length working against the left-hander. So Drakes gets his first wicket as the Windward's Volcanoes, they find themselves 36 for 5 and in a position of considerable strife, particularly when you recognize that they would have won the toss and decided to bat. Well, the players, they are refreshing themselves. You have had 1 hour's play, so we'll get more thoughts from Jamal James just to reflect on the first hour's play, and then once again it would be Joseph Redsborough.
Yes, so winning the toss, the Volcanoes decided to make full use of the blissful batting conditions at the Darren Sammy. The wicket heralded as the best surface for cricket in the region, not just from the St. Lucian point of view, but by players on the international circuit. And the team has had some considerable struggles with bat in hand in recent times, and Claudius did inform us that they've just won just one game, and that game was right here under those good batting conditions. But winning the toss, possibly expecting something similar, but they were confronted with some disciplined Barbadian bowling. They put the ball in some good areas, made good use of the conditions. There was movement on offer in the air and off the pitch, and some good fielding. The catching has been quite good. There was a run out, so the Barbados Pride team, they're fully on song. It's just been 12 overs and they've already picked up some 5 wickets. So Reds, it's not looking good for the Windward Volcanoes at this time.
Not looking good is putting it very mildly. I say this might turn out to be a really horrible day, but we just have to wait and see. Young man has just come out, Leo, making his debut. You would have seen him play at the club level before?
Yes, certainly, and he would have come through the ranks of St. Lucia and Windward's cricket, then the 15 team, then the 19 team, with the Windward's wicketkeeper for a while, and got on to the Windward Volcanoes team, when was it, last year? So, an aggressive player by nature, known for his counter-attacking intent, enjoys putting the bowling to the sword, but given the position that the team finds themselves in, it'll be very interesting to see how he decides to play on debut. You only get one debut, Reds?
Yes, and in the case of Solazano, we were talking earlier, his debut turned out to be really a bad lucky debut because he got hurt in the game for the West Indies, and that wasn't quite the debut he expected. So Leo, the wicketkeeper, gets his debut, and I think there might be a small little gathering that has come to support him. But this is really a terrible start by the Windwards. 36 for 5, and Ambrose stands out like a lighthouse on a very dark night. It's 25 out of that 36. But it's Ambrose, good footwork, and he's looked good. He has not had a good season, but since he has come in, he's looked very good. Nice bit of footwork, picking up a single, rotating the strike, giving the debutant an early look at the Barbados attack.
Ambrose, one of the more seasoned campaigners in regional cricket. At one point in time was the vice captain of the West Indies white ball team, and needs to summon and show forth all that experience today. But he brings on strike the debutant Noah Leo, opening batter by trade on the St. Lucian circuit. So he certainly not be new to this situation. And he turns around and sees free slips in the gully.
Taking a leg stump guard, Simmons, 4.1 overs, 2 for 11. And Braffett has been making the changes necessary. No pressure there on Leo. Happy to get a starter outside the line of the off stump and leaving it alone. So, not the kind of day that the Windwards wanted, but anyone listening, not seeing or just hearing the scores or following the scores will believe that this is a pretty poor pitch. And why did the Windwards bat? Well, it's the other way around. It's a lovely batting pitch. The Windwards batted, and that's a flashing drive and down to the boundary for 4. So off the mark in his debut, a lovely square drive. He really lengthened it, dropped the left shoulder, and hit it quite beautifully down to backward point. Well, aggression is important, but his aggression, as you said, he's aggressive by nature. It's got to be mixed.
Yes, what a way to get off the mark. Noel Leo has just elevated to the ranks of regional senior cricket and has gotten off the mark, home soil. So if that shot is anything to go by, we're in for a treat this afternoon.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. 41 for 5. Looks quite competent that he turns that away. Don't know his age, but he looked comparatively a young man.
Yes, I don't think that he has touched 21 as yet. I think got into the St. Lucia senior team straight after under 19 cricket and got himself onto the Volcanoes team the year after. So, a very young man, bright future ahead.
Simmons continuing, left arm over.
Just look at that from Noel Leo.
Well, like his policy will be one of aggression. That was pitched up. That's a very good shot because it was up and he played it straight, played it beautifully, held the position, and so far so good. Can this be the turnaround that the Windwards really want? He's moved now to 8 and the total jumps to 45 for 5.
Yes, it's nothing new from Noel Leo, but he gets the opportunity to show forth all that talent that we know that he possesses.
No change in the field, 3 slips, no gully. He's onto the front foot. Steering that, just opening the face slightly. So a good start by young Leo. And he may be encouraging from the other end because Ambrose, as I said, who stands like a mountain, 26 not out to 45 for 5. And Ambrose has been very impressive.
Certainly has, and we've been saying it, Windward's in need of a shepherd at the moment, and Ambrose certainly positioned to be the one to lead them to a score of some respectability. But early on, I think Claudius gave Ambrose a shot of the day with that cut shot, but after seeing that shot from Noel Leo straight down the ground, I think it gives it some serious competition.
Well, there have been very few. So there's not a lot of shots competing. And the dominance is coming from the Barbados attack. You look at the scoreboard, Melinis no score, Salazana no score, Hodge 6, Athens 1, as we're back with Drakes. Just pushing the batsman back a bit and coming forward at the last moment. There was a lot of speculation that Drakes probably would have gone further on in his career, but there was a period where I think he was injured and out, because I've often spoken to his dad, Vaspert, who everybody knows played for the West Indies. So here's hoping that that potential and the West Indies could use a genuine left arm fast.
He's also quite good with the bat. So there is some promise in Drakes for sure.
Yes, he is known for winning a CPL title in St. Kitts with a good all-round performance. But that's not in his head right now. It's 4-day cricket. Australia are coming. We have South Africa A's coming. So lots of armchair selectors picking teams. And great opportunity for a lot of young players. And maybe even some players that Coach Darren Sammy might be thinking of in terms of the test squad, maybe introduce in the West Indies A selection. There will be a game at this ground. Lear going back. Again looking very composed and confident as he just played that into the area of gully. Braffett, is he bringing in the gully or he stays at backward point?
You know, Red, it's interesting that you mentioned about the armchair selectors. Wonder what they would have to say about the captaincy of the test team, given that the man you just mentioned, Braffett, has resigned from the post.
Well, we'll come back to that after this effort by Drakes. Beautiful shot. Oh, we talked about the shot of the morning. Well, I think we've got 3 shots competing for the shot of the morning. That was pitched up, hit it beautifully past cover down to the boundary for 4. And all of a sudden, 50 appears when I'd look at any one time that they would hardly have gotten there. 50 for 5. And this young man has really looked very special moving to 12. Leo.
It's really a bright spark for St. Lucia and Windward's cricket. But my goodness, Red, wasn't that elegantly played for the offside? When the left-hander strokes the ball for cover, it's a beautiful picture.
Yes. Yes. Some left-handers, that was easy on the eye. You can, well, I mean, you can talk about Brian Lara, but people like David Gower was very easy on the eyes, so to speak. Different player from Lara.
Ooh la la.
That moved away, good delivery. Everything is not going to come back. Everything is going to sometimes go away. And lovely effort there by Drakes.
It's just erring in the previous delivery, over pitching, possibly looking for the swing and driven quite sweetly and pulling back the length and still getting some appreciable movement from the surface.
Drakes nicely built. Looks like a pretty good athlete. His father was 2 slips and a gully, a little more defensive to feel. And short, brought the attention of the batter. Had to quickly get onto his toes. Controlled it well though and kept it into the area of the wide third slip and down. He played it very well. So the end of the over from Drakes, 50 for 5. In case you have just joined us, we can tell you that the Windwards won the toss, are in deep trouble with Amber's top scoring with 27. And we seem to have listeners from all over. We just had a message from Tony McQuart, who's right now in Santo Domingo on a short break, and saying that the coverage is loud and clear. Pictures are loud and clear. I'm sure that the producers for the broadcast are happy with that. I think that Bruce Nansen from Trinidad is also with the action. Simmons. And again, nicely played. Coming across, use the hands. Nice control. And fairly soft hands, just allowing it to run away to third man as he got on to the front foot. So the strike rotating. 51. We are in the 15th over. The weather continues to hold. it's not really a scorchy day. This is a day if you were sitting outside you would appreciate.
Certainly be happy, and you're seeing some good breeze if you just look at the fielders and the clothing. Certainly a beautiful day for cricket.
Yes, blue skies and gentle breeze, as one calypso singer wrote very famously. Short, and he was on the front foot, but kept it down. I think he was surprised by the lift there.
Yes, and it would seem that the bowlers from the Pride have made a good assessment of Noel Leo. His 3 boundaries have come from balls pitched well up to him. He's played some exquisite drive, the square drive, the cover drive, and the drive straight back past the bowler. And since then, they've been eager to shorten the length at him.
Well, the height there was the factor, but let's see how well he can play off the back foot if this continues. Well, no back foot there. Playing dourly defensive. Number 4 on his back. But he has put together a very impressive 12 runs. Windward's badly needing a partnership of 50 and 60 plus 100 will be celebrated by manager Liam Sebastian, the son of Lockhart Sebastian, who I know is with us in the broadcast. Off the back foot on that occasion, but not the same height. But Lockhart Sebastian is someone who, even in his playing days, would have his radio. His years as manager, you will always be listening, not just to the game that his team was involved in, but listening to just what everything was happening. Good morning to you. And again, good thinking, very, very matured for a young man, just pitching up a little bit further than maybe he wanted, and getting onto the front foot and taking the bottom hand away, the top hand going over the deepish mid-on as he moves to 16, and the total goes to 55 for 5 in the 14.5 overs.
Again, another shot that was elegantly played by Noel Leo. You just described it perfectly, Reds, that high elbow on display. And we would have mentioned that they made a good assessment that he is really strong when the ball is pitched up to him. But on that occasion, Simmons erring a bit too full and giving Leo the chance to express himself on debut. But right away, Craig Brathwaite has opted to position a man at long on. So, still to come, Denver, John, Tyson, and Gaston. I think John will come higher after getting 100 against the Leewards, but that's behind us. He's back. Partner wanted to look for the single. The man in strike didn't respond, and the over is completed. And a small partnership in the making here, a partnership of 19, which is probably the best partnership by far. Yes, it certainly is. And in Noel Leo, Sunil Lambris has found a good partner. Someone who looks quite stable and secure at the crease, has shown some good defense, has not seemed phased by the bowling, albeit he is a young man on debut. He seems quite in control of things out there in the middle.
So, Drake's 4 overs, 1 for 13. And as you heard, the Happy Eagles were 41 for 3. Anderson was still there, along with Savory, Drake's, and the Darren Sammy. That's not a good shot. And easily the worst shot that he would have played. Short, outside the off stump. He could easily have gotten a top edge and go down by the small scoreboard where someone is waiting. So maybe the first really bad decision by Ambrose.
Yes, The Pride would have certainly done their homework. Ambrose had struggled with the shot delivery, especially in his international career. So just trying out the deck against him.
Drakes, let's see if he'll test him once more. He brings him forward and stifled appeal. Drake's holding his head. Like if all of a sudden he's had a massive headache. They didn't look all that disappointed. He did go up, but he was well forward. And the important thing is where was, in fact, the ball pitch. But one must give the umpires so far every credit, because I think all their decisions have been spot on.
They've been outstanding.
We'll try and get more information on the umpires, because everybody is important in making a first-class game. And that's nicely turned around. Slightly taken away the bottom man as he played the shot. So we quickly have gotten the names. Thank you, Ryan Banwari and Zayed Basarat. I'm happy I can read your handwriting, sir. But a man, of course, who's been educated at a very high level, I didn't expect anything but. 56 for 5, Leo. Again, well handled. Again, short, trying to test his ability to play off the back foot. But if you could just judge on the short innings as he's had, you wonder why he's come into the Windward side maybe so late in the day.
Certainly, I thought that he would have been given an opportunity quite early on, especially the team had been struggling with bat in hand, and he's someone who can inject some life.
You feel defensive, 2 slips at the gully now. Again, he pulling back the length. But nicely handled. He hasn't gotten too ambitious, look for too much aggression. And maybe Amber's just walking down and said, look, we have another 32 minutes to stay here.
All right. And Noah Leo, a man known for smoking the ball to all parts, nicknamed Smokey.
Well, you obviously got his background well. That's pitched well up, well bowled. You had to dig it out. It was wide outside the off stump. So a nice mixture of length, bounce, and end of the over from Drake's. He's had 5 overs, 1 for 14, and one must say that the Barbados selectors who put this 11 together, one can say that the bowlers have done their decisions very well.
Certainly, and we haven't even seen Kyle Mayers as yet.
Nope.
And we were expecting that he would have gotten the ball in hand quite early on in the piece, given the movement and offer, especially what we saw from Matthew Ford.
Well, I think the very fact that Mayers have not been given the half shine ball is because those who have been employed by Braffett has in fact done an excellent job. We've seen very few bad deliveries, very few free balls, and what we've got, I think we got McAllister back. He is, in my view, a real old-fashioned West Indies fast bowler, very aggressive. McAllister comes in, pounds it out, big appeal going up, but maybe hit outside off. I remember the first time I saw Wesley Hall in a West Indies trial match in Trinidad, 1956, preparing for the 57 tour. Young Wesley Hall running in a great tradition of a very old-fashioned type West Indies fast bowler. McAllister is that, giving 110%, totally. Very aggressive. Not exactly the coaching manual, but it doesn't really matter. Outside the off stump, Jeff Thompson didn't follow the coaching manual, and there are many others who didn't follow the coaching manual. And Malik McCusk doing a job that he knows, McAllister doing the job exactly that he has learnt, going back to his mark. He's in his second spell. 2 slips in the gully. Ambrose 29. I think we'll have a signal from the umpire as it inches up to 56. At the end of the over, we'll have a double change. Dwight will be back, and so will be Claudius. And they will take us to lunch. I'm not too sure what they'll be offering, but we're all very hungry, so the bill might be fairly high.
But you know, Reds, I think the pride might have just made you happy. It's the first signs of a short leg this morning.
McAllister with the forward short leg now coming in, and but it doesn't really floor Leo. Leo gets a short delivery, started to go down, stay down. So McAllister isn't going to make life easy for Leo as they head towards lunch. We're about 28 minutes.
Sending a strong message to Noel Leo that if you thought first-class cricket was easy,
McAllister 2.4, none for 7. Sorry about that. Still the forward short leg, 2 slips of the gully. And, well, what a delightful shot. I mean, that will hurt the fast bowler's pride. Because McAllister probably backs himself to bowl a fairly heavy ball and quite quick. And it was pitched up and he hit that beautifully, well timed. Everything meant to go that way. The total goes to 61-5. He's picked up yet another boundary and he has now moved to 20. Ambrose must be really enjoying this innings. He's not out on 29.
Yes, and that was not a cricket shot. That was a statement. And a quite apt response to that short delivery, showing that he's able to fight fire with fire. But to just discuss that some more, we will have Claudius and Dwight back.
Yes, well, Dwight will slip in to my left. If Dwight was, in fact, get rid of that beard over the weekend, he might almost qualified to play on the 23 cricket. More from him, and then it'll be Claudius.
Yes, thank you, listeners and viewers. It's been a very entertaining last 15 or 20 minutes. Noel Leo on debut, the young St. Lucian, has been very aggressive so far. He's gotten 20 of the 20 deliveries, and every single one of his scoring shots so far has actually been boundaries. So pretty entertaining going, but a good recovery nonetheless by the Volcanoes batsmen so far, Noel and Ambrose. They've put on 25. I welcome Claudius.
Thank you, Dwight. So good passage of play for the Volcanoes, looking to build 61 for 5. Partnership quite useful. They have taken it from 36. That's what, 25 partnership between these two. And the young man Leo has got 20 of them. All boundaries, as Dwight indicated. But the first sign of spin from Brathwaite. Jomel Warwick can be introduced in the attack. So about 26 minutes to the luncheon interval. A slip and a forward short leg. Surprising, Dwight, that we're seeing spin?
Not necessarily. I think it's good to give the spinner a few overs before lunch just to see if there's any bit of assistance on offer, especially the way Noel has come out against the fast bowlers. So maybe that's an opportunity to see how he handles the spinners.
So Warwican, who did great job in Pakistan for the West Indies, first delivery to him, from him to Ambrose, tugged down to the long on fielder. So one more to Ambrose, he goes to 30, and the total 62 for 5. So Noel Leo, it's been a bit of a Lionheart performance by the young man, living up to his name, Leo the Lion, and he's gone well so far against the seam. We've told you about his 5 boundaries. He's got a different challenge before him now to see how he goes against the spin.
Yeah, it's going to be a different challenge against a very experienced Warwican, and with the full spread, it's going to be interesting to see how he decides to play.
Warwican over the wicket to Leo. Forward, outer portion of the bat will get probably 2. Yes, he's got enough time to come back. So 2 more to him. The first time he's actually running to add to his score, because he has hit some 5 boundaries as he goes to 22, the total 64 for 5.
Yeah, Warwican on that occasion, a bit of a straighter delivery. That one went on the outside edge, but very well controlled by Leo, who continues to look good so far. He and Ambrose, they've put on 28, so good partnership.
Field change, short leg now going to second slip or short gully. Warwican to Leo, forward. Plays up on the offside, no run. Long off, long on, deep mid wicket. The 3 men out. Warwican to Leo. Back, plays nicely, competently. It's been an impressive innings from him so far. Just the 23 deliveries, but the manner of his execution of his innings so far has been impressive. Warwican to Leo is forward studiously and continues to play well. First over of spin, 1 delivery left. This is the 18th of the innings. Warwican to Leo. Leo clips it away. Get a single through forward square as the ball is being picked up now by Drake. So the end of the over, the first over of spin for the day. The Windward's Volcanoes, they're 65 for 5.
Yeah, pretty tidy over there for Warwican. Not much turn on offer. But the one thing he did in that over, he forced Leo to play at every single one of those deliveries. So as we know, the Darren Sammy usually favors, more often than not, favors the seamers. But I'm sure Warwican would have a job to do for his team.
So Simmons 2 for 24 from his 6. 1 for 14 Dominic Drakes. 1 for 10 Ford. McAllister 3 overs, not for 11. Will continue his battle with Leo. We've seen, or we did see in the previous over, short delivery that flawed Leo, but Leo responded with a lofted drive down the ground. 2 slips, leg gully, 4 short leg. There's also a gully. McAllister over the wicket. Short delivery, good one. And Leo has to take evasive action. And McAllister comes up in the follow through in the general vicinity of Leo. But good handling there of the short delivery.
Yeah, looked a bit ungainly, but well left in the end, well handled. What I've seen so far, every single one of his scoring shot has been off the front foot. So maybe McAllister had realized that, and really the plan right now is to go short with the short leg in place.
Indeed. So we have seen him attack on the front foot, but to the shorter deliveries, he has been mostly in defense.
Yep.
And so McAllister, well, Reds described him as reminiscent of West Indies quicks, very much so. He reminds me a lot of Milton Small, particularly with that left arm up in the air, short delivery, and Back of a length, Leo plays into the offside. I'm going to tease you a little bit, Dwight Thomas. Milton Small. Do you know of this former West Indies player?
Unfortunately, no. That would be before my time.
Yes, in fact, he played for the West Indies in the 80s. Milton Small and Barbadian. And there's something quite reminiscent of him in McAllister. The back of a length delivery. Good one. And Leo plays up on the offside. There's no run. So the big fast bowler running in. And not afraid to fire in the bouncer. We have seen a couple, maybe 3 of them so far from him. And quite exciting stuff. I guess exciting for the commentators and the fans. I'm not sure it's exciting for Leo, who is pulling out towards mid-wicket. That's gone one bounce just inside the boundary. Oh my word, what a response. Well, I was suggesting that he has not attacked the short ball, but on this occasion, short, and Leo was onto it and hit it high and handsome. Almost going for a maximum. He goes with the boundary to 27, 69 for 5.
What a response from the young man. And as a matter of fact, he hit that well in front of square, which would suggest that he picked up that very quickly. Very good looking shot. And he does have some fans in the crowd from Millet who's actually supporting him, and I'm hoping that he goes on to something big today.
Absolutely. Well, he's been very impressive so far. 27 from 29 balls. Can he just temper his aggression and maybe survive to lunch? Delivery short, and is just swaying out of it and into the gloves of the keeper, and demonstrating, Dwight, generally that he's keeping his eyes on the ball and playing according to the merit of the delivery.
Yes, definitely. Even the 2 deliveries that I would say floored him, he still kept his eyes on those balls and were able to get out of the way. What he's done so far, he's mixed aggression with defense. He's looked very good in defense so far. Even when the ball has been shot, he's looked solidly behind it. So very impressive start.
Field change. The leg gully has been posted out on the boundary. So he's at square leg. McAllister to Leo. Leo gets one into the body. And in the end plays sufficiently comfortably to drop it down in front of him. But just a little tucked up in that last one as the over came to an end. Pretty eventful stuff at the end of the 19th. 69 for 5. Leo is on 27 from 31. Ambris 30 from 34. And that is regional 4-day cricket from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yeah, very good partnership so far between Leo and Ambris. So far they've put on 33, and importantly that 33 has come in really quick time of only the 42 deliveries. So they're definitely counter-attacking and putting some pressure back on the Barbados pride.
Absolutely. Warwican to start over number 20 to the right-handed Ambris. Slip and a short mid-on the adjoining strip. Ambris plays defensively. For Ambris, there's also long off, long on, and deep mid-wicket. So Windwards with 3 changes, winning the toss and batting. Ambris driving into the offside will get the single, as the dive was not successful. In fact, they've got sufficient time to come back for second. So 2 more to Ambris, taking him to 32 and the total 71 for 5.
Yeah, good communication, good run in there from Ambris and Leo to come back for the second run. And Ambris continues to look good. I know in this partnership, Leo has been the main contributor, but Ambris continues to do very well. He's 42 of 35 deliveries.
Warwican to continue to Ambris. Round the wicket. Ambris will get a single to the backward square leg region, as his total goes up to 33 and the total 72 for 5. So the Windward Volcanoes bringing in Kimani Melius
well, a trio of St. Lucians, really. Kimani Melius, Noel Leo, and Keon Gaston, the last two making their first-class debuts. The aforementioned Leo in strike is 27 from 31. Slip and short gully. Warwican to him. Edged and caught at slip. Is that is maybe picking up on the bounce? We will have to see. Well, the Barbadians are celebrating. In fact, the index finger raised. A very smart catch indeed by the man at first slip. Outside edge and very low down one-handed. Well, I'm not sure about that. That looked a close thing, but umpire Banwari has raised the index finger, and we'll have to go with that as Noel Leo departs. We get an opportunity to sit a bit close up. Outside edge, clear outside edge, the ball going to the slip fielder. Close thing, a bit of some dust being kicked up there by the fielder, maybe the fingers brushing the turf, and it's a close thing. Umpire saying fairly taken, and so we'll leave it at that. 72 for 6, Dwight Thomas.
Yeah, I think Kyle Mayers, his fingers may just have been under that one. So very good catch in the end, and a very entertaining inning from Noel Leo on debut has actually come to an end.
Get another opportunity to look at it real time. Yeah, looks a clean catch. So good work by Kyle Mayers. He was able to stay with that and come up with a very good catch. So success for the Barbados Pride. Leo going, caught Mayers, bowl Warwican for 27, and a major blow there because Leo had looked quite good. The new batsman, the left-handed, the right-handed Demba, is that?
No, Ryan
John, number 74. So Ryan John comes into strike, and he'll be facing Warwican. First delivery for him. Drive in to mid-off, and there is no run. 72 for 6. So Ryan John, a man who got 100, his first class 100 in the game against Leewards. Here, forward he goes, wants the single, but Ambrose is not interested. And so at the end of the over, the total stays on 72 for 6.
Yeah, successful over there from Jomel Warwican. His second over, 1 for 7. Again, not much on offer in terms of turn and bounce, but definitely putting the ball in the right areas. And he was able to get the outside edge of Leo's bat. An excellent catch from Mayers in that over. But the Windward Islands found themselves in further trouble at 72 for 6. Sunil Ambrose not out at 33, but importantly, Ryan John would have good memories of playing here. Last game against the Hurricanes, he did get 100. So he's definitely got good memories, and he'll be looking to put that to good use today.
Indeed. So McAllister will get the opportunity now to bowl to Ambrose. So the Barbadians would be very happy with the morning session so far. They lost the toss. I think they would have been beside themselves with the opportunity to bowl first on a wicket that has quite a bit of green on it, live grass. McAllister continuing to Ambrose. Ambrose will get a single to mid-on as Ryan John comes through. So one more to Ambrose. He goes to 34, and it's 73 for 6. The Barbadian bowlers, the seamers in particular, Dwight, they would have been very happy with the opportunity to get first use of the strip air.
Yeah, they've been very impressive. And again, with the opportunity to bowl first on that wicket, that's exactly what they would have wanted, early wickets. And so far, they've been able to take 6, and we're not even at lunch yet. So we're definitely in the ascendancy as we speak.
Yes, and so I guess in retrospect, certainly with what we have seen so far, one could really question the wisdom of the Windwards winning the toss and batting on a track that we know has offered assistance to the Seamers. And the Windwards, well, the captain very confident at the toss that they were going to bat, no hesitation in doing so. But the results may be saying otherwise. Outside off stump, no ball called. I think that's the first of the innings. And John playing a nondescript stroke at it.
Yeah, that's what you would call a nothing shot, almost.
A waft.
Yeah, on a morning the coaches usually give some slip catches. That was what John was trying to do there.
Yes, and luckily for him, well, to be fair, it was a no ball, so maybe we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But, well, if it's a no ball, try to get some runs off it. It was really a nothing stroke. 74 for 6. He's forward and looks more purposeful in that stroke, but he can't score. He remains on naught. 74 for 6. So the Windward starting with Solozano and Melius. Melius making a comeback, but it didn't go well for neither of them. Solozano was run out without scoring, without facing a ball. McAllister to John. Outside off stump, he lets it go. Melius caught, keeper bowled Simmons for a duck. Hodge was caught, Mayers bowled Simmons 6. Atanaz LBW Ford 1. Ambris not out 34. Descat LBW Drakes 3. Leo enterprising innings. Scott Mayers bowled Warwick 27. Wickets falling at 0-0-1, 21, 36 and 72. 3 slips on a gully for John. McAllister over the wicket. Short delivery and let go by the right-hander.
Yeah, McAllister continues to employ that short length delivery. So far he's looked pretty good in terms of his pace is right up there, getting good bounce. He troubled Leo for a moment there with the short deliveries, but Ryan John just allowed that one to go by. He's right now in his 5th over, yet to get a wicket, but he's only considered the 17th so far.
McAllister to John. Clipped away out towards mid-wicket. They'll come back for the second as the return rolls in to the bowler. So 2 to John to take him off the mark. And the total 76 for 6. Just less than 10 minutes away from lunch. You'd have to say a lunch that would be more enjoyable for the Barbadians. I think the food will not go down well for the Windwards. Edge and into the vacant slip cordon and down to the boundary for 4. It went catchable, but it was between third slip and gully. So 4 to John at the end of the over. He goes to 6. It's 80 for 6. And a piece of fortune there for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, a bit of luck for Ryan John and the Volcanoes. Maybe just what they need. John threw the kitchen sink at that half volley and got the outside edge. Lucky for him that went between the third slip and the gully region for 4. But nonetheless, it's 4 to the total, and the Windward Islands will be hoping to get as many as possible as they can. So right now they're 80 for 6.
80 for 6. So not a good performance by them. And a lot of work needed for these two. Ambris, well, he has done well. He has stayed there, showing his experience. He's 34 from 38, but he's just not had the sort of support, maybe except from Leo, who had that breezy knock. So 80 for 6. Warwican will continue. It's already picked up the wicket of Leo, who was really looking to make an impression. In fact, he did do so, but a little too brief for the Windward's effort, as Ambris will get a single. As we start over number 22, he goes with the single to 35, and it's 81 for 6. So this is action on day 1 of this regional 4-day. So round number 6. Barbados in 4th position. The Windwards, they are down in position number 6. John in strike. Warwican bowls, and he plays upon the offside, on the onside, no run. Slip and forward short leg. Backward short leg. It's on the other side of the crease. Warwican to John. John plays well but finds the fielder at the straightish mid-wicket position. No run. Warwican round the wicket to John. Flighted delivery driven. Straight to the fielder, this time on the offside. There's no run. We are 5 minutes away from lunch on day 1. John plays defensively. And there's no run. So bright sunshine, a nice breeze blowing. In fact, it's been very breezy in recent days. John playing defensively to complete the over, the 22nd of the innings. At the end of it is 6:35 to Ambris. It's 81 for 6, the Windward's Volcanoes.
Yeah, pretty tight over there from Warwican, just the one considered off the first delivery. And by Warwican bowling so tidily so far, he's bowled the 3 overs 1 for 8. It gives Brathwaite an opportunity to rotate his quicks at the players' pavilion and just have them bowl short bursts, because Warwican is very tight and tidy at the media center end.
Jaya McAllister is going to continue. He has had 5 overs, no maidens, not for 23. A couple of minutes left towards the interval, so I think we can certainly get this one completed from McAllister, and we'll await to see whether we can squeeze another one from Warwican. I think Brathwaite would want that. So, change of headgear for Ambris, as he's gotten the helmet from the dressing room. And he needs the helmet for McAllister, who's not been shy of bowling short.
Yeah, the length that he's bowling definitely needed.
Indeed. So he's put on the green helmet. And McAllister will run in again. 2 slips and a gully now for him. So he comes into Ambris, who turns it to forward square. And we'll get a single. Run number 36 for him. 82 for 6. Ryan John will come in to strike. So, developments around the Aaron Sami cricket ground. Lots of houses being constructed. In the far end, we are operating from the north, so we can see all the construction activity going to the southern part of the ground. McAllister to John. John clips that through backward square leg and into the boundary for 4. Nicely put away, loose delivery. And John continuing his good form. He goes to 10, and it's 86 for 6.
Yeah, a bit too straight there for McAllister, and John just worked that through the backward square area for a lovely looking boundary. That's the first, and he now moves on to 10.
Of course, he would have good memories of this ground with his 100 against the leewards. So that showing that form is still very much there. McAllister to him. Edged and caught! at the wicket. A loose stroke from John, flashing at a delivery, and a thick outside edge, and taken very, very comfortably by Lenica Boucher. So his second catch, and that is the fall of wicket number 7. I think it also looks like that is going to be the first session. I think the players are going off for lunch as well. So just to wrap up a very poor session for the Windward's Volcanoes, they go to lunch on day 1, 86 for 7, with Ryan John, the batsman, being dismissed. Scott Boucher, Bowl McAllister for 10. His wicket falling at 86 for 7 to conclude a very, very disappointing session for the Windwards, but a very impressive one for Barbados.
Yeah, that last delivery last wicket pretty sums up the session for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. That was not the best delivery McAllister has bowled all morning, but John, all hands, no fit movement, nicked it to the keeper, had to walk off, and the Windward Islands find themselves in serious trouble, having won the toss and deciding to bat first. That's not what they had in mind.
Indeed. So we will take a break here, but just let's wrap up for you quickly. So 87 for 6, 86 for 7 from 22.3 overs with Solozano not, Melius not, Hodge 6, Atanas 1, Ambris not out 36, Descat 3, Leo 27 and John 10. And the bowling figures: Dominic Drakes, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. Ford, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10. McAllister, 5.3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Simmons, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 24. And Warwick, and 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 8. So that is the position at the Darren Summit Cricket Ground. We are at lunch, and so we take a break for that interval, and we'll be back with you in about 35 minutes time. So that's bye-bye for us for now.
And welcome back to the Darren Sammy, wherever you are in a worldwide audience. 2.25 quarters in Santo Domingo, as we told you. Got a call from a friend in London, so where's that the broadcast is well received. We can tell you that the Leewards has had the same kind of success as Barbados. Guyana 86 for 5. Anderson still batting, and it's going to be McAllister just outside leg stump, and an early single just to rotate the strike after lunch. Welcome back.
Yes, thanks a lot, Reds. Kenneth Demba getting off the mark on his first delivery. The Windwards losing that vital wicket of Ryan John just on the stroke of lunch.
Yes. I think if Henry Blofeld was here, he would have done rather naughty. It was, in fact, really an unnecessary stroke. And a man who has just got 100, 7 minutes to go, a very poor shot selection. But Demba will encourage Ambrose because he batted very well against the Leewards, 60 odd. Bowled quite well too, McAllister. And an attempt to force off the back foot. This has been an excellent knock by Ambrose, a knock of quality. As I said earlier, he was like a lighthouse on a very dark night. That captain battling with the elements was happy to see. But he's got to go on. He has worked a decent target. He's in 37 hours. He flicks that away. Hasn't had the best of seasons. But if you were at this ground from ball one, you would have thought that he probably had about 200 or 300 runs under his belt.
Certainly looked in command. The bowling was quite good. Decent spell of fast bowling from the men from the Pride, and he weathered the storm.
Braffett attacking, 3 steps on the gully. And that hit the face of the bat and went where? Straight to gully. So we just had Warwican for a very short spell. 3 overs, 1 for 8. But it's been all the quicker men. Drake's 5 overs, 1 for 14. Matthew Ford has had 3 overs, 1 for 10. McAllister, 6 overs, 1 for 31. Simmons, 6 overs, 2 bases, 2 for 24. Who is your bowler of the morning?
It was really impressive the way that Drakes went about it. In that spell that he had to Shadrach Descott certainly caused some uncertainty, and we saw some strange tactics being employed to counteract his bowling, and in the end just dealing that deftly blow with that Yorker. I just feel that he set up the batters quite well this morning, so he's my pick.
Well, not the wicket takers by my colleague, but I can tell you that we're seeing the left arm Simmons swung around coming from the Grosley end or the commentary box end. Simmons, that low crouch and then straightening up, and that's flicked away nicely. Ambrose continues to look very solid indeed. He's played 1 bad shot. I suppose you are allowed in a first-class innings to play 1 bad shot, but other than that, he was, like the The Kaicho Falls in Guyana are very strong.
And the Windwards, they need him to be. They haven't batted themselves to respectability as yet. 90 for 7 in 23.1.
Simmons once more. And turning him around there.
Batters alive to the single. But you know, Reds, you had mentioned earlier that Simmons is a prospect for the West Indies and that you really like him. But he looked quite good with the new ball, so interesting to see how he goes with the older one, because you certainly want a complete package.
When I said that, I got a call immediately. What do you mean? I said, well, South Africa A is coming.
Ah.
That was very much in my thoughts. No sunshine, cool, overcast, and that's pulled away a nice looking shot. He didn't have a lot of time. It wasn't that short, but he quickly got into the wicket. Good footwork. So, again, this has been his best innings as he moves to 36. It's a very sorry looking and sad scoreboard. If scoreboards could, in fact, cry tears, you would have seen maybe a bit of a pool below the scoreboard. We'll go through it for those who might have just joined us where you are in the world. And that doesn't trouble the batsman. Goes through like the Sherwood of Forest, straight. So Melinas on return, no score. Salazano, bad luck, needs to go and see one of his priest he prays to. No score. Hodge 6, Atenas 1, Ambrose 39 still there. Playing that with some degree of comfort, but no real power. Maybe it's too early after the interval. Very few people, when they're playing, actually have lunch. The majority of cricketers probably have tea and biscuits and something very light. But I have known a few who have had a full lunch, whether they're bowling or batting. I don't know what Simmons had, but he had done enough to really deserve a pretty good lunch.
The way that he started was quite brilliant for the Barbados Pride. In that very first over certainly caused some problems for the men from the Windwards. And basically he had the ball on a string. And Kimani Melius, he thought about the single with Solozano, and there was some miscommunication. And you tend to get that because remember, Stefan Pascal had opened with Solozano for the entire season. But Pascal was dropped, Melius coming in with a new partner. Probably the understanding wasn't there, and there was some miscommunication that proved quite costly. And the very next delivery, Simmons was on the money and got one to lift, deviate off the surface and find the outside edge of Melius.
Yes, you know, in that run-out, it's not that the ball was hit the cover and it would have been a tight single. There was no need to be looking. It probably hit the pad and was running to a short mid-wicket. Why, oh why? But men make strange decisions when in the middle. And we're going to have Warrakan back, who had a good tour of Pakistan, where if he had a choice, he would have liked to have brought that pitch in his back pocket and take it everywhere. Working short outside the off stump. Not a good start. That is not where Braffett wants him to bowl. He wants him to bring the batsman forward. He's got a forward short leg now. It was more a leg slip a while ago, but he's walked to a forward short leg position. The slip is wide. The wind picking up, starting to blow the apparel of the Barbadians.
100 for 9.
Worker now asking Braffett to bring in the square leg. Much more attacking field. He's going to try and deny him a single. But the square leg is in the long on is pitched right back. Worker around the wicket. In section bone. Started cricket when he got to Barbados, because I think his father, who no doubt is well qualified, eventually worked at the Caribbean Development Bank, but I think went to live and work in the BVI. A bit of an inside edge into the pad.
Look like he can nick it.
But he really
I thought we got ball.
had a great tour.
He look like he can nick it.
But it was a spinning paradise, and many people felt that the ICC should have maybe have an inspection, maybe sanction the Pakistani, turned away, and come back for the second. Worker doesn't bowl too many gifts, but he was outside the leg stump and neatly turned away.
Yes, and in that series that you're alluding to, many people felt that he even not bowled Gudakesh Moti, and that now he has probably leapfrogged him to become the region's #1 spinner.
Well, we'll see what the selectors will do when they get together to think of Barbados. It's going to be a very special test match, which we will talk about in a short while after the spinner goes off, and that completes the first over by Warwick on the second after lunch. But it was announced by the West Indies board that for the Barbados opening test against Australia, there will be a special occasion. They are going to celebrate the Clive Lloyd-led West Indies 1975 World Cup team. And I think they plan to bring 9 players, 10 players possibly. 2, of course, have gone to the Great Brion, the late Roy Fredericks and the late Keith Boyce. Boyce had a outstanding World Cup in 75. Simmons. And just a little wide enough to allow the ball to be pushed towards square cover. You know, when you remember the name Simmons, your mind rush to Donna Simmons, who probably was the pioneer of female commentators, of women commentators. Probably never got the credit for her early work as a commentator outside the off stump and taken by the keeper. I did, in fact, had the pleasure of not working with her, but working next to her in South Africa when she covered the World Cup. And she had made quite an impression. But unfortunately, maybe because of opportunities, in those days you didn't have the kind of cricket being played now. And she is by a professional lawyer. Maybe she decided to concentrate on her practice outside the off stump. This is not good bowling by Simmons.
Not getting the batter to play. But in recent times, Kenneth Demba has improved as a batter and registered his maiden first-class half-century in the previous round. So, good judgment being shown by him.
Yes. My memory tells me that I cannot remember in Australia or New Zealand or South Africa, India, in the time when I toured with the West Indies, there was a female commentator. Again, bad delivery, wide outside the off stump. No pressure on the batsman. He doesn't have to think about it. There were a number of female scorers, very, very good female scorers, you know. There were some female scorers who scored for New Zealand, who scored for Australia. and you can move from Perth to Sydney and you'll find a different female scorer. So there's not one person. There was an English female scorer who worked at Kent and who scored for England. Simmons driving and getting it.
As the umpire is just about ready to take the pitch.
A welcome boundary to the Windward's
All right.
pitched up. It wasn't a quick
Gordon
delivery.
Peer has now
And
exited.
he hit it quite nicely square. Beat the cover to his right. Brings up to 100. Well, what a difference a few hours make. 100 for 7 of 25.5 looks a very impressive score when you look at the early fall of wickets.
Yes, and this one was delightfully struck by Kenneth Demba. A good recovery from the Windwards to get to that 100 mark.
We did say that Demba batted quite impressively against the Leewards, and he's showing his ability here, supporting Ambrose, who's on 41. Demba himself has gone to 7, and it's 100 for 7. In case you've just joined us, the lunchtime score was 86 for 7. Ambrose was 36 not out, 22.3 overs. Maybe, but in saying that 22.3 overs, we only had 3 overs from Warwick, so it was the pace bowlers for most of the morning.
To be expected on the best wicket for fast bowling in the Caribbean, that the pacers would certainly feature most prominently.
Well, depending on the conditions, because in some venues the spinners could be bowling virtually well inside 8 or 9 overs. That's just too short. Warwican has not been the usual tight Warwican.
On a surface like this, it's going to be a real test of the skill of Jamal Warwican.
He should get some bounce. There is just a little tinge of green. The field becomes more attacking. Just the long off wide back on the rope. The mid-wicket and the mid-on has come quite closer to stop the single. So they're trying maybe to prevent an easy single being taken.
But to Warwican's credit, he did pick up the early wicket of Noel Leo. Basically, as soon as he was introduced into the attack, Noel Leo was going great guns against the fast bowling.
So quicker delivery by Warwican on that occasion. Almost standing quite behind the umpire. Slow delivery. Must have just turned away a bit, taking the outer part of the bat. Leewards versus Guyana. Guyana struggling for 86 for 5. The game in Trinidad is a pick ball game. That's an arm ball. Came back, kept it a little low. And well handled by Denver. Slip and a forward short leg. Crouching now. As Denver just pushing forward. I'm sure that you probably weren't born when Donna Simmons was in fact broadcasting, but I mean, look at the situation now these days. I mean, there are so many women who are doing an excellent job.
Most certainly, and recently I was informed that 3 women were appointed to the West Indies board. I think it's one of Signature's very own, Louise Victor.
Well, I think they were reappointed. There were women there before.
Yes.
A friend of mine, I think Gail Maturin was previously on the board. She lives in Jamaica. She's got, I think, St. Lucian roots. She wasn't retained. That's short and pulled around, but had it been about 5 yards, 5 meters, 10 feet, it depends on the distance you want to describe, it would have been very handsome looking for, but it went straight to the man on the rope in front of the Johnson Charles Stanner at Backwood Square. 1-1 Dutty Bill Dam, 43 for Ambrose, hoping that his partner Dembo will stay with him for a very long time, but tea time is far away. After one time is two time. So let's see how the cookie will crumble. I mean, if you were a St. Lucian playwright like John Lee, you will write a script about the great recovery by Windwards. But John Lee can't write that. I'm sure that he's following the game, a poet in his own right, respected. 102 for 7. And that seemed to have stung him almost on the glove. Looking to maybe play it in the arm. He hasn't ripped it off yet. About to do that now. And I would think that the young lady from the Grenadines will soon come out with her magical spray. Great story in, yes, they're calling for her now. And if it's at all possible, we'll try and get an interview with her, because I think she was in fact in Jamaica where she trained. She's, I think, from Carriacou. But there's a story where, and I wouldn't call the name of the player, player got hit, and the West Indies physio
for the male senior team?
No, it wasn't Mills. Dennis Waite came out. You know, you have the magical spray, which of course fixes things, and he administered on the, I think it was on the forearm, and when he got back, he realized that he hadn't picked up the magical spray. It was an underarm deodorant can, but it worked. The batsman soon resumed at a full totally fit again. And here's hoping that our young lady from the Grenadines have just done that. But I think she has been attached to the Windwards throughout the competition. And there is, of course, a similar situation where the Barbados team has got a physio who's been there almost 2 decades or more.
Wow.
I know her very well. She's a very pleasant person. And she might have virtually given up her practice, because I remember going to her office somewhere in Bridgetown, but she is virtually full-time with the Barbados team, and most Barbados teams. Back he comes. I would think that other than cricket, football, track and field, you have massage therapists, you have physios. You know, the support mechanism is just fantastic. In 1975, there was no West Indies coach with the Clive Lloyd team. You know, there was a manager. That's not a good shot. That's a get-out shot, really. Why, oh why? And Ambrose, like this senior school teacher, comes down and said, "Don't play it again."
done that several times for the day, but Kenneth Demba, after getting hit on the hand, possibly wants to dish out some treatment of his own.
Well, you got to grin and bear. That kind of shot is only going to send you walking in the wrong direction. He is a lot more composed as he gets well forward. Simmons completes yet another goal over 9 overs, 2 for 32. His parents, his friends, his school, his club, following the game in Barbados, will be very happy with this performance. Someone, as I said, for the future, well, who the bell will toll, that will be up to the selectors.
Yes.
Well, there are no selectors anymore, really, but there are people who select. If I can qualify it, 102 for 7. Warrican will continue, and I think that Bradford will need a more containing Warrican. But right now they're putting back the mid-wicket. So a concession here, there's an orthodox mid-wicket, forward square leg, a long on, a long off, cover and a backward point, slip and a forward short leg. Well, well, well. Even the steady lighthouse could have a blimp.
Yes, and really teased into playing the big shot, giving himself some room to access that area over cover. Didn't make contact.
Oh!
Well, one Vinci born to another Vinci
I
born.
love this, Joey.
So a battle of the Vincies.
Would you say that Ambrose is getting
Love this,
flustered?
Joey.
He probably feels that he can try and look the scorer of Warrican. Pulls it wide out with the scoreboard. It goes over the boundary. Don't believe that the man running around the boundary did play a lot of football at school, and might have done better if he would maybe try to pick it up or dive it.
Are you ready?
Some people can do it very well and some people can't, but that was a bad ball. Pulled away nicely, moves to 47. Total goes to 106 for 7. On a balmy day, no great sunshine, just about coming through, but it's not threatening weather by any means.
Keep going, Joey.
Lovely cottonwood clouds in the background.
Find one for me, Joey.
Nice background, green hills.
Oh, yes, Joey. Yes,
Looking
Joey.
to drive that,
Yes, Joey.
but
Yes,
playing
Joey.
fairly well away from the body. Maybe encouraging for Warrican. 7 for 106. 28.5 overs. He's back. Played that with all the ease in the world and virtually walked the signal. In some cases when the ball goes down to long on, you don't have to trot. You can walk it. So he will keep the strike. 107 for 7. Your thoughts?
Ambrose moves on to 48. Has been the steady factor for the Windward's team, just shepherding the lower order, trying to get the team up to a score of respectability. But it's been good bowling from Warrican. I think that
Shannon Gabriel continuing
in that last over after making that error of
this one.
shot.
Excellent line and length again.
Effort. You mentioned about
It doesn't get much better than that. This is Shannon Gabriel at his absolute best.
that he would have wanted a dive to have at least prevented that boundary. I mean, it's after the break, and you would have expected that Barbados would have come out with some more effort.
Our cameraman has found a group of spectators. Well done, sir. Well done, young man. I think we have a young man behind the camera. And I think they're just about the biggest gathering. Well, we're happy that they're here. They can't be happy with the score because I'm sure they're here to support the Windwards. McAllister bounces in. And that slap square. Had to reach for it. Went back. Touchdown, look for the second. The second was none. We'll have a double change at the end of the over. Denver, like a boxer, in the corner and getting warm. He just had the head of world boxing in Jamaica. We just had boxing here in St. Lucia. That came back, but came back a great deal after passing the batsman. Keeper. Small. And then the same size will be when Leo comes to keep. But over the years, the West Indies have had in mainly small keepers. I mean, Michael Finley was slim and tall. Jackie Hendricks was big. So was Jacobs. And that's a very loose-looking shot. And as Demba walks away, almost looking a little guilty, Ambrose was starting to go and then stop. As he realized that the batsman was conscious of a fairly awful shot. 7 for 108. McAllister switched around in the commentary box then. And again, Demba overreaching for it. Looking to hit it square. It's short, but is it not too wide for that shot?
I think he'd be hedging his bets because there's no third man in place, and once he beats the men in the 30-yard circle, it could result in a certain boundary. So I think that he's backing himself to make use of those bad deliveries.
And I hope there's no top edge. Again, challenging the line and coming back after delivering hasn't been maybe as impressive as his early spell. McAllister's had 6.5 overs, 1 for 32. Warrican, some 6 overs, 1 for 17. Will he continue? And that's a real loose shot. That could have peeled off the outside edge and Mears would have said thank you very much. So as you said, we are having a double change. Dwight will slip in next to me. I will hand the baton to Dwight, and then Claudius will be the next combination.
Yeah, good afternoon to our listeners and viewers out there. So it's been a very good first post-lunch session so far for the Volcanoes. So far, this partnership between Ambrose and Demba, they've put on 22 of the 46 deliveries. So just what they would have spoken about at lunch, get to 30 minutes without losing a wicket, and so far they've been able to do that. While I welcome Claudius Emmanuel back to the commentators' chair.
Thank you, Dwight. And thanks to Reds for passing the baton. Wow. Continuing the work of bringing the game to regional and international viewers. A single to Ambrose as he goes to 50. So 50 for the man from the middle order for Windward. So 50 coming up of 56 deliveries, 5 fours. 55 deliveries, correction. 5 fours, strike rate of 90. And getting congratulations from Demba. Good knock from the senior man for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, very good innings from Sunil Ambrose, just what was required of him. And like you said, not only has he brought up his half century, but he's done so in quick time as well.
Demba playing back to Oregon. So partnership of 23 between these two. Oregon. Demba driving. Will get a single to long off. As the total goes to 110 for 7. So this 8-wicket partnership doing quite well for the Volcanoes, who have really not taken advantage of the conditions, good batting conditions. A big drive being executed there by Ambrose. He doesn't get hold of it. And dot ball is recorded. This is the 31st over. Ambrose cutting, but the sweeper is posted. So just a single. As Boucher comes to collect. So quiet period here as the Windwards looking to consolidate. 111 for 7. Demba with a slip and a forward short leg. Close in. It's off the front foot, but straight to the fielder to complete over number 31 of the innings. 111 for 7. The partnership is 25 between these two.
Yeah, very good partnership so far. And like I said earlier, exactly what they would have wanted post-lunch. Morrican has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 20. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised that they didn't continue with at least 2 pace bowlers the post-lunch session, considering the conditions that we have on offer. So I'm a bit surprised to see him have bowled immediately after lunch.
Yes, particularly when you look at the scorecard. The 3 overs, 1 for 10, and Tricks 5 overs, 1 for 14. So these two are relatively fresh, and a little surprising we have not seen any of them. We have seen McAllister. He's coming up for his 8th over. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. So he is coming in and sends Ambrose off the back foot. And there's no run. So the Volcanoes scoring at 3.5, just over runs per over. And they opted to bat, as we told you, but they didn't make use of the conditions, because if you look at the scorecard, the scoreboard, it shows Melius not, Solozano not, the Hodge 6, Atanas 1. Ambrose is still there, he's 51 not out. Descartes 3, Leo 27, John 10. It's been an unhappy situation from the scoreboard point of view. McAllister over the wicket to Demba. To Ambrose. Ambrose cuts it down to backward point for 4. Ahead of the fielder, who's a few paces off of the boundary, but Ambrose got good hold of it and hit it to the left of the fielder and into the boundary for 4. So he goes to 55, 115 for 7.
Yeah, shot on wide there from McAllister, and Ambrose taking full advantage. What he's done so far in this innings, every time he's been presented with a bad ball, he's been in a position to put it away.
Yes, it's done so. That's his 6th boundary. As McAllister again to Ambrose. This time pulls top edge. Possibility of a catch. Backward square leg. It's taken. The end of Ambrose, or was that? Is that no ball? No ball called by umpire Benwari. So disappointment for McAllister and the Barbados Pride. A short delivery. I'm not sure if Ambrose really looked to cash in, because it was the no ball. The catch taken, but of course not counting. They took 1, so he goes to 56. A let off there, the big left foot going over the front line.
Yeah, I would like to give Ambrose the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he hit that call.
So McAllister being penalized here. So 1 to the total. Of course, in the red ball, no free hit. So McAllister will not have to deal with that situation. He would want to be on song with his front foot. He's got a deep mid wicket and a long leg, so clearly indicating that he will be bowling short on a few occasions. Slip and a gully. Short and looking to cut. It's Demba who's not getting hold of it, hitting it to the backward point fielder. And there's no run. A little surprised, Dwight, that the field has gone to what you might describe as defensive. Just the solitary slip and the gully, 2 men back on the hook.
Yeah, definitely surprised given the ascendancy that the Barbadians find themselves in, but it seems to be a clear ploy to go short at Demba.
Alistair to Demba. Short and wide, a big swing at it by Demba. Doesn't make contact. So the ball taken by Boucher. So we have seen Demba play a number of big strokes at the ball on the region of the off stump. Has not been successful. He's 8 from 36. Good partnership between these two. 31 from 57. And Ambrose just saying to him, come on lad, I want you to stay there with me. We need to push this 8-wicket partnership along. It's our saving grace today. We have not done well with the batting. Outside the off stump, a play and a miss. As Demba is pushing at it outside the off stump, but maybe needs to get the left leg further to the offside.
Yeah, I think that's as a result of the short deliveries. I think it's in the back of his head that that's what's coming. So he's not getting too far forward. So good thinking by McAllister.
Was in over number 8, 1 delivery left. He's got 1 for 38. The wicket of Ryan John, whom he had caught at the wicket before lunch. In fact, on the stroke of lunch, it proved to be the last over, the last ball before lunch. This one is wide and ignored by Demba to complete over number 32. At the end of it, 117 for 7.
Yeah, given the short ball ploy that McAllister and Brathwaite has employed, McAllister got the length right, but I think he didn't get the line right. A lot of those short deliveries were outside the off stump, and with a deep backward square and a square leg and a short leg, ideally he would want to be bowling a lot closer to the body.
So Craig Brathwaite, question is whether he's going to continue with Warwican. Yes, Warwican taking off the cap. 7 overs, 1 for 20 has been his work so far, and he will continue. So Brathwaite operating with spin from the south in Warwican and looking to rotate the seamers from the northern end. Warwican has picked up 1, seamers the rest. Of course, there's been run out. Sweeping is Ambrose and getting full value, getting the ball along the carpet and into the vacant backward square leg boundary for 4. So poor delivery put away by Ambrose for his 7th boundary as he goes to 60 and the total 121 for 7.
Yeah, very good execution of the sweep shot by Sunil Ambrose. Warwican 2 straight on that occasion, and there's a quite vacant leg side area behind square, so very good shot and good result for Ambrose.
Indeed. So that entire area from square leg to behind the keeper is vacant, and so Ambrose wants to take advantage of that. This time he goes back but doesn't get hold of it. Can't beat the offside field, so he stays on 60.
This is yours, Rory.
The total 121 for 7. Scoreboard showing 58 overs left in the day. Of course, a day of 90 overs. We had a prompt start. Driving his Ambrose, or looking to do so. And the ball striking him on the pad. So 56 7 overs left in the day after this one. Just about an hour. In fact, 40 minutes after the luncheon interval. Ambris is forward and plays back to Warwick. And there's no run. So Warwick will continue. From the southern end, flighted delivery off the back foot. Ambris hits into the offside. The super comes to his right and limits them to 1. So the total going up by the single to 122 for 7. Ambris going to 61.
Yeah, Ambris continues to look very good playing off the front foot and the back foot. There's a couple of occasions where he's looked to make room to hit over the offside and he's got himself in some sort of trouble. For the most part, he's looked very confident and very good.
Enjoy.
Demba will come in to strike as Warwican will move in. Forward goes the right-hander and brings the over to an end. The 33rd of the innings, 122 for 7, the Windward's Volcanoes.
Yeah, Ambris and Demba, they've now put on 56 for the 8th wicket partnership. So very good going by these two. Just what the Windward Islands Volcanoes would have wanted after lunch. They haven't lost a wicket just under an hour since we came back from lunch. There's going to be a bowling change. Looks like Dominic Drakes is going to take up the bowling from the media center end.
Indeed, Drakes would have had 5 overs. No, 1 for 14. So he's been brought into action. And he's going to be bowling to Ambris. Drakes to Ambris. Ambris looking to pull. It comes off the pad. Beats the keeper. And goes behind him for 4. Well, that looks runs. Umpire Benwari with the signal and suggesting that had bat on it. And keeper Boucher not really getting hold of that, going behind him. So 4 to Ambris. Takes him to, should be 65. Scobbed a little late in coming in. Yes, 126 for 7. Drakes to Ambris again. Wide of off stump. Cut away down towards backward point. That will go close to the boundary and get into it now. So another boundary to Ambris, going to 69 and 130 for 7.
Yeah, Ambris really looking good here, and he's starting to maybe put his foot down, considering he's batting with Denver, who's no slouch, but he's actually a number 9 batsman. So Ambris maybe has decided now is the time to push on. He's actually getting closer to what would be his first century of the season, and it would be a perfect opportunity for him to do so.
So Ambris, his best effort of the competition so far, 69. Drakes to Ambris, delivery wide of off stump, and a play and a miss from Ambris. So Drakes coming back, and he will continue to do battle. For his team, the Barbados Pride. Drakes again to Ambris. Ambris gets a good delivery. Quick single wanted. Quick single taken. Good response from Demba as Ambris gets his 70th run and takes the total to 131 for 7. Good understanding, good communication there, Dwight, between the two.
Yeah, excellent communication. Ambris just dropped that one into the offside, and Guys from St. Vincent, so they're quite familiar and they're very good friends off the field as well. So excellent communication turned out to be an easy single in the end.
Drakes to Denver now. Back of a length delivery and another quick single. This time Drakes, well, maybe the one at fault there a little bit in terms of not being quick to pick up that ball that was played at his feet by Demba. And the batters stealing the opportunity, pouncing on the availability of the single and going through for one more. Demba 9, 132 for 7. So the Volcanoes looking to take anything that's on offer. Drakes to Ambris. Ambris looking to turn it, struck on the pad. Will get the single, which I think will be a leg by. Yes, umpire Banwari confirms. So one more to the total. At the end of the over, 133 for 7. We've had 34 overs.
Yes, not the best of comebacks by Dominic Drakes, conceding 11 of his, that is his 4th over, his 6th over completed, 1 for 24. And the Volcanoes, they've now pushed on to 133 for 7. This partnership has been a very productive one, so far the most productive one of the inning. Denver and Ambris, so far they've put on 47 for the 8th wicket.
So good partnership. By far the best that we have had. So 47 between these two. We had a good one between Leo and Warwican. In fact, they would have taken the total from 36 to 72, so they added 36. So this one is the best of the innings. 47 for the 8th wicket between Kenneth Demba and Sunil Ambris. And to some extent, Dwight, sort of mirroring the pattern that we saw in the previous game here against the Leewards, where it was the lower order of the batting that really came to the party.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Denver in that game against the Leewards has had a half century, his maiden half century at that level. So definitely, they would be hoping that he would be able to repeat that.
Matthew Ford starts a new spell and bowls to Ambris on leg stump, turned away, out towards backwards square leg. There's sufficient time to go for 2 as McAllister comes in. So couple that takes Ambris to 72, 135 for 7. And Ford coming back, 3 overs, 1 for 10. The wicket of Atenes, who he trapped LBW. In that game against the Leewards, the Windward's Volcanoes being 5 for 54 and scoring in excess of 400. Centuries from Descart, John, and a half century from Demba. Ford to Ambris, forward. It's a lot straighter, about middle and off, and played up on the onside. Matthew Ford picking up, and there's no run. In fact, Barbados Pride versus the Volcanoes, a long history of competition between these two. In fact, last year at the regional level there was a half century for Ambris versus Barbados. He got 72 as he comes forward and allows it to go into the gloves of Boucher. So February 2024 at Kensington Park in Jamaica, Windwards won by 9 wickets. It'll be interesting to just review that. Barbados batting first, 214 all out. Windwards 325 all out, and Barbados in reply 126 all out. Ambris is being squared up as he plays from the outer portion of the bat, and There's no run, and set a target of 16. The Windwards 18 for 1. So that was last year, February 2024. In the Windwards innings of 325, Sunil Ambris 72, Solazano 86, and Kimani Melius got 53. But Melius and Solazano, well, it's been a different story for them today, both going without scoring. On the walk is Ambris as he gets the delivery outside off stump. And it goes into the gloves of Boucher. So Ambris 72 versus Barbados last year. Now with that exact score, so he's 72 as well. Solazano falling short of 100 by 14 and a half century for Melius. But 1 year on, it's a different story.
Yeah, not the best of games for Melius and Solazano, but such is the way the cricket. Ambris will be looking to push on to get a lot more than 70 today.
Indeed. Delivery that cuts back into Ambris. And he plays away off the pad into the offside to complete the over. In fact, Warwick picking 5 for 59 in that game last year against the Windward. So the over coming to an end. 35 completed. The Volcanoes 135 for 7.
Yeah, the Volcanoes trying to recover. 1 run away from what would be a 50 partnership between Denver and Ambris. But again, credit must be given to Ambris for the way that he's batted. With 72 not out so far. Not only 72, but the fact that he's been able to put pressure back on the Barbados Pride bowlers, because he's gotten his 72 of only the 77 deliveries, which says that he's pretty much being aggressive and putting the pressure back on. And that has led to some very defensive fields being placed after lunch.
Indeed. Drakes to continue over number 36 to Demba, who's back and plays into the offside. And there's no run. So your assessment of the captaincy of Craig Brathwaite here in terms of his use of the bowlers and the field placing?
Well, again, I was very surprised that he started with Warwick, and I think given the conditions here, I would have liked to see 2 of the fast bowlers start post-lunch. And in addition, I think post-lunch he's been a bit too defensive with some of the fields that he's actually set.
With 7 wickets down, 2 slips and a gully. Drakes bowls to Demba. Demba wants a single. It's not on. And sent back by Ambris. So Brathwaite, a little defensive here, because you would think that with 7 wickets down, in fact at lunch it was 86 for 7. So since lunch we've had the Volcanoes really buckling down. But to be fair, they have not been put under a lot of pressure by the Barbados Pride. Drakes to Demba, wide of off stump, and let go by the batsman into the gloves of Boucher. Of course, Craig Brathwaite giving up the West Indies captaincy. And interestingly, still continuing as the Barbados Pride captain. A little surprising to you, Dwight?
Given that fact that the competition started prior to him stepping down, that may be the reason. Maybe next season he gives somebody else the opportunity. But that has created quite the controversy in the region.
The Drakes moving in to Demba. Demba plays it nicely down to backward point and into the boundary for 4. So a boundary to Demba as the total goes to 139 for 7. And Barbados here, Dwight, just looking to be lacking in purpose.
Yeah, given the fact that the Windward are 7 down, I'd love to see a bit more aggression being shown, a bit more attacking fields than them. But that shot was very well played. There was a vacant third man area. He just allowed that one to come to him and just run that down to third man for 4. And with that boundary, they've now brought up the 50 partnership between this pair.
Indeed, 53 now, coming off 81 deliveries. And looks like we're just short of 1 hour's play since lunch. And in fact, yes, the umpire is calling for the drinks break, so the players will refresh themselves as we have a break in place. So 72 Ambres, Denver 13, 139 for 7. So these two have taken it from lunch, just taken at 86 for 7, when Ryan John was caught Boucher bowled McAllister for 10. And so it's really been an hour that has belonged to the Volcanoes. A little surprising, we're saying that with 7 wickets down, but since lunch, we have seen Barbados really ease the pressure.
Yeah, so that would mean in this hour they've actually put on 53, which is pretty good going in terms of where they were prior to lunch. So definitely what the Volcanoes would have wanted. On the other hand, the Pride would have been wanted to maybe get a wicket by now. But I think they came out, I wouldn't say they didn't come out the purpose that I was expecting given the situation of the game. But very kudos to the Windward and Volcanoes batted. The way they've batted, especially Demba, who's only 13 of the 44 deliveries. So he's done exactly what is required of him in this situation.
Indeed, and exactly what the Volcanoes would have been looking for, a partnership to really repair that early damage. So 53, this 8-wicket partnership. So the ground staff, they are getting themselves ready with the remarking of the crease and so forth. We'll ask Reds and Jamal to come back, and as they do, just to recap for you the scorecard. So Solozano not, Melius not, Solozano run out not, Melius caught Boucher bowl, Simmons not, Hodge caught Mayers bowl, Simmons 6, Atenes LBW Ford 1, Ambris is there not out, he's on 72 from 77 deliveries with 7 fours. Descat LBW Drakes 3, Noel Leo Enterprising knock, caught Mayers bowl, Warwick and 27, and what proved to be the final delivery at lunch, Ryan John caught Boucher bowl, McAllister 10. Wickets falling at 0, 1, 21, 36, 72 and 86. And the bowling figures, Ford 4 overs, 1 for 12. Dominic Drake 6.4 overs, 1 for 28. McAllister 8 overs, 1 for 38. Simmons 9 overs, 2 for 32. And Warwican 8 overs, 1 for 25. So it's been a story of the 1.5 sessions we have had so far. The first session clearly belonging to the Barbados Pride, but the Volcanoes, they have clawed their way back in the first hour after lunch. And so more thoughts from Jamal James, and then it's going to be the veteran, the evergreen, and he actually has a green shirt, Mr. Joseph Reds Pereira.
Yes, so well said, Claudius, and good afternoon to everyone once again. Wonderful day for cricket, and Claudius was just alluding to it, that it's really a game of glorious uncertainties and shifting fortunes, and the fortunes definitely shifting. Barbados enjoyed the Pride enjoyed the ascendancy quite early on. In fact, they stamped some authority on proceedings from the very first over of the game. An over from Simmons produced that run out, and the very next delivery, Simmons accounted for Kimani Melius on his return to first-class cricket. And while that has happened, Sunil Ambris has stood tall among all batters thus far, posting a total of 72. He's on 72 of 77. Reds, welcome back.
Thank you very much. And just to update our viewers where you are in the world, Guyana seem to have recovered are 157 for 6. Try and look at the scorecard. Perez fell to Cornwall for 10. Nandu to Spencer for 10. Addison is not at 48. Another good start. Imlach only got 5, falling to Thomas. Savory fell to Grace 4. Sinclair 13 to Cornwall. Kinroppol had a bit of a cameo at 31 from 24 balls. Ali Mohammed is not at 26. So after a pretty poor start, 6 for 157. It's going to be direct to continue. Left arm medium fast, as we all know. Father played for Barbados and the West Indies, and well respected along the English county circuits. Now coaching. Maybe one can say that his son is yet to fulfill his true promise, but he's still young enough to move further on. And just back of a leg. Good contest. Well bowled, well played. Just steering it to the gully area. And the total 139 for 7. 139 for 7. And when you look at the lunchtime score at 86 for 7, this again is the second best partnership, or probably maybe the best partnership. Yeah, the best partnership. Partnership now of what, 60, yeah, a major recovery.
We had alluded to it previously. We had mentioned that Kenneth Demba, he has improved his batting leaps and bounds, definitely showing some maturity and good composure at the crease, and has supported Sunil Ambrose quite well. Has been around for some 46 deliveries and has put up 13 runs.
So a second slip now and a fourth slip almost, and that's hit beautifully. Really almost nonchalant, hitting that down towards the small scoreboard. That's long on. Yet another boundary, yet more runs to Ambrose as he moves up to into the 80s, or he stays at 76. The board is quite quick. Well done. 143 for 7. 143 for 7. The purists will say, let's have a game, Windwards. Let's have a game. Get to 250 plus. Matthew Ford, big appeal for LBW, and height, as indicated by the umpires. Claude did give me the names, Ryan Manwari and Zahid Basarat. One from Guyana and one from Trinidad and Tobago, where there is a pink ball game tonight. Tight appeal for leg before there?
Yes, it certainly was, but Sunil Ambrose, he did advance down the wicket, so that might have just gone in his favor.
So we had a change of personnel. Square leg, forward square leg is being replaced with personnel, and there's now someone being pushed back. Not that long on, but a deep mid on. So it's going to be Matthew Ford. Hit high up in the bat. Closer to the splice, maybe. So Ford. Not available, I'm told, by someone who is in the know, that he can play in the breakout. Because he's had too many of those games that you're not supposed to have. So he will miss that. He's not missing this now, as it's short and pulled away down to square leg. Confident shot. And Ambrose really oozing with confidence, moves to 77. But I was saying the purists would like to see a game on situation. The purists would like to say, well, get 270. The Barbadian supporter, or the supporters of Barbados, will say, bowl them out under 200. The Windward Island supporters will say, 350 will look good. It just depends on who you're batting, who you're backing.
Sure, but from the Barbadian perspective, one would suspect that they would be disappointed to have found themselves in this position after this morning's effort.
Not your forward balls and playing through the line. Well, almost thinking of what was being an impossible single because the ball ended up going just to the left of the keeper. Well, I think overall, I mean, 86 for 7, they were totally on top. They're still in the driving seat.
For sure.
I mean, Barbados at the end of the second session would have won both the first and second in terms of the total score. The Windward will have to bat until close of play, and this partnership will still have to be there.
For sure. But to have allowed for that sort of recovery after basically eating away at the bulk of the batting, this is where I think the disappointment would lie. But you must credit Sunil Ambrose on the way that he has shepherded the batting lineup.
Well, it'll be interesting to ask him how he rates this innings. He's had a fairly long career. He's played for the West Indies. As I said, an unfortunate incident in New Zealand where he got struck without wearing a forearm guard, and I always ask the question, what was the coaching staff doing when he walked out? But after a pretty poor season, he really has produced a very responsible innings of 77. Very good partnership in the making. They need to go on into three figures from the Windward's point of view. And I think we have Warrican change from the pavilion end, the Kaimanje end, the far end, and Warrican 8 overs, 1 for 25. As you said, Vincy Bourne to Vincy Bourne. And just a solitary slip now. No short gully, no silly point, but there's a short mid on. Looking to turn at that. Warrican suddenly went up but didn't get a great deal of support from his keeper.
Ambrose looked a bit casual while playing that last one.
Well, maybe it was just outside leg. But you got to be watchful. Tuxet could look for the second and change their mind. It was going to be tight because Drake's had to come a very long way in. He's sharp off the mark. And they thought about the second. Maybe if they had not hesitated, it might have been done.
But you did mention earlier that Drake's looks a very good athlete. And he was really steaming in from the boundary. I think that would have been a dangerous call to have gone for 2.
Yes. So it's Warrican. And Demme goes back again, showing his qualities. Batted extremely well against the Leewards. Bowled well. Warrican off a very short run. Comes around the wicket. Bowls from very wide there, using the crease. Sometimes closer to the umpire, sometimes not that close. Quick single again, the ball just turned away. I think that certainly looked like the arm ball because he threw his hands in the air, just thinking that he might have beaten the probing bat. But there was bat there and there was a single there, but they had to go very, very quickly, but good judgment. Ambrose tucking it away. He can play that shot almost blindfolded outside the leg stump, and he plays that so easily down towards the man at that fine leg position. End of the over from Warrican. The strike is rotated. 7 for 147. 7 for 147. But it will be good from a cricket point of view, from a game point of view, if the Windwards can get somewhere in the vicinity of 52-75, it will have a game-on situation. The Barbados batsman will have to work.
Hoping for a situation like that, but it entirely rests on the shoulders of Sunil Ambris, how well he can go, albeit he's ably supported by Kenneth Demba.
He is 7-9. Matthew Ford continues and driving very elegantly, but finds the cover fieldsman. Boucher back in the side, down to open with Braffett. He was left out in the last game where Trinidad and Tobago won in 2 days. Somebody should have put up a sign which goes back many years ago when Trinidad won, that Falcock ain't afraid anymore. Playing it very slowly. No power, right? No power.
But you know, Red, speaking of omissions, I was really looking forward to see Jason Holder today and Shea Hope. Not sure exactly what's the reason why they're not in today.
Well, somebody from Washington all the way reporting that Anderson has gone to 53. Well, certainly offering himself for selection at some level. That's it into the almost fourth slip position. He was trying to run it down to third man, which is unguarded. Just, I think, David Pascal there, dressed in all blue, shooting pictures. Now, I think there will be a third man after that effort to run it back down there. So, 148 for 7. 80 now Ambris. Demba on 14. Just playing through the line. But it is a major recovery. Because at one time it looked like the Windwards would not have gotten 100.
Certainly did, and that's why I just get a sense that the Pride team, they're a little disappointed. Maybe at this point, just waiting for something to happen instead of trying to make sure that it does.
2 slips, Gully. Playing through the line. Some football skills by the bowler. Barbados, of course, has produced one player who played for the West Indies in 1959. When the West Indies went up to England and played a number of second divisions and third divisions, that's flicked away, and the big appeal is out like before. That juicy attempt to hit that, judging from the umpire, hit that somewhere between middle and leg, and maybe he should have been playing down towards mid-on. Your thoughts?
Ooh, this one looked close. Matthew Ford barely turned around at the umpire, so he felt that it was 100% out. Pulled out the Celebra peel, as they called it, made famous by Stuart Broad. But again, the umpires have been fantastic all day.
Let's look at it.
Did wrap him on the back pad though. Played all around this one. Across the front pad. Might have been clipping leg to me.
Well, if we were playing a different kind of game at the high level, he probably would have asked for a review.
Most certainly.
It might have been a tight call. Might have been a tight call. He didn't get the benefit of the doubt, and they have slipped to 148 for 8. And Well played by Denver. Showed a lot of fight and courage. Maybe we can look at it. No, we wouldn't look at it once more because we are about to welcome new batsman who's got a famous cricket. Well, no, I thought it was Tyson, but Gaston is coming, and because of your Lucian knowledge, you can tell us all about Gaston, where he is from, which club he plays for, etc.
Keon Gaston hails from Monrepo, member of the St. Lucia High Performance Center, and would have done quite well for St. Lucia to have earned himself that first class gig.
And tell us about his batting skills.
There's certainly a lot there, and one of the most promising all-rounders from St. Lucia. I think that after Shadrach Descat, he's certainly up there.
Well, he's coming before the roller as he rolls us back to Warrican. 148 for 8, 148 for 8. I think a member of the commentary staff comes from where he's from. Yep. That's a delivery which was a missing leg by a big way. I don't know what Warrican was appealing for, but we can proudly say that the commentary panel has produced someone from Monrepo. I will call no name, but he did, in fact, quite recently visited Monrepo.
I think that Ambrice might have done himself some mischief. I think must have pulled something in his attempt at that sweep shot.
Well, let's see what the magical fingers of the Carriacou lady will do. He's lying not flat on his back, but he's lying with his legs stretched out. Maybe a little bit of cramp, possibly, which would be the best scenario from a Windward's point of view. Only cramp.
Yes, certainly hoping that it's not something that's very serious and that Ambrice can continue the good work. He has made it to 80, nearing what would be a well-deserved century. If you can get there and to just present the ideal scenario for this game, you certainly want it to be a contest, and for that to happen, as you mentioned, Reds, he would need to guide the team to somewhere in the region of 200, 250.
Well, he's now flat in the back, the stretching of the arm string, the trying to loosen the cramp. There will be no doubt liquid provided also to provide the body with the relevant hydration. But holding the back of the leg, difficult to work out if it's a slight pull or it is in fact cramp. Maybe now, we talked about the magical spray which was not taken out in Melbourne. It was underarm, that worked. I'm sure that this young lady has got the right pickup as she left, and let's see how the movement will be from Ambrice from here on in. Will he move freely? Will he take his time? I don't believe they'll be looking for too many short singles.
Keon Gaston is very quick between the wickets as well. But Ambrice has been walking singles for a while. Remember, he's been just pushing that ball to a long on, long off, and strolling down.
Well, he didn't have to run for those because, I mean, they were nicely played way down towards the rope area. Long off is now back, long on is now back, as if they feel that Ambrice will be swinging for the hills against Warrican. That'll be the wrong approach. That's not the approach that the field placing suggests, that he comes quietly forward.
Yes, we had 5 men posted deep on the boundary.
80 years, 8 for 148. A recovery from 86 for 7. But still, Barbados in very strong position. Warrakan, one of the shortest approaches you could find, off the back foot and nicely knocked down at the cover area by Braffett, who was just relinquished the leadership, but is expected to play his 100th test match once he's selected, and we have no doubt about that he will be selected in Barbados against Australia. So the over is completed, 149 for 8, and maybe we really should, in fact, give Demba a fair amount of credit for his support of Ambrose.
It's batted for a long time, and sometimes it's not just about the volume of runs that you score. There's a lot to play for in this game, and sometimes just taking some time, the investment of time is also crucial. Just allowing for the opposition team to just bake in the sun, get some more time and effort in the legs of the fast bowlers, get the opposition players a bit tired, just hang around, and that tends to lessen the burden and even make things easier on Ambrose.
Ford 2 for 18 off 6. Ambrose pulls that and pulls well. They can look for a second. They decided against it. Maybe good judgment, but short. And Ambrose, remembering one of the principles of Sir Everton in the course of week's batting, hit the ball on the ground and you cannot be caught. And he pulled it down towards the level of the umpire, the feet of the umpire, really. Single
Taken brings Keon Gasto, another debutant in the lineup, local man, first ball in first class cricket.
Driving, just not middling it. It came off the inner part of the bat, but good intentions there. But sometimes they say good intentions, not always the best, but it was positive thinking. But his role is to stay. He is hoping that Ambrose is not that wounded. To feel a little more attacking for Ford, 2 slips in a gully. A little bit of a loose-looking shot.
I've been surprised by the pace on that delivery.
Inside edge into the pad.
Possibly a bit of nerves. Young man on debut.
So if Matthew Ford is connected to a St. Lucian mother, there could be maybe 1 or 2 friends from that area. Friends of the family, friends of his mother's family. Ford goes in. Wasted delivery down the leg side.
Ford does play for the St. Lucia Kings.
Yes, yeah.
So that connection is there.
We mentioned that long time. Yeah, long time. And I think his work for St. Lucia Kings, his performance, has gotten where he is right now in the Barbados team and running in and pitching up to Gaston, who moves forward, moves with the shot, but not applying a great deal of power.
It's good to see Ford in the red ball setup. Would have been predominantly known as a white ball specialist, so good that the young fast bowler is honing his skills at this level.
As he's had an encouraging start to his international career, Ford. Well bowled, well batted. And right on target. And Gaston understanding clearly by the way how he's performed so far, what is his role? His role is not to look to play too many ambitious shots, but to give Ambrose as much as possible as the total inches up to 158. And the information came through just now that Anderson has moved to 50 odd. We'll try and give you the Leewards Guyana, because the Leewards are in the hunt also for a possible title, along with Barbados, along with Trinidad, and of course the defending champions. Well, Guyana has slipped to 178 for 8, so the Leewards having the bet of the two of the day. Let's see what Anderson is doing. Anderson is not out on 63. Have you been following his progress?
I just know for sure that he has the talent and ability to make it to the next level. It's been a while since he's been touted as someone to slot into international cricket.
Couple of hundreds this year. We've had 31 hundreds so far. Driven quite pleasantly, confidently, and jogging the first part of the run. It didn't seem to be any limping there. So that's encouraging from the Windward's point of view. The total moves to 8 for 151, and we've had some 41.3 overs.
Orican did take care of the first debutant early on in the piece. He now has the second, Keon Gasto, in his sights. The young man with a good head on his shoulders, does have the technical ability to make it at this level.
The debutant, of course, is Leo, who played well, the new keeper, with 27. There's now a slip, a leg slip and a forward short leg, as Warrican gets support from his captain. And that's pushed down towards the mid-on. Skipper himself is placed there. Nicely, quickly forward of the total picture. Oregon. Strong point is building pressure and not giving away too many runs. He has not done so at all, because looking at his figures, he's at 11 overs and has taken 1 for 30, and it's coming up to 10 past 2. So these two may be thinking about trying to stay there until tea.
Yes, just looking with a keen eye at the bowling of Warrican, the test spinner on a surface that does not really suit his type of bowling. And from what you've let us know, Reds, he's been using the crease quite well.
Yes.
He's used the arm ball, some good changes of pace. When things are not in your favor, you need to bring a different set of tricks to the party.
We just saw the bowling figures flash up, but we didn't have time to do justice to it. 8 for 151. We're going to have a double change very soon, as Drake's 1 for 28 off 7. Wayward delivery. Batsman initially thinking of pulling it, and then just pulling out of the shot because it ended up to the right of Boucher, who was left out of the last game for Barbados when they lost to Trinidad and Tobago in 2 days. But he is back. Who is missing? I did write his name down when I didn't know the Barbados lineup. I was thinking of McCoskey, but I don't know if he's carrying an injury or whether he's been dropped. And that's hit firmly. Very courageous shot. Because he doesn't give away a great lead. He's always pulling the length back, but he was just too much up there. And that was lofted wide of the, well, there was no long on back really. So he pushes up towards 87, 13 away from what would be a quality 100, a quality 100. Maybe his best innings. Who am I to say that? I haven't seen all. 155 for 8. That's cut away hard into the ground. So Drake walking back 6 feet. What do you think? 6 feet 5?
6 feet and then some. Very tall man.
6 feet and some. That's an easy way to answer. Yes. We have had very tall fast bowlers, Joel Garner being one, Colin Croft being another. Michael Holy was not short. As Drake's it's outside leg stump and easily turned away. But no limp, just jogging and then walking as the field changing over.
But you know, Reds, many people would be happy for Sunil Lambris getting off 87, moving on to 88. 87, one of those unlucky numbers in cricket for some people.
It's favored by the Australians. I think generally it is felt the West Indies are afraid of being on 13. I knew a friend of mine who rode a matchless motorcycle, and his number was 1313. He's still alive. Johnny, delivery, which forces them back, plays towards cover. Claudius Emmanuel preparing his manuscript for his next sermon, which will start shortly. Cool conditions, you wouldn't get a suntan on a day like this, but not many are sitting in the sun. Not many are here. Here's hoping we'll have a few more tomorrow. A few more tourists, hopefully. And that hits him on the pad. I don't think there was a little bit of bat there. It completes the over. That's the end of my contribution. Jamal is off and running in a flash, being a much younger man than I. 8 for 156. T is around the corner. What would be the score at that time? Let me ask Dwight, and then we'll have Claudius.
Yes, good afternoon to our viewers and listeners. Like Reds just said, we're about 30 minutes away from the tea interval. So far, I would say it's Volcanoes session. They've put on 70 so far in this session, having lost the 1 wicket, that of Denver. It's a very good session, good recovery. They went into lunch 86 for 7, and Sunil Lambris has a big part to play.
Orican bowls to Ambris, who plays into the onside. And he'll get a single. Gaston losing his bat in mid-pitch and losing his footing as well. Luckily for him, the throw didn't come to the striker's end. It did, he could have been in trouble. In the end, a single to Ambris takes him to 89. 157 for 8. And could have been unfortunate there for young Gaston, who's yet to score. He's faced 10 deliveries and would want to have something in the positive next to his name. Slip, leg slip, and forward short leg he has to contend with. Warwick and round the wicket. Gaston with a good stride forward. Plays upon the onside. There's no run. Would expect a lot of the Monrepo community to be tuned in. Man from that area making his debut at the first class level. Warwick and to Gaston, flighted delivery forward. And again he's losing his foot in the stroke, comes in to the non-striker's end, but Warwick can makes a meal of it. And Gaston gets a let off. Gets off the mark. Well. He's won 158 for 8. Gaston has very slippery feet.
Yes, for the second time, he actually slipped and fell over what would have been a comfortable run out had Warwick collected that ball and taken the bails off. But lucky for him, Warwick was unable to do so, and he gets his first run at this level.
Yes. So the luck going Gaston's way. 89 Ambris in strike. Gaston won. Forward goes Ambris and plays towards the offside. So the Windward's Volcanoes battling along. Mid-wicket, long off, long on, deep extra cover. Deep backward square leg. So 5 fielders on the boundary. Ambris is standing up straight and playing defensively. Into the offside, Warwick fields. Warwick in his 12th over. He's got 1 for 32. 1 delivery left in the 44th over of the innings. Volcanoes 158 for 8. Warwick to Ambris. Ambris forward. Once a quick single will get it. As a good response from Gaston, equal to the opportunity there for the singles. So at the end of it, 159 for 8. 90 to Ambris. And Keon Gaston is on 1.
Yeah, so far this player has put on 11. Ambris is 10 away from what would be his first century of the season. And by the looks of it, judging by the running that we've seen between this pair, Ambris is trying to make as much of the strike as possible. That last delivery, you could clearly see he's just pushing it to the onside because he wants to come back on strike to try and... It's going to be interesting to see his approach, whether he decides to really be more aggressive, considering there's only 2 wickets left. But then again, he's 10 away from his century, so it's going to be interesting to see how he plays this.
So Drakes is going to come in to bowl. 8 overs, 1 for 33 from the southern end to Ambris. Short cut away down to backward point. The fielder is posted on the boundary, Warwick. So just a single as the return comes in. So Ambris going to 91, 160 for 8. Ambris was among the runs in the competition last year, 2024. Aggregate of 441. So did quite well. In fact, in terms of leaderboard on the top 10 last year in terms of aggregate. Gaston is driving, not powerfully, to mid-off. And there's no run. In 2023, Ambris 363 runs in the competition. His best year in terms of aggregate, 608 as we go back all the way to 2016, 2017. At the non-strikers end, 9 runs away from another first-class 100. Drakes to Gaston. Gaston lets it go, it's angled across him and into the gloves of Boucher. So Sunil Ambris would welcome this knock because it's a while since he has really put up his hand in terms of production at the crease. His best knock for the season so far.
Yeah, he's much needed. Being an experienced player, does have international experience. He's not had the best of seasons by his own admission. So he'll be looking to end the last 2 rounds really strongly.
Drakes to Gaston. Gaston back, standing up straight and playing on merit, playing quite well and demonstrating that he's equal to the task. Of course, he's got the other aspect of his game, is seam bowling, so we're going to see that when the Barbados Pride get at the crease. But his job here is to support Ambris to get to that 100 and to go well beyond, take the total well beyond 200. Drakes to Gaston. Gaston showing good judgment, allowing the ball to go across him outside of the off stump. Apart from slippery feet, Gaston has looked quite good.
Yeah, he's faced the 16 deliveries so far, and he's doing just exactly what is expected of him, because his job in this partnership is not necessarily to get runs, but to support Sunil Ambrose, try and get him to the 100, and from there hopefully build closer to 200 in terms of the team's total.
2 slips and a gully. There's also a man at short extra cover on the edge of the square. Drake's 1 delivery left in this over to Gaston. Gaston driving edge court! A drive from Gaston coming off the outside edge and straight to the gully fielder. And the end of Gaston, the flashing drive, finding the fielder, number 22. And good sharp catch taken. So the fall of wicket number 9. Disappointment for the young man, Keon Gaston. He goes caught off the bowling of Drake's as the 9th wicket goes down for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, just the previous delivery, we were talking about how good Gaston has looked in defense, but the first real sign of aggression got the outside edge there, and good catch in the gully region, and unfortunately he has to go on 1, which means it's Gillan Tyson who's the incoming batsman, the number 11.
Indeed so. Tyson coming in. In fact, it's Jonathan Drakes who's taken that catch. So Gaston going caught Jonathan Drakes, bowled Dominic Drakes for 1, 9 for 160.
Yeah, firstly, Ambrose will be hoping to take as much strike as possible. Tyson has shown some ability with the bat, but I think Sunil would want to get to his 100 as quickly as possible. And not only that, but face majority of those deliveries to try and get the Volcanoes as close to 200 as possible, which right now looks a long way away.
So Gillan Tyson will not face because that was the last ball of the over. So Warwican will move into Ambrose. Ambrose on 91, so it will be interesting to see how he manages the rest of the innings. He's 9 away from his 100, and he's got support only in Tyson. He's the last man. Warwican to Ambrose, who's forward and happy to bide his time. So it would be interesting to see how Ambrose manages the next few deliveries. Warwican to Ambrose. Ambrose forward. Still happy to wait. 2 dot balls, not yet in a hurry.
Yeah, I think he's maybe thinking of maybe giving Tyson 2 or maybe 1 delivery.
So the question of farming the bowling is going to come into play. Deep backward square, mid-wicket, long off, long on, deep extra cover, solitary slip. Warwican to Ambrose, flighted delivery, hit down the ground, will fall safely behind the bowler. And they will look for the second hesitation. The throw comes in, but Tyson makes it. So 2 to Ambrose. Not looking to go for the maximum, just chipping it over the head of the bowler and away from the long off and the long on. Deliberately so. So 2 to Ambrose. He goes to 93. But in the end, it was a close thing because Tyson had to really press the accelerator as he came towards the non-striker's end. But he was successful. Ambrose 7 away from 100. 162 for 9. 3 deliveries left in the over. Field positions being maintained. Still the 5 men out. Warwican to Ambrose. Ambrose looking to paddle successfully out towards backward square leg. That's going to go close to the boundary and we'll get into it, in fact. So a boundary to Sunil Ambrose, showing dexterity on this occasion, going low down and paddling that to the short backward square leg region and into the boundary ahead of the man coming from the backward square leg. So he goes with the boundary to 97 with 2 deliveries left in the over.
Yeah, good innovation being shown by Ambrose. This is a shot you you'd see more in white ball cricket, but great execution. And again, there's a lot of vacant area in that region, so excellent thinking by Ambrose and excellent execution.
Warwican to Ambrose. Ambrose is sweeping out towards square leg for 4. That's going to be the 100. So the 100 for Sunil Ambrose, going low down and finding the gap on the onside and into the boundary for 4. So 100 coming up for him in 109 balls with 13 fours. A very good knock from Sunil Ambrose as he gets the applause from his teammate Tyson. A good knock indeed.
Yeah, excellent batting from Sunil Ambrose. Just what the Volcanoes would have needed, and just what he himself would have needed after the season that he's just had.
Final delivery of the over. Warwican to Ambrose. Ambrose back, looking to paddle sweep, struck on the pad. And the question being asked, but umpire Ben Wari saying not out. So the end of the over. Good one for the Volcanoes. Couple of boundaries coming in, and also the 100 for Sunil Ambrose. He's 101 from 111 deliveries. The Volcanoes 170 for 9.
Yeah, with Ambrose now bringing up his century, it's all now about how many can the Volcanoes get right now. They're 170 for 9, like you just said. So for them, it's trying to get as many as possible. And as much as Ambrose would have probably liked to be on strike, Tyson is now the one on strike, so we'll be hoping to get back on strike as quickly as possible.
Indeed. So Drake's is going to continue as he's going to move into Tyson. About 10 minutes away from the tea interval on day 1 here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Drake's to Tyson, who's walking across and playing back to the bowler. So at lunch, it is 6 for 7. So this has been a good session for the Volcanoes. They've put on 84 for the loss of 2 wickets. So that's good going. Windwards would look to continue batting. Maybe to push back the tea interval. Back of a length of delivery. Tyson goes back and plays onto the offside. It's 170 for 9. This is the 47th over. And Barbados happy overall with their day's work. Maybe not quite as happy with session number 2. They had a good session pre-lunch. 7 wickets going down for 86 runs. But Windwards have come back a little after lunch. Down the leg side. And play and a miss by Tyson into the gloves of Boucher. 170 for 9. Overall, you think Barbados happy with the position of the game?
Yeah, definitely. Windwards haven't decided to bat. Barbados did exactly what they wanted to do, got some wickets in the first session. But so far, I think in terms of sessions, Barbados won the first one, and so far Windwards are winning this one. But overall, Barbados are in the ascendancy.
Drake's looking to wrap up things as he bowls to Tyson, who's happy to come across and play defensively. So a few minutes away from lunch. We've got few minutes away from tea. 9 wickets are down. So I think we will have a situation that if the wicket does not fall within the next 7 or so minutes, we might have an extended session 2, maybe for half an hour until that wicket falls. Clipped away in the air. Some runs there for Tyson. Gets off the mark. It will go close to the boundary, and a big right foot from McAllister keeps it away from the rope. As Tyson picking up 3 and getting off the mark. 173 for 9.
It's interesting that Sunil Ambris actually called Tyson through for that third run with one ball left in that over. I was a bit surprised. Maybe he has confidence that he could actually maybe get a single, or he has confidence that Tyson actually could do the job. But a bit surprised there.
Yeah, I think it's probably both. On the basis of the last few deliveries, I think he's in his mind of the view that Tyson can handle himself. Drake's to Ambris. Ambris pulls out towards backward square leg all the way, 6. The first maximum of the innings, a short delivery, and Ambris went after it and got it over the head of the fielder on the boundary and over the boundary as well. 107 to him at the end of the over. It's 179 for 9.
Guess Ambris answered my question. This is why he came back for the third, because he had intentions of depositing that delivery over long on for 6. But very good shot on this occasion. Just a bit too short there by Dominic Drakes. But Ambris continues to look very good. He's now moved on to 107. And the Volcanoes so far, this 10th wicket partnership, they've put on 19 of only the 12 deliveries. So good going so far.
Warwican will continue. He's coming in for his 14th over. 1 for 43. 2 for 43 Drakes. 2 for 19. In fact, yeah, 2 for 19 Drakes. Forward goes Tyson. So Drakes 2 for 46. 443 correction. 2 for 19 Ford. 1 for 38 McAllister. 2 for 32 Simmons. Warwican to Tyson. Forward. And long forward at that. And playing into the offside. No run. Warwican again to Tyson. Flighted. Tyson is happy to just play that defensively. And it goes up on the onside. Brathwaite is picking up. Warwican again to Tyson. Flighted on off stump. Or a little wide thereof. And played into the offside. And there is no run. For all so far in the over number 48 of the innings. Warwican again to Tyson. Tyson is forward and happy to be defending. One delivery left in the over. Warwican to Tyson. Flighted, but Tyson is not tempted. Plays defensively, plays out a maiden. The 48th of the innings. 179 for 9.
Yeah, midway in this over, Warwican actually brought his long on almost to where we would have a 30-yard circle, and then he started to just give it lots of flight, trying to tempt Tyson into maybe going for a big shot. But Tyson was able to resist, doing his job at the minute. So now that gives Sunil Ambris the opportunity to be on strike.
So Drakes looks like he's going to continue. Dominic, 10 overs, 2 for 43. Simmons, who was very impressive with the new ball. Surprising that we have not seen more of him. He has had 2 spells. In total, 9 overs, 2 for 32. McAllister, 2 spells, or maybe he's even had 3. 8 overs, 1 for 38. For 2 spells, 7 overs, 2 for 19. As the players helping themselves to a drink. We're just a couple of minutes away from the scheduled tea interval. But with 9 wickets down, I think we're going to continue the session. Continue for half an hour. As forward goes Ambris and plays to mid-on. Mid-off correction, there's no run. So 179 for 9. Ambris maybe putting his name in the reckoning for an A-team call. Interesting to see whether Darren, Sammy and the men who matter would look to include him off the back foot. He plays into the offside and he gets a single. Run number 108 for him. Ambris with the total going to 180 for 9. Put on your selector's cap, Dwight Thomas. Would you include Sunil Ambris in a West Indies A team?
Given his age, I would say not. I think the A team is a developmental team. I think Sunil is 32 now, or just thereabouts. So I would think not at this point in time.
Drakes to Tyson. Tyson pulls nicely down to long leg for 4. Short and put away by Tyson with some flair. And into the boundary for 4 as he goes to 7. And the total 184 for 9. So he has gone beyond the age threshold for you. He's no longer developmental, you say?
Well, in terms of the A team.
The A team.
But if we're talking about the West Indies senior team, who knows, with 2 rounds left, he's got 100 here. Most likely get an opportunity in the second innings. There's still a possibility that he can actually get onto that West Indies senior team. And if you look at his one-day record, it's not all too bad.
Drakes to Tyson. Full toss and hit to the short extra cover. And there's no run. So in your book, Mr. Sunil Ambris is still in the reckoning for West Indies pick.
Based on his past performances, I would say such. I think for the last couple of years, Sunil has been one of the most consistent batsmen, at least for the Windward Islands at the regional level. Even Super 50, he's had some very good performances in the Super 50. And I think he himself would tell you, I think he'd be disappointed that he hasn't actually gotten an opportunity in recent times. I know his test cricket hasn't really lived up to expectation.
Drakes to Tyson. Tyson back and plays defensively. In fact, we're just looking at his production in recent times. So over the last 2 years, Ambris 441 runs in 2024 last year, and 2023 363. One of his better years. 608 runs was almost 9 years ago, so that's quite a bit. And so in the recent times, he has not really featured in terms of his production with the bat. The end of the over as Tyson plays back to the bowler.
Yeah, very good over for the Volcanoes. So far, Tyson and Ambris, they've put on 24. So good partnership. Again, they'll be hoping that this partnership continues to grow. And they've now put the score to 184 for 9, which at 86 for 6 at lunch looked a long way away. So far this session has definitely belonged to the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've showed some fight. Pretty similar to what we had the last time they played here against the Hurricanes, where the middle to lower order showed some fight, and we're having a repeat. Maybe not to the magnitude, but they're showing some fight today.
Indeed, Warwican will continue. In fact, talking about runs, as we look at the competition for 5 rounds so far, we've got a top 7 in terms of run aggregate, and Sunil Ambris is not there. We'll tell you who's there. The top 7. Warwican bowls to Ambris. Ambris forward and plays back to the bowler. After 5 rounds, the man on the top of the tree, Jason Mohammed, 519 runs. Warwican to Ambris using his feet, hits over the bowler. But there's coverage at long on. And the return fired in by Simmons. 2 more to Ambris. As he goes to 110, the total 186 for 9. So most runs in the regional 4-day championship so far. Jason Mohammed 519. Jonathan Drakes is at number 2. He's in this game, looking to put on the pads this afternoon. 416. Jonathan Drakes. Number 3, John Campbell, 402 runs. As a man who'd be looking to get back into the West Indies team. John Campbell, 402 runs. Number 4, Joel Andrew, the 18-year-old from the Leewards, 390 runs. Change to the field, change of personnel. They're long on, going to deep extra cover. So changing personnel as the two fielders swapped. Warrican, not happy with the service from the long on fielder in the previous delivery. He will move in now to Ambris. Ambris bowled! Well, missed that completely. Ambris looking to maybe push into the offside. Has missed that completely. The ball crashing into the stumps. So the end of a good innings from Sunil Ambris. He goes bowled by Warrican for 110. And so the end of the Windward's Volcanoes innings, all out for 186. And as we saw with the luncheon interval, with a wicket falling, the end of the Volcanoes innings signifying the tea interval here on day 1. So Ambris walks off together with Tyson, who remains not out on 7. Ambris with a good innings of 110 with some 14 fours and 1 6. A very good innings indeed. He really was the difference between what was otherwise a poor performance by the Volcanoes. Your assessment, Dwight Thomas, on the effort by the Volcanoes after they won the toss and decided to bat?
First of all, congratulations to Sunil Ambris. Excellent inning. He was the main reason that the Volcanoes got up to 186. He batted maturely, showed his quality, showed his class, showed his experience. So well done to Sunil Ambris. But in terms of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, I think they would be very disappointed having won the toss this morning and deciding to bat first. They would have definitely they would have been thinking of maybe batting out the day. Unfortunately, they've only lasted the 2 sessions. They only get 186, which means their bowlers would have to bowl really well to get them back into this game. So as of right now, Barbados are firmly in control of this encounter in these conditions.
Indeed. So 186 for all from 49.3 overs as the players get to the tea break. So let's just recap for you what has happened by giving you the scorecard of the day. So Solazano and Melius starting for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And the scorecard reads as follows. Solazano was run out for a duck. Kimani Melius caught Boucher bowled Simmons not. Kavem Hodge caught Myers bowled Simmons 6. Alec Atanas LBW Ford 1. Sunil Ambris not out 110 from 111 deliveries. 14 fours and 1 6. Sajak Descat LBW Drakes 3. Noel Leo caught Mayers bowl Warwick and 27 with some 5 fours on debut. Ryan John caught Boucher bowl McAllister 10. Kenneth Demba LBW Ford 14. Keon Gaston also on debut caught Drakes bowl Drakes for 7. Caught Jonathan Drakes bowl Dominic Drakes for 1 correction. And Gillan Tyson not out 7. The bowling figures: Dominic Drakes 11 overs 2 for 48. Ford 7 overs 2 for 19. McAllister 8 overs 1 for 38. Ramon Simmons 9 overs 2 for 32. And Warrican 14.3 overs 2 for 45. Wickets falling at 0, 1, 21, 36, 72, 86, 148, 160, all out 186. So that is the position at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground on day 1 in this encounter between the Windward's Volcanoes and the Barbados Pride. Windward's winning the toss and batting all out 186. So let's take a break here and come back for the post-tea session in about 10 minutes or so. That's all from us for now.
And welcome back to this first-class fixture between the Windwards and Barbados. The Windwards, for those of you in the deep part of the world, is made up of Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, and Dominica. Dominica, I read, was once a Leeward Island, but now is part of the Windward chain. It's also part of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean chain, which includes Montserrat, St. Kitts Nevis, Antigua, Anguilla, BVI. It also includes the French Islands. I think St. Martin has just joined. So, just some tidbits about the region. And we're going to start with Ryan John. It'll be interesting to see whether the Windward's attack, Dwight, could operate at the same level as Barbados.
Good start. Ryan John, if we recall correctly, the last time he played here, that was against the Hurricanes. He bowled very well with the new ball. So I'm sure he'll be looking to replicate this today.
Didn't bat as well as he did, but if he could produce the same kind of performance with the ball, he can bowl the Windwards back into this game. But Barbados, well, you never know between now and close of play, but Barbados should head home with smiles all over. John and Bradford crouching, coming forward. Barbados captain deciding that he will relinquish the West Indies captaincy. 99 test matches, but it's expected that he will be picked on his own basis and his own ability to open against Australia and Barbados. John goes in. Delivery down that canal of danger, no shot by Bradford. In case you just in fact joined us and you didn't know what happened with the final total, 186 the Windwards of 49.2, Ambrose 110 with 14 fours and 1 6. So it's going to be John once more. That's Stern out in the onside. Salazano run out not. Melanis, Scott Boucher, both Simmons no score. Hodge caught Mears, both Simmons 6. Atenes leg before 9. Ambrose bowled by Warrican for 110. We'll come back with the details in a while. A little drizzle seemed to appearing. Am I seeing right?
Yes, you are. It's definitely a bit of rain out there. The ground staff seem to be making their way to the covers. A bit slow. Maybe they're not worried about it.
I must tell certain people I do not need glasses. Or new glasses. As they are suggesting that my lens needed changing. Well, maybe it's just a drizzle. And the umpires are set play on. And play we have as John rolls in and bowls to Bradford, and Bradford just pushing out in the offside. The field is deep. Brings the cover to the right. And Barbados are off and running a 1 without a loss. Back to the details. I said Ambrose leg before, Bowl Warrican for 110. The Scott leg before by Drakes for 3. Leo, a little cameo, caught Mears, Bowl Warrican 27 on debut. And John blotted his copperwork a bit. He was caught Boucher off the bowling of McAllister 10, a very loose shot. Denver showed a lot of courage, leg before 4 for 14. Gaston caught Drake's ball, Drake's 1, and Tyson not out on 7. I'll give you the bowling figures as time will allow. So, Shane Mosley, opening left-hander, driving well, brings the wide man off to his right. And Barbados edge 2 without loss. Simmons had 9 overs and took 2 for 32. Ford had 2 for 19 off 7. Rex had 11 overs, 2 for 48. McAllister 8 overs, 1 for 38. And Warwick on 14.3 overs, 2 for 45. And in case you think I miss the figures of Mayers, he was not called into action. Were you surprised, Dwight?
I wouldn't say that. I think the medium pacers, the seamers that they use, bowled really well. So there was no real need to call on to call Kyle Mayers. Maybe the second inning we might see him off the ball.
Yes, because he does get the ball to wobble a bit. But he was mainly used in the air of the slip, and what? He had a couple of catches. I think he had
2 catches.
Two catches, yeah. So we told you the whole story. So we're going to see Gaston. Well, give him the red ball in place of Tyson. I'll ask the question to Dwight if he was surprised. Gaston comes in. Wayward delivery didn't start quite well. But Tyson figures in the last game against the League was you would have thought that seniority would have operated.
I think the preference in terms of Alec and the Volcanoes management is to use Tyson with, I wouldn't say an older ball, but more often than not when he plays, he doesn't actually use the new ball up front.
A man who is obviously close to the management and coaching staff. Well, he's a former St. Lucia player, so he's got that kind of relationship. That's done in. Turned away. Easy single. It's turned out to be a very cool afternoon. It does get kind of cold in Bonterra some nights. The wind could blow. Which part of the island do you live?
Sanssouci.
Sanssouci.
That's literally maybe 30 seconds or so, a minute away from the actual city center.
Yeah. It doesn't get too cold there.
No, I wish.
You wish. Well, we can assure you, if you want to get a little... I know that people are getting under their sheets at night. So 3 without loss. And Gaston, tall and rangy, slim, passes the umpire. And is hot on the second attempt. Whoa! Well, Descott might say, I parried it to you, man. I parried it to you. But good start, very good start by the Windwards. They are now 3 for 1.
Yeah, good delivery by Gaston there. Melius just parrying that to Kavem Hodge. Maybe he was in full control of this one, but what a wicket to get for Keon Gaston debut. This is as big a wicket as you would get in terms of regional cricket. The former West Indies captain with 99 tests is his first wicket at this level.
Well, well done. Well, we were talking about should he get the seat in front of Tyson? Well, no doubt he justified the decision to call the debutant in. So the board is just about coming up to 3 for 1. So is, in fact, our own little computerized scoreboard. So Braffett going for 1. And I think he would be disappointed because, you know, his focus now is in leading Barbados. He would want to have led from the front.
Yeah, that's a delivery I think he should have left alone. It was definitely wide enough outside the off stump. He didn't have to play a shot.
So the Windwards trying to fight back, but have a long, long way to go. 186, 3 for 1. Gaston with his tail up. Oh, beautiful delivery. That pitched and moved away. It was a peach of a ball. And all of a sudden, a number of young men are appearing for the Windwards.
Yes, what a delivery by Keon Gaston. That one actually just moved away off the seam. Excellent delivery for Jonathan Drakes to get first off.
Yes, and even our Barbadian supporters will agree that that was a lovely delivery. So trying to maintain the same kind of pressure standards and consistency. And again, well, not exactly the same delivery. It started a little wide. I didn't even have to play.
Yeah, that one was a lot wider than the previous delivery. But what he's getting some movement away from the right-handers.
So walking back, have his thoughts for himself. News out of England that Jimmy Anderson wants to continue playing for Lancashire, but he's out for a month with a calf injury. No calf injury here. That goes through the slip area and down to the boundary for 4, but not intended to be played there. It took the hard outside ledge. It didn't carry though, which was important for the new batsman, and total moving up to 7 for 1.
Yeah, excellent over there. Very testing over by Keon Gaston. Did get the big wicket, that of Craig Braffett, and did have the last delivery there. Did get the outside edge, but very well controlled by Jonathan Drakes playing with soft hand. The fielders, they would be definitely disappointed that they did not save that.
Dwight, we have listeners all over the world. Tell us about Gaston, which part of the world he's from.
Keon Gaston is a local boy, St. Lucia, out of Monripo. So this is Sajak Deskat is actually from Monripo as well. Monripo, a rich cricketing community in terms of representation on the St. Lucia team at different levels. So I'm pretty sure they will be tuned in and will be proud of what they have achieved so far, these two men.
Now let's see if I know my St. Lucia. Monripo halfway up towards you, Nora? Thereabouts?
Yeah, thereabouts. Thereabouts.
I get 6 out of 10 for that?
Yeah.
Okay. It's 3 for 1. And John looking to try and make his contribution, pitched well up. And one gets the impression that Mosley was maybe just too much over it when looking to drive.
Yeah, looking to play an on-drive there. But the one thing, John is similar to Gaston. He usually gets the ball to move as well.
I mean, commentators should be unbiased. From a cricket point of view, I think we're hoping that the Windwards can compete so we can have a great third and fourth day finishing on Saturday. But Barbados is very much in the driving seat as 4 goes in. And that's turned away down towards square leg, pitching outside leg. So Mosley reminds us of a fine gentleman, Ezra Mosley. Played for the West Indies, highly respected in England. And what a nice fella. Coached the West Indies women, himself and Vasper Drakes, but they were not kept by the West Indies board. But it was felt then that the players might have complained that they were pushing them a bit too hard in terms of the work rate. Don't know the total story. John brings them forward. But Ezra was one of those who went to South Africa, and the only one who was able to return and be selected by the West Indies. And a very unfortunate, sad way he died. He was jogging early one morning, and a motorist hit him. Don't even want to think about it when I heard of the news, because he was a pal of mine. delivery, almost yocking him. Again, he getting maybe just too forward. Should be playing that with a much straighter back, don't you think?
It's almost like he's falling over there, but
Yes.
good delivery, good testing delivery by Ryan John.
So Jonathan Drakes, who I was surprised to learn that he was 30. I thought he was a younger man, but he's got runs. He's got runs this year. He got 300s. And heavily talked about. The ball probably missing leg, but John thought it was worth the shout. You beat the bat, have a shout.
Yeah, good delivery, a bit of that, but based on what we've seen on the replay, going down and a bit high as well.
Yes. Jazz is in the air here in St. Lucia, in case you were thinking of attending the Jazz Festival. If you want to attend a sporting event, well, you can go off to Trinidad, where there's a lot of talent for colleges all around the world, because the Junior Grift is coming up, and that's a shot in the dark. Bit of a Chinese cut. It didn't go down to long leg, it went towards square leg. So victory morally there to John as the over is finished. It's 9 for 1 after 3 overs. And again, we repeat, in case you were away and you have just come back, some people might be closing up shop at work, I do not know. But the Windwards made 186, Ambrose made 110 great runs. I wouldn't say glorious runs, but a real professional knock with 14 fours and a 6. Dwight.
Yeah, the Windwards, having been bowled out for 186, they've really started well with the ball, and they've put the ball so far in the right areas.
Gaston in, down the leg side. That's not where he should be. That's not the field set for that. But luckily it wasn't all that fine. And the man down at fine leg was able to pick it up. For the field changing over for the lefty, Shane Mosley comes into strike. Field could be maybe a touch more attacking. I'll get Dwight to talk about that. 10 for 1. Should you attack a bit more? Well, it's all action. Mostly looking to drive, hit hard into the ground. Very athletic, high up catch, threatened to throw the wicket down, but there was no further action. In the circumstances, should there be another close fieldsman?
Given the fact that they have 186, they can't be too aggressive in terms of their field placing. And I think the fact that Gasto gets the ball to come back into the left-hander, they did give him protection, allowing him to swing the ball.
That's a fair comment. Good balance. And that really came back. That's a beautiful delivery. That didn't go further and further away. It was pitched and came back. So this has been a fine start by this encouraging start.
Yeah, definitely. So far, his 1.3 overs is looking really good. He's getting the ball to come back into the left-hander. I'd love to see if he has one that maybe just goes away or just goes on with the arm.
Well, maybe somebody will put something on Facebook. Where has Gaston been all this time? And moves in once more, and that's short and pulled, but miscued as it goes to forward square leg. Would you say he's been knocking on the door for the last year, or not really?
Well, this is his first year. He did get a contract. He's a contracted player. He did get into the squad for the Super 50 without getting a game. So definitely in terms of his performances for St. Lucia and in the best versus best, he's been knocking on the door.
Okay, well done. Well, they should encourage him to work harder, get a lot fitter. The likes of Holding and Roberts and Garner and Crawford and Marshall used to run many miles in the morning. That's down the leg side. Good take. Good take by Leo. And Leo did in fact also debuted and had a little very pleasant cameo.
Yeah, he did not look out of place. Let's put it that way. Looked very good and very confident as well.
Yeah. You know, we were saying maybe that John came a bit late after getting 100 in the previous game, but you know, you don't know what's the thought of the captain, how he sets up his batting order. I think that came off the pad. He's looking to hold his head. He didn't really carry to the keeper. So even if there was bat there, it would not have been given out. But the Windward start has been decent. You know, sometimes you can make a low score and then come out and bowl all over the shop. And you have lost the advantage in the first 5 overs, you know. The batting side has belted 30 and 40 after 5 overs. That has not happened. And they have kept it quite tight. 10 for 1 after 4 overs. And the important wicket of Braffett has departed. That's someone who could have batted and batted.
Yeah. Braffett, speaking of Braffett, he does have a double century already in this competition, so definitely one that could bat for a very long time.
More attacking field, 3 slips of the gully, and that's a pushing forward. The bowler didn't get a lot of support from keeper and company, but he certainly, John, thought that it was worth a shout. He was on the front foot. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, again, looked a bit high. Again, very good delivery, completely beating Jonathan Drakes, but that looked a bit high.
Well, not many watch. It has been an interesting display where the ball has dominated. We have seen wickets fall. Barbados have lost 1 already, the wicket of Braffett. That will take the day off stump. Oh, beautiful delivery. The batsman was waiting for David Pascal to take that shot. Played forward, played maybe inside the line. It moved in a bit. And all of a sudden, Barbados are rocked back. 10 for 2. We don't want to say game on situation. Still Barbados in a very strong position.
Yeah, definitely. Far from game on, considering they only got 186. But what the Windward Islands Volcanoes would have wanted is to come out, show some fight. And that they've done so far by taking 2 big wickets.
Yes, and hopefully that we can draw 100 people to the game tomorrow. But I'm personally disappointed over the years with the lack of promotion. I mean, this game started today or Wednesday. These players have been here since Sunday. I don't believe they've been on television, the captain and the coach, or been on radio, the captain and the coach. That is not, you know, reinventing the wheel. The media is there. They're very happy if you can bring a Craig Braffett to be interviewed, etc. Those things should be done. Not done. Why? Why?
I'm definitely in agreement with you, Reds. Definitely a bit more marketing could be done so that we could maybe get a few more. Even the schools, considering we still have, it's a Wednesday, you could have some of the younger cricketers coming to support.
Each secondary school has got a team. Even if the cricketers come, we would have some atmosphere. They would have seen the level of cricket that they need to aim for. Because everything doesn't have to be, you know, T20.
Yep, agreed.
You know, we need to have maybe a greater focus on the red ball game. I thought that we should have had a week's headley after the 4-day competition was finished, which would have given the players a chance to compete for a possible test place. Driven well and driven straight, and will earn 4 runs, and it does that now. Beautiful delivery, was just too far up, and well played. Beautiful shot, nice timing. 14 for 2. We were in the 5th over, and that's the way that Kevin Wickham plays. Wickham and Anderson are seen as maybe, among others, as 2 of the most promising Anderson, I think, was 70 odd not out today against Leewards, and Wickham is highly spoken about in dispatches. Hasn't had maybe the best year yet with the bat. And leaving alone. Ooh. Well, you can say well left.
There's only two leaves, Reds, a good one and a bad one, and that one is a good one. Maybe a lot closer than what he would have been thinking, but definitely.
Yes, if that had just clipped the off stump, he would have walked away shaking his head. But John has served notice as the sun just comes back and the shadows starting to lengthen. John pulls in the collar, walks, turns and starts to move in. Solid looking defensive shot by Wickham, Kevin Wickham and Shane Mosley now together. And they have got responsibility to see Barbados out of this very small hole, not a deep hole yet.
Yeah, Shane Mosley has West Indies experience having test cricketer, and like you said, Wickham is one of the more promising batsmen around the region. I'm sure he'll be looking to make a statement, maybe get into the A team.
Carries a name which is highly respected in Barbados among the journalist circles. That doesn't come back, so he has no difficulty in leaving that alone. So the Windward's making a fight of it. Barbados are 14 for 2. But there is the Windward score, reminding us that Ambrose got 110, Leo got 27, and Denver maybe only 14, but stayed there for 55 deliveries.
Yeah, and that partner, he might have only gotten 14, but he was part of a really good partnership with Ambrose that brought off over 50, the best partnership of the inning. So definitely Denver at the moment, he did his job.
So John, 1 for 8, and Keon Gaston from the area of Monrepo with 2 slips and almost a 4th slip or a gully. And that was very wayward as he pushed it too far across the left-hander. So the winner was making a fight of it. I think we've lost a few spectators. I hope someone from the tourist board or the events committee will send an email to all the managers and entertainment people in the hotel structure to say, hi, there's first-class cricket. We must have at least 1,000 people from the UK who probably right now is in St. Lucia and will probably consider coming. He went back, played that down towards a backward square position, just a signal. The fine leg comes around. Always that little bit of pressure on the bowler and the captain when you have a righty and a lefty. Different line, different field placing.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for Keon Gaston, I think you'd be a lot more pleased at bowling to the right-handers. Because what we saw, the shape that he gets, Kevin Wickham could be in some trouble if he gets it right.
15 for 2 as he continues. He took that on the body. They take one, they'll come back for back. They don't need to come back. That crossed the rope. I'm not too sure that was the greatest effort by Denver. I don't want to be critical. Don't know if just a little stiff, but I thought that he might have just picked that up. But that's debatable. Total goes to 19. Wickham 8, Mosley 3. 3 slips gully. Cool afternoon. Lovely shot. Kind of shot if you paid $5 you would have gotten your money worth. Beautifully played, you know. very nonchalant, very graceful almost to the right-hander.
Yeah, very elegantly played there by Kevin Wickham. This is his third boundary. Imam was on to 12 with 3-4s and 2 very good-looking drives so far.
23 for 2. We are in the 6th over. And we're heading towards the, not around the corner by means, we have maybe well over an hour left. And depending on the amount of overs bowled and the conditions with the light. There's a light wind blowing as Gaston comes in. And looking get the leg before decision, and he gets it. Looking to drive, he didn't make a big step forward. He was hit well in the crease area. So a very important wicket by the young St. Lucian Windward's opening bowler. And all of a sudden, we have a situation here where Barbados up 23 for 3. Well.
What a start for Keon Gaster in terms of his first-class career. Excellent bowling. And we did mention the shape that he gets away from the right-handers. If you look at that one maybe just held its line. So definitely good thinking by the young man and even better execution.
I would think that Claudius Emmanuel should drive to Monrepo. If not today, sometime over the weekend. That's the replay. And very confident decision, but it wasn't a quick draw McGraw decision. You can see the umpire thinking about it and then doing a buck now saying, you're on your bike. So Barbados are rocked back at 23 for 3 over number 6. So the talented Wickham has departed, and Kyle Mayer is the West Indian player who has had a couple of changes, new hairstyle, and didn't bowl. Whether he might be carrying a little nigger, or he hasn't really had a lot of bowling practice or cricket under his belt of late. So left-handed Mayers. Let's see what Gaston will do. He has got 3 slips in the gully as he starts to move in. Mayers isn't quite ready, but the battle is on. Bowler to batsman. Oh, that was a beauty. Mayers had to work very hard to dig that out. And even Mayers will appreciate, who's played at the highest level, that was a good first up.
Yeah, good testing delivery first up to Mayers, but Mayers right up to it. But excellent over, successful over by Keon Gaster, who's now bowled the 3 overs and he's gotten 2 for 14. So the score is 23 for 3 at the end of 6. So very good start by the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Well, I hope this will bring at least 200 people tomorrow, and maybe a couple of schools might like to send their students who play cricket, and there are lots of people who have retired, who are in pensioners. It's free. I think the Johnson Charles stand is open. Good cool conditions, good viewing. And we have a potential game on situation. So 86 in reply. Barbados are 3 down for 23. And Ray John, well-built, well-muscled Grenadian, runs away from us. Pitched and going further away. We haven't really examined the glove work of Leo. He hasn't much to do so far.
Yeah, he hasn't had much to do in terms of anything really difficult, but what he's had to do, he's done it well.
Am I seeing what I'm seeing? That 3 young ladies have just come into the ground?
Yes, Reds, you are.
That's encouraging. I think you picked it up first, not me. I just followed your eyes. I thought, why are you looking across to the Johnson Charles stand? Got to keep tabs in you, You have to report to your employers who granted your leave to come here. So it's going to be Johnny. He's going to come around the wicket. and makes him work hard for that single. He had to shuffle back very quickly. It took away the bottom hand, kept the top hand. Just a little memory of Roy Clinton Fredericks, who have gone to the great beyond, who, like Keith Boyce and possibly Morris Foster, who might not be able, Morris is, I think, recovering from a fall in Jamaica. So who will in fact come from the Lloyd 75 victory at the World Cup? It will be celebrated by the West Indies board at Kensington before the Australian test. Delivery which just holds his line. John keeping Mears quite honest. So Mears and his partner Mosley, the M's, with the great W combination. Now you have M&M. Is that a band? M&M?
It's a snack.
Huh?
It's a snack.
Oh, I see. I'm not in the musical world of my age. And a lovely delivery. Wow. He pushed and beaten the outside edge. Why would I think it? But Eminem really sounds like a kind of musical band.
I mean, Eminem. There is an Eminem, an artist, a rapper, an American rapper
I
as
see,
well.
I don't know. I don't know why you are laughing. I was right. I was right. Anyhow, we have soon to be joined by Claudius, who in his spare time can advise you on money matters. As the ding-a-ling rings away and John goes in, and that's played slightly on the up, but it didn't go that far, but goes into the boundary. You see, this is a turtle background. It's well cut, and the ball runs away. I didn't get the impression that had a 4 marked in it, but Mears welcoming that as he moves off the dreaded knot. So Mears is 4, Mosley is 4, and John comes back to his mark. So yet another call coming in. We had one all the way from Santo Domingo. So one following the cricket there, one from London, where they said that we are very blessed because it was awfully cold in England when they made the call. John still got around the wicket to Mears. He has that Tony Gregg pickup and plays that well. Good control. He is strong in that area, very strong in that third man backward point area. And John will know that he can't be hanging that ball outside the line of the off stump. So he moves to 8. Total goes to 32 for 3. 32 for 3. It'll be more from you, right? Please get your musical, background a little better than you were suggesting that I should.
Yeah, definitely in the last over, John was guilty of giving Mears a bit too much room. That is his strength. And if you continue to bowl late, he's going to continue to punish you. But nonetheless, it's been a very good start by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've restricted the Barbados Pride to 32 for 3. And Keon Gaston has been bowling really well. Excellent spell so far from the young man in debut. Well, I welcome back Claudius, and it's going to be Jamal James to join him.
Thank you, Dwight. Gaston to Mosley. Wide of off stump. And Leo takes. So 32 for 3. This has been a good response by the Volcanoes. Gaston, 3.1 overs. 2 for 14. Yes, bowled quite well. Good line, good length. Away movement from the right-hander. Away from the right-hander and into the left-hander. 2 left-handers at the crease. The 2 M's according to Reds. Gaston to Mosley. Outside off stump. That's angled across. It's not coming back in because it's not of a foolish length. And going across the batter to the gloves of the keeper. Gaston getting into a little bit of trouble with the umpire. Running a little too close to that danger area. So he needs to focus on that. 32 for 3. 2 slips and a gully. Young man on debut, making a good impression so far. Comes into Mosley. Edge along the ground, out towards the boundary, and will get into it now at backward point. As Mosley helps himself to a boundary, outer portion of the bat, but luckily for him, along the ground. As he goes to 8, it's 36 for 3 as Jamal comes back. Mosley finding the boundary there for Barbados Pride.
Yes, thank you so much, Claudius. Mosley, benefit of experience in the top order, playing that one with soft hands. And this is what it is that you need to do to combat good quality bowling at the start of the innings. And this is definitely some top quality from Keon Gaston on debut.
Indeed, from the southern end, Gaston to Mosley. Driving into the offside, lovely stroke out towards the boundary. It's going to go pretty close, and in fact we'll get into it now ahead of the fielder. So successive boundaries there for Mosley as he goes into double figures. He's 12, 40 for 3. And Barbados Pride pushing along with that boundary.
He's got one full and wide and a chance to express himself, get onto that front foot. Basically a harmless delivery and took full toll. Runs have been a bit hard to come by, especially from Gaston. So Mosley showing that he's equal to the task and willing to take full advantage.
Barbados Pride trailing by 146. As Gaston will continue. Outside the off stump. And the ball going into the gloves of the keeper. So Gaston has gotten the movement and plugging away. Young man who is at the start of his career would be causing quite a bit of interest in the Monrepo area on the east coast of the island. Gaston to Mosley. Struck on the pad, an appeal going up, but looking to go maybe down the leg side as the over comes to an end. But again, that movement into the left-hander. As we look at it on the monitor, yes, looking to go down the leg side, but the movement still there for Gaston at the end of the over, the 8th of the innings. The Barbados Pride in response to 186 by the Volcanoes. They're 40 for 3.
Yes, and one of the very impressive things about Gaston is that he's been able to show us movement in both directions. So he's shown us the in-swinger to the left-hander, but he's also moved the ball away from them as well. And that last leg before wicket dismissal that he got, he was able to nip that one from the surface back into the right-hander.
Indeed. So it's been an impressive debut for Keon Gaston. We also saw good work from the other debutant, Noel Leo, who's behind the stumps. A good knock of 27 when the Volcanoes batted. Ryan John continuing from the northern end, over number 9. John's 5th over. He has 1 for 17 as he comes into Mears. And the ball angled in and clipped away by Mears too. Backward square leg for single. Mears going to 9 and the total 41 for 3. If you are joining us for the first time, Craig Brathwaite was the first to go. He was caught Hodge off the bowling of Gaston for 1, 3 for 1, then 10 for 2 when Dominic Drakes was bowled by John for 6, and then 23 for 3 when Kevin Wickham, LBW Gaston 12. John from the northern end, continuing round the wicket to the two left-handers. Two slips and a gully. Extra cover mid-off. Also sweeper at deep point. Off the back foot goes Mosley. And ball playing into the offside. Mid-on. Mid-wicket and deep backward square completing the field. Scoreboard suggesting 32 overs left in the day's play. This is day one of this 6-round game. Barbados Pride versus the Windward's Volcanoes. Pride on 4th position. Volcanoes on 6 outside the off stump. And forward goes Mosley and plays up to mid-off. There's no run. So the Pride scoring at 4.82, trailing by 145. How would you assess the state of play, Jamal, at this stage of the innings, of the game, I should say? 186 Volcanoes, Pride 41 for 3.
I would say honors even at this point. Teams in similar positions at this stage of the game.
John to Mosley. Mosley turns it straight to the fielder. Misunderstanding the throw coming in, but it's a bad one to the keeper. That's Ambris not able, or is that Tyson it looks like? So a misunderstanding there between Kyle Mayers and Mosley. Mayers was going nowhere, but Mosley had gotten to about halfway down. The ball going straight to the mid-wicket fielder, but the throw fired in by Tyson, well wide of the stumps. In fact, Noel Leo not even able to get to it. A let-off there for Mosley.
Could have been the perfect situation for the Windwards had that run out been taken. But it wasn't to be. Mosley lives to fight again.
John to continue. Round the wicket to Mosley. Mosley's forward and plays up to mid-off. And there's no run.
First warning for run under protected area.
Now it's Ryan John who is in difficulty with the umpire. And it's more than difficulty. In fact, he's getting his first warning from the umpire Ryan Benwari, with the first warning to Ryan John for running in the danger area. And so John needing to tread cautiously, needing to veer away from that danger area. In fact, he changes his approach now and will come over the wicket, an approach that he is maybe more comfortable with, and of course naturally helping him to veer away to the left. It's a lot easier to do so than to veer away when you are bowling from around the wicket. He's over the wicket to Mosley. Delivery that's right up and driven up to mid-off to bring the over to an end. So the end of the 9th over, and at the end of it, the Barbados Pride, they are 41 for 3.
Yes, and it's been really good work from the umpires. We've mentioned that they have been impressive all day. They've made some good calls. They're spot on, just ensuring that the bowlers veer away from that dangerous area. And another point, Claudius, despite the fact that the Barbados Pride landed themselves in some early troubles, these two left-handers, they have looked up to the task. Look quite positive in their approach.
Yes, they have, and I think they have proven to be a good matchup against Keon Gaston, because with his ability to move the ball away, he posed the difficulty for the right-handers, and it's a lot easier to get the ball that is coming into the left hand, although there was some that, particularly one to Mayers, that was right up and he had to dig it out. Kian Gaston has been rested. He goes off. Good spell. Forvers no maiden 2 for 22. And he's been replaced by Gillan Tyson. A man that we have already seen gets each way movement with the ball. Delivery that is struck on the pad. Is that as he's angling into the pad? And they go for one leg by. Baziraf making the signal. One more to the total. 42 now. 42 for 3. As Mosley comes into strike.
We did recall that Tyson has been the quickest bowler from the Volcanoes team, and I think he would have picked up a 5-wicket haul already in the season for the tournament.
He will bowl to Shane Mosley. Comes in off the back foot, hit into the offside, but the sweeper is posted on the boundary. Melius, one more to Mosley. As the total goes with the single to 43 for 2. We are in the 10th over of the innings.
2 left-handers at the crease looking competent. Don't look fazed by the bowling. 2 slips to gully for Tyson.
Who's operating from the southern end is over the wicket to Mears off the back foot. And that's short, and going back there was Mears and hitting on the bounce. It's a drop catch. It was short and cotton ball chance, and being put down by Tyson, but Mears going back on the pull, and the ball going about chest height to Tyson, who was not able to hold on, so Mears gets a let off. Tyson again to Mears. Wide delivery and a wild stroke from Mears as the ball goes into the gloves of Noel Leo. So Mears with a big swish at that outside the off stump, not making contact. So a quiet period of play here. Barbados Pride looking to press home the advantage that they had from the first innings. That is when they fielded. Delivery that's pulled away over the head of Midon and into the boundary behind the fielder for 4. So no question about that one. Mears quickly onto it and hit it away into the mid-on boundary, the long-on boundary for 4. So he goes into double figures. He's 13 and it's 47 for 3.
Yes, that was a Kyle Mears special, just raising that right leg and whipping this one off the hip. Kyle Mears would have been a stalwart at the international level for the West Indies for some time. Would have faced some of the quickest bowlers in the world. So certainly not fazed by that short pitch delivery from Tyson.
Tyson to Mears. Mears is back in defense, standing up straight and playing to extra cover to complete the 10th over of the innings, at the end of which Barbados Pride 47 for 3.
So Kyle Mears coming into his own. He's 13 off 11. You just got a sense from that last over that he was itching to get after Tyson. The moment that Tyson pounded that delivery and tried to get him to smell the leather, it seems to have awoken the beast inside of Mears. We know that he is that sort of player, likes to impose himself and dominate the bowling.
Ran John continuing for his 6 over, 1 for 18. And he'll be bowling to Mosley, who's 13 from 26. Mears 13 from 11.
So remember as well, Claudius, that Kyle Mayers would have been a part of the Volcanoes franchise for a number of years, so would know a lot of these players and the skill sets that they possess, fully able to combat that.
Indeed, and would be familiar with the conditions here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground as well. So Ryan John looking for his second wicket. Will now bowl to Mosley. 2 slips and a gully. Being posted by Atenes. John looking to just get the field that long leg to come to his left as he starts from the northern end over the wicket to Mosley. Mosley drives straight to mid-off. There's no run. So Ryan John, we saw him put in a good all-round performance against the Leewards, and would want to repeat here. Got 100 against the Leewards. No 100 here for him today. Just getting 10 today, but he's got the ball in hand and looking to make further inroads into the Pride batting. Single to Mosley to mid-on, comfortably taken as Mayers responds well. 48 now for 3. Barbados Pride, they trail by 138 runs. And what's facing them is not a big target for first innings points, 186. So Barbados would want to get to that and go well beyond that total, putting pressure on the Volcanoes. John to Mayers. Mayers gets a delivery that is angled across him and plays on the offside. And there's no run. The scoreboard's showing 30 overs remaining, 29 after this one. So we are in for quite a bit of play. It's about 4 o'clock local time. And that's another 2 hours. We'll be here for a long time, Jamal. Except the umpires maybe finish off at 5:30, I think. But in terms of the over rate, we have quite a bit of play left. Back goes Mayers and plays into the offside. Another tight delivery from John.
Yes, and Daryl Cyrus would have made way for Keon Gaston. Daryl Cyrus, the leg spinner from the Volcanoes. But Kenneth Demba, the off spinner, is still in the lineup. So certainly, if these two left-handers keep going well, undoubtedly Captain Afnes would call upon the services of the off spinner, and that might improve the over rate as well.
Indeed. In fact, Atenes can bowl a few himself. John to Mayers. Mayers sticks it high up on the pad, and the dot ball is recorded in the books. Although we hardly use books these days, everything is electronic. So we've got the electronic scoreboard out to our left, presenting quite a bit of information, quite a bit of assistance for us. And of course, we've got the app associated with the production that is also helping us. And we do our own scoring as well sometimes, as Mayers goes back and plays to mid-on to end the 11th over of the innings. Barbados Pride, they're 48 for 3. They trail by 138.
Yes, it has been some good discipline bowling from Ryan John. 6 overs, picked up that 1 wicket, went straight through the gate of the opening batter, and has only conceded some 19 runs. And one would rather suspect that that would most likely be the end of his spell. The players are meeting for some drinks. It's 48 for 3. It's been really impressive bowling from the debutant, especially. It's Keon Gaston, and what an introduction to first-class cricket from the two debutants on show today.
Absolutely, they have acquitted themselves quite well. So as the players get a drink, we can bring you up to date with the Barbados Pride innings so far. So resuming after tea. Well, they started after tea, after the Windwards were bowled out before tea for 186. Brathwaite, caught Hodge bowl Gaston 1. Mosley is not out 14. Drakes, Jonathan, bowled John 6. Kevin Wickham, LBW Gaston 12. And Cal Mayers is not out 13. The bowling figures: John 6 overs, 1 for 19. Tyson 1 over for 5 runs. And Keon Gaston 4 overs, 2 for 22. As the players continue to refresh themselves, let's continue to get more thoughts from you, Jamal, in terms of what we expect for the balance of this day one, with Pride 138 runs adrift of the Volcanoes total, and then we'll be joined by Reds Pereira and Dwight to continue the analysis.
And with some 29 overs remaining and 2 experienced left-handed batters at the crease, providing some stability to the Pride innings. Certainly we have not seen the introduction of a Shadrach Descott as yet, and he too was quite successful in the Volcano this previous game right here at the Darren Sammy. So certainly Captain Afnes would call upon his services quite soon, but I wouldn't be surprised if the off spinner is called into action after the break. Many options for Captain Afnes in the remaining 29 overs. Reds, welcome back.
Thank you, and just refreshments all around. But the Windward's can be pleased that they have made a go at, but Mayers is in that attacking mood. He's gone to 13, Mosley 14. Partnership a very important 25 when they came together. They were 3 down.
Yeah, very good partnership between Mosley and Mayers. Just what the Pride would have wanted. On the other hand, the Volcanoes would be hoping to break this partnership as soon as possible.
Yes, Jamaica has just lost a wicket in Trinidad in the pick ball game. And Gabriel did come back to reinforce the fast attack. Bowled like 5 overs for 6 runs. So he had a pretty good return. So after the drinks break, players just, well, within their rights to take their time and get ready. But Mayers seemed to want to try and counter-attack the bowling.
Yeah, Mayers by nature is a very aggressive player. He's been playing a lot of white ball cricket, but it's nice to see him here playing the red ball stuff.
Couple of people have been trying to change his name, calling him Myers. But Mayers is Mayers. There was a Guyanese batsman from Barbados by the name of Mayers, Mayor of Georgetown. The name of Mayers. It's a popular name. So we are back with Tyson, who Dwight tells me is 28 years of age, and bowled very well in the second innings against the Leewards.
Yeah, he had a 5-wicket haul?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
So he's replaced Gaston, 4 overs, 2 for 22. And John had 6 overs, 1 for 19. A very good opening combination. Tyson, ball coming into the body and quickly getting the feet in place to help it down towards fine leg. Closer to long leg, really. 49 for 3. Good afternoon to wherever you are. And we've just heard that Naomi London, the young St. Lucian who just ran a very impressive 100, will be coming back to represent St. Lucia in the junior Kurfta in Trinidad. That's major development meters off the back foot and beautifully played. He's so strong in that area. And it's just early notice that he was strong in that area to all the bowlers.
Yeah, that's meat and drink for Mayers. He's built an international career on playing through backward point, between backward point and third man. So Tyson would be a lot better off bowling a lot tighter on the off stump.
He's looking to counter-attack Mayers. Mayers has gone to 17 off 16 balls. And trying to just eke away the advantage and take away the early pressure that the Windwards built up. That is short and spunked away, but this time he goes straight towards backward point. This is not good bowling by Tyson. Tyson coming around the corner. And no ball called. So the umpire Bassarat making the signal. So another extra to the total, 54 for 3. Mayes 18, Mosley 15. Good afternoon to you, wherever you are in the Caribbean. Big ball in Trinidad. Games going on elsewhere. Tyson bowls. And playing through the line and moving with the shot. Ball is kicked away by the bowler. But it doesn't go very far. The wind with us is, yes, I will say, it's kite flying wind. You don't have to have skills to fly a kite when you have that kind of wind. I grew up in a river area called the Pomeroon, where you will get the occasional gust, not the kind of constant wind, so you have to work hard to get it up. And batsman working hard to get into position will look for a single. The man down at long leg, he's on the right wing with his foot, knocks it well away from the rope, but they came back for the third run. So the runs are coming for Barbados. They're moving to 54 for 3. Partnership now for 31.
Yeah, Tyson not continuing the pressure built by Gaston and John with the new ball. He's 1.5 overs so far has cost him 15.
Yes. We could see maybe a tight spell. The Windward without their leg spinner in this game, who didn't quite pick up the kind of wickets that they're hoping their leg spinner would have got against the Leewards. Tyson bowls, and that's a difficult take as Leo diving like Banks of England, who played so well in the World Cup, and couldn't get a glove through it. So it races away. More runs for Barbados, moving up to 58 for 3. 58 for 3, and the pressure just seemed to be lifting each and every delivery.
Yeah, and these two, they've now put on 32 of the 37 deliveries. Not only are they building a partnership, but they're doing so quite quickly. So pressure is back on the Windward Islands Volcanoes bowlers.
See how Athena's, the captain, will respond. Afternoon to you, wherever you are in Dominica. Good evening to wherever you are. And we hope tomorrow will be as interesting as today. So far it's been a very low scoring day, but the day hasn't ended yet. And that's a good delivery from John. Looking to spart it, but maybe pulling inside the line, Alla holding at the last minute and going through to Leo. Did he play or not play?
I think he just about pulled inside of that delivery. But nonetheless, very good delivery by Ryan John.
Large, huge truck carrying stone going past the ground. There's a lot of housing development in this area. John goes in, and that beats him outside the line of the off stump. He was looking to drive, I would think, in between mid-off and cover. So John hoping to peel off the edge in that situation. But Athena's has got to make a decision whether he can keep Tyson going. You don't want to be leaking runs from one end and bowling tight from the other end. Just changing the line there. And Mosley, very tight, very orthodox, typical left-hander. There's a book I have at home on all the left-handers, the outstanding left-handers of the world. I can't remember what's the name of the book, but it's basically on all the left-handers that we have seen at world level. That's taking the pad. No danger there, even if he had no contact. He was quite safe. It'll be interesting to see if we can get an interview at the end of the day's play with Ambrose, how he rates that 100. And it's got to be among his best. 100 is 100, but not every 100 is off 110 balls. Right into the off stump. Just in a couple of months from now, we'll be looking at a black side screen.
Yep.
But before that, there will be, in fact, South Africa coming to play, and I think from all reports, they're playing all their matches here, 2 4-day and 3 white ball games. Good, solid forward defensive. That's my understanding of the itinerary.
Yes, St. Lucia, I think it was said that St. Lucia got no international games in terms of the schedule, but they did get the South Africa A tour.
Yes, well, we hope that the West Indies board will join with the Windward board and the St. Lucia board and have a bit of a marketing campaign. Sports St. Lucia Inc., a body which is very much involved in the development of sport in St. Lucia. Track and field in Trinidad and Tobago, the Rifty Games, and there's swimming also coming up in Trinidad and Tobago in Couva. Not exactly around the corner in Port of Spain, so a bit of a drive for the swimmers, but that's where the pool was built. You can't build everything in the capital city. Trinidad infrastructure is probably maybe the most impressive, but they have all those stadiums which was built for the Under-16 World Cup. They've got a world-class velodrome of the highest quality. Again, as if the bowler likes the shot. Too short, as we have a bowling change as Sadrak Descat comes into the strike. Got to be a lot more on target. That's food and drink for Mares. 19 off 19. Mosley 18 off 38. Different style, different aggression, different approach. Outside the off stump. And Mosley didn't have to play. Is Demba around the corner?
Should be. Ryan John has bowled a really long spell. I think he's bowled about 6 or 7 overs in this spell. So definitely a bowling change. We may very well see a bowling change from this end shortly.
The Windwards playing one less spinner, as they did against the Leewards.
Yep, Daryl Cyrus. They've left out Daryl Cyrus, the leg spinner, for Keon Gaster.
Yep, which was paid off so far. Outside the off stump, he has a look at it as it goes through that canal of danger, taken by the keeper Leo. Across to Ambrose. Ambrose relaying it via the cover. And via Tyson, they'll come back. The Descat, who moves in off a medium-sized run from the far end. No pressure on the batsman. I think he's just struggling to find line, length, and rhythm.
Yeah, just pulling a bit too wide, making it a bit too easy for Mosley. Not troubling the batsman whatsoever, so he's got to be a lot closer in terms of his line.
The 100 by Ambrose, I think that was the 32nd 100 for the year in the first class competition. I don't believe you had any other hundreds today. Anderson falling short. Well, he was not out 70 yard. But Leeward's in a very strong position, was 60 for 1 when last we checked. Michael Louis was not out into the 30s. He's trying to hold his place in the West Indies team when the Test series comes around. John Campbell didn't quite impress the scorers today. 2 slips, almost a 4th slip, hard to say, Gully. And although that came back, it was the best delivery he bowled. It started wide, came back. Batsman, looking at it, felt he didn't have to play. The over is completed. After 14 overs, Trinidad, Barbados are 3 for 63 in reply to the 186 the win was made. Dwight.
Yeah, tidy over from Sadrak Descat. He was guilty maybe of just bowling a bit too wide, not making the batsman play enough, but tidy over nonetheless. And this partnership, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, would really need to break this partnership. So far, they've put on 40 of the 50 deliveries, so they're putting pressure back on after losing 3 early wickets. And Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're searching for that 4th wicket. And with that said, they've actually brought Gillan Tyson back from the media center end.
So he's being swung around. You have the wind to take it into the left-hander. Take it away from the left-hander. Depends on the line. Big number 26 on his back for Tyson. And that's square driven but it didn't go anywhere near a square cut. Took the inner part of the bat, and Mayor's rehearsing the shot. So Axel bringing a miscued shot, but it was all along the ground. I did go into the dressing room, spoke to Tyson, and asked him to Google another Tyson, Frank Tyson. He didn't know about Frank Tyson. And then he Googled it and seen that he was an outstanding fast bowler. That's over pitch. And luckily there, that was in fact put away by Mosley. So he didn't quite produce the goods from the Caimanger, the pavilion and the players' end. And now switched around. Good thinking by Atenez. Some bowlers bowl a lot better from certain ends. He's got the wind in his back, so he's not running into the wind. Holds a well-lined delivery. And the left-handed Mosley. Two lefties together. West Indies have had a number of great left-handers. Tomorrow we'll look back to the early days, Windward versus Barbados. And I'll look back at my, that's overpitched. And driven square. Lucky there, Tyson, that didn't go flashing into the cover boundary. But he had to reach slightly about it. But I made a note of the first match I heard out of Barbados somewhere in the 1950s at Kensington. I remember the commentators, who I shall name. Just takes him on the pad, but it was pitched outside length stump. His Mayor's at the end of his tenure. Can he in fact force a recall? The modern spectator on the phone, talking to friends and family, doing business, planning tomorrow. That's played late enough to, did he in fact stop it? Well, he might have stopped it, but seemed to have done a little bit of damage to the right knee. So big effort there. And that was outside the off stump, and he used the over pitch delivery to just slide off the face of the bat. And the over is in fact completed. So 15 overs gone, and after 15 overs, in reply to the 186, Barbados at 3 for 67. Mayors continue to look good on 22 from 22 deliveries, and Shade Mosley 19 from 46. Dwight Thomas.
Yeah, the Windward Islands are searching for that fourth wicket, but very good so far, very good counter-attacking approach and inning so far from Mayors. 22 of the 22 deliveries. Like you said, he's an international player. He's been out of the West Indies team for some time, so I'm pretty sure he'll be looking to put up his hand today and put on a score. And he has in attendance the newly appointed West Indies coach, Darren Sam, is in attendance. So definitely there's an opportunity for him to impress.
And there is that white ball tour to Ireland and to England. Scott had a good outing against the Leewards this year at this ground. Bowled very well. He needs to repeat that kind of spell between now and tomorrow to get the Windward rate back into this game. This partnership has added 44. They have taken Barbados out of a little ditch, and they're looking a lot more comfortable. But the selectors cannot be totally happy. They've lost 3 wickets for 67. Braffett 1, Drake 6. That's pushed up towards mid-on. Braffett 1, Drake 6, Wickham 12. I think we wanted to see a little more of Wickham.
Yeah, very promising batsman. He looked good. His 12 was free boundaries, really good, elegant shots. So definitely he's one of the batsmen that they're looking for towards the future. So a lot is expected of him.
Yes. Another young man, Anderson, was not out somewhere around 70 in St. Kitts. Outside the off stump, so confidently that wouldn't come back if he was trying to pull the seam. He just watched it. Shane Mosley go through to Leo. Very, very cool. No threat of rain. But it's not time for Parrot to start passing. Parrot tends to pass around 6 o'clock. You live in the city, you probably wouldn't see parrots flying, would you?
Nope, no.
You should live in the country for a while, boy. Has just got outside the off stump. Probing away, but not falling for the bait. Mops his hand into very green area. The square has been nicely prepared by Ken Crafton. Probably is down below us, or maybe he could have gone up to St. Kitts, or could have gone elsewhere where matches are being played. Could have been in Trinidad for the pink ball game, but he could be right here. Just got, and that's a fairly wild offer. That's a get-out shot offer. We'll probably send a few Stupses, a few grunts in the Barbados dressing room that just came out of the blue. Yeah, flash it outside the off stump.
Yeah, Mosley has been looking good, but he saw one shot on wide and his eyes open there.
Yes. Tends to make the eyes wide open, but it's not a good investment. Again, the line is outside the line of the off, but not making the batsman play enough. Radar needs to be adjusted. So 67 for 3 off 16 overs. Mears is 22, Wickham is 1. And the board tells us that Boucher, Drakes, Ford, McAllister, Simmons, and Warrican to come in that order. How many may have to come? Well, the 2 men in the middle may well decide that. But we have had a pretty interesting day's play.
Yeah, definitely a day where the bowlers has dominated, and the Volcanoes will be hoping that continues for however long we have left. They would feel like another wicket and they're into the all-rounders, so they have an opportunity here, but they really need to break this partnership.
Well, the light is good, so there's no pressure there. As Tyson continues outside the off stump, and Mayer's not interested, just watch it to go by. Shapes and stay on the crease area. It's really nice to see when you see the diet of colored coding franchise cricket, to see men wearing white.
Yes, and some would tell you this is the best format of cricket.
By country miles. Just digging that out. Defensive shot. It was an aggressive shot. Ball run away from the onside. Tremendous shoulders, great power, and will always remember getting a double century in his early inclusion into the West Indies team. A double century that saw the West Indies winning. Let's see what will be the signal. Was there bat there? Nope, there was not bat. But Mayers have been able to play in all formats. He is a close friend of a Barbadian manager who lives here into the hotel management business. So I'm sure that Mayers will be well entertained. A former First Division play in Barbados. There's two slips on a wide gully. As Tyson comes into the left-hander, driving but wouldn't beat mid off. Hit hard into the ground, the ball goes bouncing down. There's a sporting event coming up in Barbados. There's the Jean Pierre annual netball competition run by the CNA because of the outstanding performance by Jean Pierre for Trinidad and Tobago in the World Cup. His best delivery so far. Now he pulled on the seam slightly, came back, the left-hander had to be a little tight. So that should be starting in Barbados on the 5th of April. And Barbados will play the opening game against Antigua, Barbuda. No St. Vincent, no St. Kitts taking part. But it's good that Jean Pierre is not being forgotten. She was a great netball player, great shooter. Starred in 1979 World Netball Championships where Trinidad and Australia and New Zealand tied for the first place. Later became a Minister of Sport. Back here, single that rotates the strike after the last delivery went down towards backward point. It's 6-9 for 3. We haven't seen Demba yet, but I think Athena's prevailing with the Scott, who has just been too wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, he's bowled tidy, but not allowing the batsman to play enough. I think 90% of his deliveries the batsmen have actually left. What I would like to see, I think, Keon Gaston, who bowled very well at the new ball. I would love to see him given a second spell this evening to see how he operates, because earlier he was the peak of the bowlers, having already taken 2 for 22.
Well, let's see if that is the thinking of Atenes, the young Windward's captain. As the Scott ambles in. Turned away, there's runs here, 1. Will not look for the second. Quick bit of chasing back by the captain himself. Was near the square leg umpire. 7 for 3. Partnership of 47. Extras are 8. And the rate now 4.1. Very cool. Very pleasant evening. The Scott ball is outside the off stump. They say the best part of the day is coming between 5 and 6 when the sun starts to dip, and really and truly you go out in the Rodney Bay area, get down to the beach, and you see some magnificent colors of sunset.
Yep.
Now, as a country boy, as a city boy, you can see that.
Yeah.
And that's a shot in the dark. Don't believe that he quite meant it to go there. Born and grown in the city?
No, actually, I was born in Choiseul, so that's definitely country. But I've been living in the city for a number of years now, yeah.
Yes, I went to Choiseul last year for a wedding.
Enjoyed it?
Yes, thoroughly. Stayed in an Airbnb. The Scott. Again, just too wide outside the off stump. Kind of forced the batsman to commit. Barbados is no hurry to go hunting. Mayers, by his natural nature, will put the ball away if he has half a chance. Because he's happier when he's on the move. He's happier when he's putting bat to ball. Mosley have a different technique, and different style, different personality maybe. A bit closer to the line of the off stump, but he pulled the length back. So it's a bit of a chess match as we head towards the end of the opening day, today Wednesday. I was saying to myself the other day, why the West Indies board didn't start this on a Thursday? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
So you get 2 days of weekend where people are off.
But I don't know all the facts, so I don't want to be criticizing without knowing. Right on target, finally getting the batsman to commit and pushing it back towards the bowler. Well, maybe somebody from the West Indies board will explain sometime why the Wednesday start. Is it better for airline connections? Is it better for the hotels they need? I really don't know. Is it better for traveling on the Sunday to get back to whichever destination they have to go to? You have to take all those things into consideration. What I know for sure that there need to be a collective West Indies board and the affiliates into promoting the game. Tyson has driven well and will be stopped just inside the boundary as they come back for the second. Tyson brought back to this end. He's in the second spell. I'll give you an example. I called a friend of mine, a Grenadian who lives in Basse-Terre, and said, hi, do you know you have a 4-day game coming up on Wednesday? He said, cricket here in Basse-Terre? Who's playing? That's an example. And this is someone who is into Rotary, he's a church-going person, he's into the credit union. You know, he's not someone who stays home and is locked up. That's flashing shot. Didn't quite time it off the back foot. No, I don't believe that the PR mechanism and the information is out early enough. Early enough. I don't know if many solutions know that South Africa will play here. You know, you haven't seen, I don't know if the itineraries are wrong, but even to simply say that the South African tour will be a focus on matches in St. Lucia. So people will know, hi, we expect a talented South African side here. First and second step very close together as he again goes off the back foot. I would think that Mayers can play that shot without even looking.
Yeah, that is his strength, that is his comfort zone, and right now Tyson is pretty much bowling to that.
So that inches the total, the partnership up to 51. Very important partnership because they were not in deep trouble, but they was in some trouble, being rocked by the Windward's opening attack, led by Gaston and led by John, going around the wicket and firing this into the crease area. Mosley digging it out. We've had a fairly dry spell, and you can see it's reflected. If we've been getting the showers, we normally get this would be one whole
a lot greener.
Much greener. But we've had no rain, I would say, for the last week of any real massive downpour, yacht shower here and there. Tyson walking back to his mark, the wind behind him. He's about 6 feet, 28 years of age. As he comes into Mosley shoulders arms. Not in the way that Courtney Walsh used to shoulder his arms, but not as fancy a person. The over is completed. At the end of it, Barbados, after 19 overs, are 3 for 74. They're chasing 187 first innings points.
Yeah, and Tyson just bowled his 5th over, yet wicketless so far. Considered the 27 runs. And it's going to be Descott to continue with 3 overs, only considering the 3 runs. It's going to be interesting when Alec calls upon his spinner in Kenneth Demba.
Yeah.
With 2 left-handers at the crease, that may be a very good option at this point.
I think all more the reason, following the point you just made, that Athens should be anxious to bring in his off-spinner. He himself could come in and bowl a few overs. Descott in medium pace, short off the back foot. Play with a certain amount of care, no real aggression, no shot in anger. Nice clipping shot up to the offside. So, Shadrach Descott, who emerged very quickly through the CPL, and that moved them into the St. Lucia Red Ball and the Red Ball for the Windwards. Got a century in the last game. A genuine all-rounder. Seemed to have a good head on his shoulders. Met him yesterday afternoon outside of the ground. He was taking in some music. And it wasn't Eminem either. That's pulled and pulled with all power control. You just don't bowl like that to a West Indies batsman. He just got his wicket and used those shoulders to pull it away through a square leg position, raced away over the rope down by the Johnson Charles stand. The backward square came around, but just to retrieve. And the total inches up to 78 for 3 years. Barbados gets more and more comfortable in chasing 186. All aggression. Although he didn't pick up much more than a single there. As soon as the ball is in either short or over pitched, he's looking to apply power.
Yeah, Kyle Mayers is of the mindset, a positive mindset. So any loose delivery, whether it be short or whether it be full, he's looking to bounce. And that's always a sign of a really good batsman. Despite the situation, he's still looking to be aggressive and still showing intent.
That's the son of a man who have started the innings for the West Indies by hitting the first delivery for a 6. And that's flicked away. Nice looking shot. It just comes down to our right. Strike is rotated once more. Mayers comes back into strike. Mosley goes to 31. Mosley goes to 22. He's the slow of the two. 22 off 63. But that is his role. He has come in and he has just make sure that he stay there. Mears has been a lot more aggressive, which is probably appreciated by his captain and his coach. Outside the line of the off stump, he lets that go. He is 31 off 34 deliveries. And at the end of that, the total is on 80 for 3, 80 for 3. We'll have one more over to present to our listening audience. And what we have, I think we have a water break, so I think we wouldn't have that over at all. We wouldn't have it over at all, but we'll have a double change as the ground staff go out to just touch up the creases and blow away the dust in the crease area. So Dwight, will be more from you, and if I don't come back, we will be looking forward to being here tomorrow morning. Hopefully the weather will stay dry and we'll have cricket starting at exactly 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time, 1 hour difference in Jamaica.
Yes, while we have the Volcanoes, Windward's Volcanoes players are in a huddle. I'm sure they will be discussing how do they go about breaking this getting that fourth wicket, breaking this partnership between Mears and Mosley. They've put on 57 so far for the fourth wicket. Exactly what Barbados Pride needed. On the other hand, the Barbados Pride captain would be telling Kyle Mears and Shane Mosley more of the same. Mears has looked the more aggressive batsman, but again, by nature, he's a white ball cricketer, very aggressive. So far, he's put on 31 of the 35 deliveries, and Shane Mosley 22 of 63 deliveries. The pick of the bowlers so far for the Volcanoes has been young Keon Gaston debut, who's taken 2 for 22. Surprisingly, he's only bowled that one spell, a 4-over spell to begin with, and the other wicket went to Ryan John, who's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 19, as I welcome Claudius.
Thank you, Dwight. And so as we come towards the end of the one, the game interestingly poised. We had the drinks break. Pride in reply to that 186 by the Volcanoes, 80 for 3, so the players refreshing themselves. It's been a good day, interesting cricket. We have not had a lot of runs, but 13 wickets in the day. You have not paid Jamal to watch the game, but I guess you've gotten your money's worth for today. Have you?
I could say that I've seen some really good cricket, and the batsmanship on display has been good. A century recorded from Sunil Ambris, one of the stalwarts of Windward's cricket. Good to see him back in the runs, some serious runs. And we've had a lot of centuries in this season of this first class tournament, and Sunil Ambris just adding his name to the list. So I'm quite happy with what I've seen today, especially from a St. Lucian point of view, the two gentlemen being given the caps at regional cricket, and from what we've seen, the future looks bright.
Very much so. The young debutants have done well, both Gaston and Leo, and of course, as you said, a good 100 from one who's a bit of a veteran at this level, Sunil Ambris. You spoke about centuries. Well, Roland Cox tells us we have had 31 so far. Well, 32 now with this effort by Sunil Ambris. And so the batters continuing to enjoy themselves in this regional 4-day championship for 2025. The game about to resume. Over number 21 of the innings. The scoreboard indicates that we have 20 overs remaining. And I think at the rate that we have been going so far, this will take us perhaps beyond sunset, Jamal. Don't think we're going to get the full 20.
Yes, but last time we were on, we did discuss the prospects of the off-spin of Denver.
Tyson starts outside the off stump and Mosley allows it to go into the gloves of Leo. So Mosley's 22 from 64. Kyle Mayer's 31 from 35. 80 for 3. As we get towards the 5 o'clock hour. And I think we normally close at 5:30. We'll have to wait and see what happens at that time. 30 odd minutes away. Don't think we're going to get that full 20. 2 slips on the gully. Tyson to Mosley. Delivery. That's ball them! Right up. And Mosley being castled here. Missing a delivery that was into the stumps. And a breakthrough coming for the Volcanoes. Mosley going bowled by Tyson for 22. And 4 wickets are down.
Gillan Tyson at one of his favorite venues. Bowler who's deceptively quick, getting through the gate. And I'm just wondering, Claudius, is this another case of a batsman falling victim to the brick? It's commonplace in this great sport that after a break, there always tends to be a wicket, owing to a possible lapse of concentration from the batters having to restart. These batters were going quite well. A wicket looked some ways away, but Gillan Tyson able to answer the call of Captain Afanez and strike. So the score moves on to 80 for 4.
Yes, Tyson with a very good delivery. Of course, the break causes a break in continuity, and I think that's what tends to bring about batters' downfall. I guess it's a case of you getting into a rhythm and wanting to continue with the adrenaline pumping and so forth, but the break tends to really cause a disruption in the flow of concentration and momentum. That's my explanation.
Yes, but in as much as that is true, the bowlers need to be on the money right away. So you must credit Gillan Tyson for
absolutely
landing that ball in the right area, searing pace, being up and ready for the fight. You just had the team huddle, so that motivation and the adrenaline certainly comes from the fielding team. So they tend to be more ready to pounce.
As Tyson bowls to the new batter, Boucher outside the off stump, a loose stroke to a delivery that was short and bouncing. Leo taking that about shoulder height. Not a good start by Lenico Boucher, playing at it outside the off stump and almost getting an edge.
Yes, we're winding down to the end of the game, but Gillan Tyson making that wicket come alive like it's fresh in the morning.
3 slips, no gully. Deep point, extra cover, mid-off. Tyson to Boucher. Boucher is across and plays up to mid-on. There's also a mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Tyson in his 6 over, 1 for 27. Would be enjoying those conditions. Very cool conditions. We still have the natural light, nice breeze blowing, and Tyson blowing in himself to Boucher. Boucher allows it to go. It's outside the off stump.
But you know, I remember Reds had mentioned that Boucher is coming in to the team, so he would have been spared from that defeat in 2 days from Trinidad, so not carrying those scars. So the Pride would be looking to him to rescue the innings from this dismal position, 80 for 4. Not what was expected given that start that they had with the ball.
Indeed. Tyson again to Boucher. Into his stumps and playing up to me down once again. And there's no run. The over coming to an end. So a successful one for Tyson. The 21st of the innings. At the end of it, 80 for 4 Barbados Pride.
It's Tyson not being given the new ball today. We're accustomed of seeing him spearheading the attack. This time it was given to Keon Gaster, but Tyson seemingly introduced at the right time, being given that over straight after the break, and surprised the batter with his pace and accuracy, and honing in at the stumps, and brought about a good reward, seeing the back of Mosley. But Kyle Mayers is still present, 31 of 45, and he's looking dangerous.
There's Scott. 4 overs, no maidens, not for 9. We'll move into Kyle Mayers. Outside off stump and let go. In fact, you had asked me off air, Jamal, about the absence of Hope Holder. Also no Roston Chase. So these 3 former West Indies players. Interesting that the Barbadians have elected not to include them. Not sure if we have injury concerns with them. But surprising that none of them are featuring in the 11. Again, outside off stump, Mel's not interested.
It's something that I was really looking forward to seeing our West Indies players on show on the best cricketing surface in the region. I was really looking forward to see what Shea Hope had to offer in red ball cricket. There's a lot of interest surrounding him right now, especially being given the reins of the T20I team, and some speculation about a return to the test fold.
Yes, a possibility is very much there. Descart to Mayers. Mayers is pushing up the mid-off. There's no run. So he has the leadership at the 50 over format. And the news is that he will be thrust into leadership for T20Is. Question is, would they go all the way and give him a reintroduction to red ball and give him the captaincy as well? Mayers is back and plays back to Descart. Yes. Is that putting too much pressure on Shea Hope to also give him the red ball captaincy? Of course, he has to make the team first of all.
That's why this regional season is so important, and so many persons are watching with vested interest. And well, Darren Samuel was given the leadership or the coaching role in all 3 formats. So we wouldn't be surprised if it happens for the captaincy as well.
Descart to Mayers solidly in defense. Into the offside. So interesting with Craig Brathwaite giving up the West Indies captaincy. Any thoughts relatedly on who might be considered outside of Hope? Because we see the possibility of Hope being given that responsibility. But should the West Indies board decide to separate the rows with different captains for white ball and red ball, who perhaps would be in the running as potential red ball captains for the West Indies? Outside the off stump, Descart completing the over to Mayers, 80 for 4.
It's one of the biggest questions on the minds of the public, and as Reds pointed out, we have many armchair selectors, persons who are just naming captains. But
okay, well,
looking
Jamal,
at it,
slip into a chair and I designate you as a selector, therefore.
As a selector. Ooh la la. Okay, so let's see. Given what we have seen, the wicketkeeper, the captain of Trinidad right now,
Joshua De Silva.
Joshua De Silva with his 3 centuries, and he was the one being groomed or earmarked for leadership. He's been the vice captain for a long time.
Indeed.
Captain Trinidad, and they're looking like they're having a very successful run this year. Lost his place in the 11.
Tyson to Boucher driving outside edge call, but the umpire is not agreeing as he remains unmoved. Delivery that is outside the off stump. There was jubilation among the slip cordon. Tyson was running towards the slips, but the umpire remained unmoved.
And the players all went up in unison, and that tends to be a telltale sign of an edge, but wasn't to be. But to answer your question, Claudius, Joshua De Silva has been the one earmarked. He would have captained many A-team tours, and he was the one touted, but seeing that he has lost his place.
Tyson to Boucher. Boucher hooks out towards backward square leg. Catch taken. So Boucher looking to go aerial on the onside, hooking at Tyson, has hit that down the throat of Shadrach Descartes. So Barbados Pride losing a 5th wicket with Boucher going. Cut Descartes bowled Tyson without scoring. Barbados 5 for 80.
Nico Boucher would count himself very disappointed to have found the safe hands of Shadrach Descartes. It was a delivery on the line of the body, and he wanted to go for the hook stroke, but didn't have full control of this one and lost his wicket. One would basically say that he has gifted his wicket away. Let's look at this one and replay again. It had the pace, it was headed down the leg side, he swiveled on it and found the man. So you could see there was a plan there.
Yes, definitely, with the fielder posted. But it wasn't all that short. In fact, it was just about thigh-high, hip height. And he sort of helped it away, but straight down the throat of the fielder. A disappointing dismissal for Barbados at this stage, you'd have to say.
It certainly was. But just to get into the mind of Boucher, he was hitting with the breeze. And he wanted to go aerial, wanted to deposit this one about 15 rows back into the Johnson Charles stand. But at this point in time, with the team just trying to rebuild and Mayors going well at the other end, it would have been better served just looking to maybe roll the wrist on this one and just keep it down.
And in fact, this was happening after a confident appeal against him, the previous delivery for a catch at the wicket.
So Tyson really mixing it up. He bowled full and wide outside Austin, tempting him for the drive. And could he have been possibly surprised by the pace and the length of this one?
Possibly. Matthew Ford, the new batter. Tyson moving into him. First delivery. Well, what a stroke from Matthew Ford first up at 80 for 5. He walks away, and I think Kalme's, well, not even interested in taking that on. And quite a strange choice of a stroke first up from Matthew Ford.
Gillan Tyson would be happy to see that from Matthew Ford. Seems to be a compulsive hooker, drawn in by the length.
Tyson to Ford. Ford shows greater prudence in that delivery as he ignores it and it goes into the gloves of the keeper. So back to our West Indies captain discussion.
Yes, so for me, the top pick right now, given the inexperience in the team, where leadership is concerned, because remember Brathwaite would be playing his 100th test very soon. So apart from him, the next senior person I think would be Joshua De Silva.
But I think you have a problem, and you touched on it with him having short delivery, hooking at it, goes forward, the appeal going up. No response from umpire Benwari.
Yes, are you saying the fact that he lost his place in the 11 to Tevin Imlach, who has acquitted himself well of the gloves?
I think that's problematic, except you would want to play Joshua Da Silva as a batsman.
But at the test level, many persons would have lost confidence in his batting, albeit when he has returned to the domestic fold, he has dominated. But he has had a long run at the test level, and we didn't see that sort of batsmanship there. So to bring him back as a batter,
Tyson to Ford outside the off stump. He allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper. 80 for 5, 23 overs gone. Well, bringing him as a batter, Jamal, is to account for you wanting to include him as the skipper, with the fact that Imlach has produced well with the glove. And so if Joshua Da Silva is going to come in as West Indies captain, he needs to go in the outfield and not behind the stumps, because you've got the recently appointed Imlach doing a good job.
yes, but to have dropped him from the 11, and it means that you'd have either been concerned about his A, glove work, and B, batsmanship, and you're not satisfied with his contribution to the team, and now you're bringing him back in to lead the rest of the men.
Outside the off stump, driven by Mez down to the deep point boundary for single. But as the total goes to 81 for 5.
Albeit, I believe, given the faith and investment that they have shown in him, he would represent the strongest candidate outside of the prospects of a Shea Hope.
Okay, so Shea Hope, Joshua Da Silva. Any other candidates knocking at that door of West Indies captaincy? In your book?
I would go with what many would describe as a left field option, and I would actually go with maybe an Alec Afanes. That might be strange for many, but I remember that Graham Smith got the captaincy of South Africa at quite a young age, at 22.
Indeed.
And Alec Afanes was on top of the charts for the West Indies batters.
Descartes bowls to the new batter. Ford was hit that down the ground for 4. Nice hit by Ford. Pitched up delivery and hitting that very straight. Umpire Basiraf having to get out of the way. So he's off the mark, Ford. 85 for 5.
This one really pinged off the bat, and many shots would have to go into the reckoning for the shot of the day, and I think you'd have to add this one taken from the top draw from Matthew Ford.
So Alec Athanaze, you are presenting as potential candidate for West Indies captaincy.
Yes.
Ford goes forward in defense, and the ball is picked up on the offside. So he has come into the side. Would you say he has established himself, that he's a fixture in the side? Wouldn't you want to ensure that a player who is captain in the side can command a place? One would argue that Atana's place needs to come under review for his recent performances, or lack thereof. Descartes moving in. Ford is forward.
It's a good point that you're making, but then if you hold Alec Afanes to that standard, who else meets that standard in the team right now? Because Alec Afanes, and Kavim Hodge, they are the two batters who have topped the run aggregate for the West Indies team in the previous year. So yes, we're calling and saying that he has not represented his talent and ability and produced the run that we would have wanted, but he has produced the most.
Descartes to Ford. Ford drives safely in the end down to the fielder on the point boundary. One more to him. It's 5. 86 for 5. So given the lack of productivity from the batters, your captaincy decision then needs to be with an eye on the future, having identified a strong candidate with leadership qualities that can really be a good force to be contend with in the future,
That is
based
right.
on potential and promise, and not necessarily through a heavy load of runs. Descart bowling to the left-handed Mares now. Mares guides it down to backward point for a single as the over comes to an end, the 24th of the innings. 87 for 5, Barbados Pride.
Yes, because at this point in time, we do not have players who have put their hand up for that role, because we have struggled with the bat in recent times, and Craig Bradford would have been the man to have averaged, I think, over 30, the only one. And apart from him, it has been struggles all the way down. You had Alzari Joseph.
Discussion between the umpires. We suspect it's about the light that has faded quite a bit. About 5:15 local time, and umpires will now have a discussion with Atenes, and we'll have to wait and see what they decide. And well, yeah, I think it's a case where the umpires are suggesting, well, we can continue, but you will have to bring in some spin. Yeah, and I think that's fair enough, because the light not as bright as you'd expect at this time of day. So umpires are saying, yes, we are willing to continue. It's playable, but in terms of player safety, we recommend, Skip, that you bring in the spin, and Skip has obliged.
Yes, I really thought that Demba would have been given the ball much early on in the piece, especially when we saw that big partnership between the two left-handers, Mayers and Mosley. And Demba has been someone who has been quite proficient at dismissing left-handed batters. But nonetheless, he gets his opportunity at this time, and a genuine wicket taker, Kenneth Demba.
So the off spin of Demba, and they would be happy with the matchup that immediately confronts him. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Mares. So the off spinner operating from round the wicket to the left-hander with a solitary slip in position. Barbados Pride trail by 99 runs as we come towards the end of day one. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep extra cover posted. So Atenes is, in fact, he's going to make a change. We'll bring in the fielder from long on to mid on. Demba to Mares. Mares back and pulls. That's gone a long way for 6 over mid-wicket. Well, bad light or not, Mares is seeing it quite big. And he has deposited the first delivery of spin over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. He goes to 39 with the maximum, and the total 93 for 5. And the indecision about whether we should have a long on or a mid on has now been sorted out. It is in fact that long on now.
Yes, definitely settled, and Mayers imposing himself on the bowling of Demba from ball 1.
Demba to Mares. Mares is back and plays defensively. So Mares is saying to, I'm seeing it big. It's going big there, first delivery of spin.
Eyes would have lit up at that short delivery for sure.
Demba to Mares. Mares forward, faster delivery. Plays solidly enough. 93 for 5. Mayers wanting to be there at the close though. Demba to Mayers forward. Playing solidly. So Demba, the first delivery was really a long hop that was deposited over mid-wicket. He has been unsung the next 3 deliveries. 2 deliveries left in the over. Then back to Mayers. Mayers back. The delivery is with the arm coming into the leg stump. And Mayers is playing in defense. Demba again. Faster delivery, keeping a little low. Maybe not bouncing as Demba might have expected, but 1 to Mayers at the end of it. He goes to 40. It's 94 for 5.
So it would be interesting to see who Captain Afanes calls upon now, because Daryl Cyrus has been given a rest for this game. So just
well, he's
Kenneth
got
Demba.
himself, he's got Hodge, but we have a discussion between the two umpires as the light continues to deteriorate. And the question is, are we going to continue? As we see the two umpires going towards each other, the batsmen seem to be walking off. And are we still not quite decided what we're doing? And I think that's it. That looks like stumps. Yes, the players are going off. So umpires Basaraf and Banwari pulling up stumps on day 1 with Barbados Pride. They are 94 for 5 in reply to the Windward Volcanoes 186. And that stumps. A little indecision there over the past 60 seconds or so, but the Barbados batters, they are almost on the edge of the boundary, crossing it now. So that's the end of play for day 1. And the position is Barbados Pride. They go to the close at 94 for 5 with Mayers on 40 from 49. Now Ford is 5 from 8. And the Barbadians, they've scored at 3.76. And they are trailing by somewhat 93 runs. I make it, if my maths is correct. Jamal, help me please. 94. And so that's what, 92 runs still in the negative. So Barbados 92 runs behind, and as that would be the position for day 2 as we resume. Let's get your final thoughts on day 1, Jamal, before we close for day 1.
Yes, Claudius, a bit strange on this beautiful batting surface to see the back of 15 wickets, given the big totals that we have grown so accustomed of seeing. Represents an anomaly, but nonetheless you must credit some good disciplined bowling from both teams, but you must also make special mention of the effort of Sunil Ambrose, registering the 32nd century of the season to bat the Windwards and shepherd them to a position of respectability. But Kyle Mayers, 40 or 49, looks a certain threat for the Windward Islands, especially with his boundary hitting ability. So we look forward to tomorrow to see what he can muster and how he can guide this Barbadian Pride lower order to overhaul the Volcanoes' first innings total.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Jamal. So let's do a quick wrap-up of what we have seen today. Windwards winning the toss. The Windwards Volcanoes winning the toss and deciding to bat with 3 changes. The 3 local lads, Melius, Leo and Gaston being included. They got to 186 all out on the back of 110 from Sunil Ambrose from 111 deliveries with 1 6 and 13 fours, and there was also 27 from Leo. And the bowling for Barbados, Ramon Simmons 2 for 32, Ford 2 for 19, Drakes 2 for 48, Warwick 2 for 45, and McAllister 1 for 38. And in reply, the Barbados effort 94 for 5 with Brathwaite 1, Mosley 22, Drake 6, Wickham 12, and Boucher without scoring. They end up on 94 for 5 with Mares 40 not out, 40s 5, and the bowling for the Windwards. A wicket for John, 2 for Tyson, and 2 for the impressive Gaston on debut. Gaston's figures 4 overs, 2 maidens, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22. So on behalf of the entire team, that's the situation at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, 94 for 5. And so on behalf of the team, Claudius Emmanuel saying join us tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for more action in regional cricket from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Bye-bye for now.